Chapter 1549. The scorched stone space, in addition to the countless scorched stones and turbulent flows, also had a gravitational field. For ordinary Supremes, this was definitely a dangerous place. Without the slightest ability, it was impossible to survive here. But in addition to these dangers, there was another kind of danger here. The giant golem was a kind of mutant that was neither human nor beast. They did not have any life force, but they could rely on devouring Yen to survive. They looked a little similar to humans, but they were as huge as mountains. Moreover, their entire bodies were made of stone. They were extremely strong, and a casual punch was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. A casual kick was enough to crush stars. This was enough to prove the terror of these giant golems. They generally would not take the initiative to attack any living creature, but if any living creature entered their territory, they would definitely not let it go. Now, Ling Xiao and the others had flown into their territory. From the memories of the remnant souls that he had absorbed, Ling Xiao naturally knew that there were giant golems in this scorched stone space. They had no choice but to hide here. After all, although the giant golems were powerful and dangerous, they could also use them to block the pursuers. In front of Ling Xiao and the others, giant golems that were like mountains appeared one after another. Their entire body was similar to humans, with a head, a body, and 4 limbs. However, they did not have any life force. They were all made of gray rock, as if they were carved statues. It was very strange. They were not affected by the gravitational field here and could move freely. Their movements were very mechanical. Each of them was grabbing these attacking scorched stones and swallowing them, making cracking sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. Dragon Fifth originally wanted to use his speed to fly over directly, but he was discovered by these giant golems. They actually casually grabbed the floating scorched stones and smashed them towards Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth, be careful. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he cried out to Dragon Fifth. He discovered that the power of these scorched stones that were smashing towards him was abnormally terrifying. If he was hit, it would really be difficult to bear. Ling Xiao originally thought that these lifeless giant golems did not have any life force perception, and their speed would definitely be very slow. It should not be a problem to dodge them. Now, he had completely miscalculated. This was their territory, so they naturally had their own advantages and their own fighting style. Dragon Fifth was not afraid at all. He roared and swayed his dragon body, continuously smashing the scorched stones into powder. Ling Xiao, Yuan Zhantian, and the rest also took action to help share the burden. However, there were a lot of gigantic boulder people nearby. There were at least a few hundred of them. They were all throwing scorched stones at them, and many of them were charging at them, completely blocking their path. No matter which incipient God Realm expert it was, they all felt their scalp tingle when they saw the rain of Jiao Xiu filling the sky. The 3 incipient God Realm experts who had just caught up with him halted and didn't chase after him anymore. Although these big guys don't have much intelligence, it won't be easy to break through them. When they can't hold on any longer, we'll take them down. I believe they have a lot of good things on them. Chu Zhenlu sneered. Among the 3 of them, he was the leader, so he was definitely a little stronger than the other 2. What if they break through? Chao Caozong hated that he couldn't go and capture Ling Xiao's group immediately. He looked at the true dragon divine beast with metal attribute, his eyes burning with desire. If he could subdue it, even Chu Zhenlu would have to be wary of him. Xiang Guangming seemed to see through Chao Caozong's mind. He smiled and said, "Old Chao, you're worried about that true dragon divine beast, right? Don't worry. True dragon divine beasts have extremely strong bodies. Moreover, they're very arrogant. Even if we go there and take care of them, you can't subdue that true dragon divine beast. Why don't you let it taste some pain first? After you go and save it, perhaps it will follow you. It's not easy to subdue it. Let's watch first. Perhaps they'll be smashed into meat paste by those big guys." Chu Zhenlu said. The 3 Supremes didn't enter the territory of the gigantic boulder people. They waited for Ling Xiao's group to consume enough energy before they went in to capture them. Currently, the situation on Ling Xiao's side was rather perilous. The rocks charging at them were troublesome enough to begin with. With the gigantic boulder people blocking and smashing them, they were badly battered. Ling Xiao and the others followed Dragon Fifth's relentless attempts to block the incoming scorched rocks. Their blood was boiling from the impact. Dragon Fifth could no longer fly forward because he was already surrounded by the gigantic boulder people. Unless they could destroy them, they could escape from this area. Dragon Fifth, transform back into your human form. That way, it won't be as easy to get hit. We'll use our speed to quickly pass by them. If we really can't avoid them, then destroy the stone core in their abdomen. Otherwise, attacking other parts of their body is useless. Ling Xiao exclaimed. At the same time, he also summoned 3 supreme-level puppets. They were mid-level and specialized in the earth attribute. They would help them break through this place. Dragon Fifth listened to Ling Xiao's instructions and transformed back into his human form. The pressure was greatly reduced. He punched out violently and broke the rocks, opening a path for Ling Xiao's group at the forefront. However, the gigantic boulder people were already close. One of the gigantic boulder people raised its stone fist and punched at Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's figure grew a lot bigger. He also punched at it. Rumble. Under this punch, one of the gigantic boulder people's stone arms was directly crippled by Dragon Fifth. However, its figure didn't move at all, nor did it feel any pain. Its other stone fist smashed down again. Moreover, the other destroyed arm actually gathered the nearby rocks and condensed into a shape again. It recovered. Dragon Fifth didn't seem to expect that he couldn't do anything to the gigantic boulder people. He immediately increased his strength again and smashed at the gigantic boulder people. Ling Xiao wanted to remind Dragon Fifth to hit the gigantic boulder people's abdomen again. However, he was also facing the gigantic boulder people's attacks. One of the gigantic boulder people raised a piece of scorched rock and smashed it at him. Ling Xiao activated his 70 times combat power and dodged the stone's attack at full speed. Unfortunately, there was another stone coming at him from another direction, so he had no choice but to destroy it with a punch. One punch was earth-shattering, and the other punch destroyed space. The scorched rock was smashed, but the pressure it brought to Ling Xiao was so great that he was directly sent flying. His body smashed heavily into another scorched rock. His entire body was in excruciating pain. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath before a giant fist smashed down on his head. The power was so terrifying that it could completely turn an ordinary supreme being into minced meat. In fact, the gigantic boulder people's attack was not fast. If it was anywhere else, any supreme being could dodge it. However, in this space with a terrifying gravitational field, everyone's movements were suppressed. Not many people could dodge this punch. If Ling Xiao hadn't increased his combat power by 70 times, his strength was comparable to a mid-level supreme being's, and he also had the wind attribute. He wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Ling Xiao dodged the attack by sticking close to the giant fist. His figure bounced toward the gigantic boulder people's waist. His right hand exploded with all his strength and directly punched the gigantic boulder people's lower abdomen. Boom! Although the gigantic boulder people's defense was amazing, its lower abdomen still caved in under Ling Xiao's full force attack, revealing the stone heart that was flickering with rich earth element energy. This stone heart was the key to nurturing the gigantic boulder people. It was equivalent to the beast core of a spirit beast, but it could be directly absorbed by warriors who specialized in the earth element to strengthen their cultivation. They could also use this stone heart to comprehend the mysteries of the gravitational field. However, it was extremely difficult to take the stone heart from these gigantic boulder people. He was afraid that before he could kill the gigantic boulder people, he would first be smashed into minced meat by the gigantic boulder people and the scorched rocks. Ling Xiao naturally understood this situation from the divine soul memories he had absorbed. As long as he took the stone heart or destroyed it, the gigantic boulder people would be destroyed. Ling Xiao stretched out his dragon claws and directly pulled out the stone heart. However, the gigantic boulder people punched him hard. Fortunately, he had taken out the stone heart a step earlier. Otherwise, he would have taken the brunt of this punch, and his divine body would have been severely injured. Of course, now was not the time for him to be complacent. There were too many gigantic boulder people nearby. It was impossible to destroy them one by one. He had to escape as soon as possible. Another gigantic stone golem attacked again. Another gigantic stone golem attacked Jiao Shi as well. Ling Xiao was surrounded from all sides, making it almost impossible for him to dodge. He could only use all his strength to block the bombardment. Ling Xiao only felt a tightness in his chest, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His entire body was hit so hard that he was dizzy. Sure enough, this is a place where strangers cannot get close. If this goes on, it will be difficult for us to escape. Ling Xiao thought anxiously. Then, while dodging, he also looked at the situation of the others. Dragon Fifth was still fighting these gigantic boulder people with brute force. Yuan Zhantian and the others had the help of his 3 puppets, so they could withstand the pressure. However, the situation was still very dangerous. Looks like I have to fight. Ling Xiao shouted. He put on the mid-tier ancient celestial artifact, the dragon scale armor, that Ling Bo had given him, and summoned his divine soul. His real body wore the dragon scale armor and held the golden dragon spear. Like a god of war, he raised his strength to the extreme and attacked the gigantic boulder people in front of him. Previously, when he entered the chaotic burial space, he was also suppressed by the gravitational field. Now, the situation was even worse than before. He had to use all his strength. Using the advantage of his full speed, the golden dragon spear pierced the stone heart of the gigantic boulder people's abdomen. His divine soul avatar was invisible and could not be discovered by the gigantic boulder people. He could directly approach their lower abdomen and dig out or destroy their stone hearts. In this way, Ling Xiao finally began to move forward. There was some hope of leaving this place. Chapter 1550. Chu Zhenlu, who was watching from afar, exclaimed in astonishment, that kid is quite strange. He actually managed to destroy 5 giant boulder golems in a row. This is something that even a mid-level supreme being would find difficult to achieve. Chaozong also sighed softly. He's only a low-level supreme being, but he can unleash a mid-level supreme being cultivation. Judging from his battle chi, he should be one of Kim people's men. That golden dragon should be his divine beast that protects him. Who cares who he is? With us around, it won't be that easy for them to escape. Xiang Guangming said. It's better to be cautious. Once they really have the ability to break through, we'll strike immediately. Chu Zhenlu narrowed his eyes. At this time, he had already summoned his earth attribute Holy Beast. It was a burrowing sacred mouse. It was not affected much here, and it could even use its speed to escape the attacks of the scorched boulders and giant boulder golems. This was also the powerful trump card that allowed Chu Zhenlu to break through this place before he reached the advanced realm. He summoned it now to prevent Ling Xiao and the others from escaping. Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger worked together and immediately destroyed several giant boulder golems. At the same time, he shouted at Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, just focus on attacking their lower abdomens. Don't fight them head-on." Although Dragon Fifth had a body full of strength, it was not worth it to fight head-on with these giant boulder golems. It consumed a lot of energy, and it suffered some injuries as well. It was just enduring the pain. Ling Xiao charged toward Yuan Zhantian and the others. One by one, the giant boulder golems kept attacking him, causing him to suffer a few punches, causing him to feel dizzy. The Diamond Ape King's injuries were not light either. If not for the evolved long-armed Iron Monkey King and his 3 Earth Attribute Supreme Being puppets, it would have been impossible for him to last until now. Yuan Zhantian's battle prowess after advancing to the Supreme Being realm was indeed astonishing. He was actually able to destroy 2 giant stone golems with his own strength. As for the attacks he received, he was able to withstand them with his strong physical body. With the help of his spirit, Ling Xiao managed to get close to Yuan Zhantian. He called out to him, "Enter my apothecary master's body first. Dragon Fifth and I will bring you away." "There's no need. I can hold on. Let's hurry up and move forward." Yuan Zhantian refused Ling Xiao's suggestion due to his unyielding nature. He held the golden rod and swept it in all directions, destroying many scorched stones. Then, he used the golden rod to strike the giant stone man's lower abdomen. Every movement was clean, fierce, and domineering. It was a pity that he was still slightly lacking in terms of strength. If he was at the mid-level supreme martial artist realm, he would definitely be able to sweep away all the gigantic stone men here. Ling Xiao knew Yuan Zhantian's character and did not try to persuade him otherwise. He fought alongside them and moved closer to Dragon Fifth, planning to break out of the encirclement together. At that moment, the Diamond Ape King was once again held back. It was smashed by a boulder golem, causing its flesh to burst open and its wounds to worsen. Yuan Zhantian did not want to give up on it. He picked up the gigantic golem beside it and bombarded it furiously without stopping. "Brother Yuan, don't be impulsive. Put away the Ape King first." Ling Xiao called out to Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian regained his composure and followed Ling Xiao's instructions to put the Diamond Ape King into his wrist guard. Without the Diamond Ape King dragging them down, Ling Xiao and the others had already met up with Dragon Fifth. They gradually rushed toward the other end of the gigantic stone men's territory. Dragon Fifth's strength was unparalleled. He had already followed Ling Xiao's instructions and focused on punching the giant stone men's lower abdomen. Every 2 to 3 punches, he would be able to finish off a giant stone man. With him in charge of opening the way, all the pressure seemed to be much lighter. One of the benefits of making Ling Xiao's spirit avatar invisible was that he would never have to worry about being discovered or sensed by his enemies. No matter how powerful these gigantic stone men were, they were still creatures without intelligence. They did not know about the existence of Ling Xiao's spirit avatar, and many of them had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Yuan Zhantian and the long-armed Iron Monkey King were in charge of opening the way from the left and right, blocking the scorched rocks thrown by the gigantic stone men. Ling Xiao's 3 puppets were in charge of assisting. Once Dragon Fifth, Ling Xiao, or Yuan Zhantian were in danger, they would be the first to step forward. It could be said that while they were rescuing Dragon Fifth, Ling Xiao, and Yuan Zhantian, they were expending their divine power and divine body. Although they were mid-level Earth sovereigns, they were also the ones who had sacrificed the most. All of them unconditionally carried out Ling Xiao's orders, not caring about their own safety in the slightest. Their saint beasts were also covered in blood and flesh, with 2 of them having already fallen. Fortunately, the death of these 2 sacred beasts allowed Ling Xiao's group to pass through more than half of the gigantic stone men's territory. They were not far from passing through the gigantic stone men's territory. "Old Shu, we can't wait any longer. Those gigantic stone men don't seem to be able to do anything to them." Chao Zhenlu shouted anxiously from afar. "I didn't expect these kids to be so capable." "In that case, let's not wait any longer and catch up to them immediately." Chu Zhenlu responded with a frown. Then he said to his burrowing Saint Mouse, "Buddy, let's go and catch up to them." Swish. The burrowing Saint Mouse was still very agile in the gravitational field. It brought Chu Zhenlu, Chao Caocong, and Xiang Guangming as it shot toward the gigantic stone men. It relied on its speed to skillfully avoid the scorched rocks and the gigantic stone men's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered a considerable distance. However, they could not hope to catch up to Ling Xiao's group without encountering any obstacles. The scorched rain that the gigantic stone men smashed down on them caused the 3 high-level supreme martial artists to make their moves and shatter all of the scorched stones. Their strength had already reached the pinnacle, so their attacks were naturally earth-shattering. They appeared much calmer and more composed. Fortunately, those gigantic stone men did not have any thoughts and did not know what danger was. Therefore, no matter how strong the 3 supremes were, they continued to chase after them. "These big fellas are troublesome. Let's give it our all," Chu Zhenlu shouted with a frown. As his voice fell, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed even greater divine powers. 3 different elemental powers blasted out from the front, the left, and the right. Rumble, rumble. With the 3 supremes opening a path with all their might, it was extremely fast for them to pass through the gigantic stone men's territory. Ling Xiao's group was becoming more and more experienced in dealing with the gigantic stone men. They were already able to pass through most of the gigantic stone men's territory. As long as they held on for a little longer, they would definitely be able to escape. However, they suddenly felt a frightening aura coming from behind them. The earth-shattering explosions immediately multiplied the pressure on them. "Oh no, they're coming after us," Ling Xiao exclaimed. "At most, we'll just fight it out with them," Yuan Zhantian shouted fearlessly. "No, we're too weak. With these gigantic stone men blocking us, we're definitely going to die," Ling Xiao replied immediately. "But there's no other way now." Yuan Zhantian frowned. Ling Xiao fell silent. He was rapidly thinking about how to resolve the current situation. Dragon Fifth could deal with one of them. If he really used his soul power to attack with all his might, he could definitely deal with one of them. However, how could he deal with the other one? "Forget it, let's just fight it out with them. Perhaps there's still a chance of survival." Ling Xiao finally made up his mind after deliberating for a while. "Brother Yuan, you'll be much safer after passing through here. You and the Monkey King should leave first. Wait for me in the Cyan Moon space. I'll stay behind to deal with them," Ling Xiao replied decisively. Then he looked at Yuan Zhantian and wanted to say something. "You don't have to say anything. I have a way to escape. We still have an unfinished battle." Yuan Zhantian tightened his grip on the golden rod. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then he said to the Monkey King, "Let's go." Yuan Zhantian knew that he would only be a burden if he stayed behind and would distract Ling Xiao. It was better to leave. Perhaps it would really be like what Ling Xiao had said, and Ling Xiao would be able to escape with ease. Ling Xiao got Dragon Fifth to escort Yuan Zhantian a little further while he prepared for battle. "I can't kill any of them with my divine soul doppelganger, so I can only use my soul power to injure one of them and then think of a way to kill the other one. The Earth Attribute Sovereign is the primary target. With him here, the other two can easily chase after me. Without him and the Holy Mouse, it will definitely not be easy for them to immediately take me and Dragon Fifth down." Ling Xiao quickly calculated in his heart and called back his divine soul doppelganger. He also stopped tangling with these giant stone men. Relying on his full strength, he retreated continuously. However, his real body strength was still a little weak. He was blocked by these giant stone men and Jiao Shi, making it difficult for him to retreat. If not for the 3 Earth Attribute mid-level sovereign puppets protecting him, he would probably have been injured. The 3 approaching high-level sovereigns had already noticed that Yuan Zhantian and the others had left first. They immediately increased their speed. "Little bastards, you can't escape. All of you stop." Chao Tsung roared. "3 old dogs, come after me if you dare." Ling Xiao simply let go and scolded them angrily. Ling Zhao's words immediately angered the 3. Chu Zhenlu's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. "Little bastard, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse today. I think it's better to turn him into a dried corpse puppet." Xiang Guangming chimed in from the side. As they spoke, they were already within 10,000 meters of Ling Xiao. This was already within their attack range. Chao Tsung was the first to attack. The golden spear in his hand stabbed fiercely at Ling Xiao. A ray of golden light shot towards Ling Xiao like a rainbow. If it were any other place, this attack would definitely be enough to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a low-level cultivator. Within his attack range, there was no way he could dodge. However, this was the Jiaoshi space. There were countless pieces of Jiaoshi space, and the giant stone men formed a natural barrier here. Before his attack could reach Ling Xiao, most of its power was blocked by the Jiaoshi space. In addition, the giant stone men took the initiative to counterattack, forcefully intercepting his attack. Chao Tsung was extremely depressed when he saw this scene. Chapter 1551. After escorting Yuan Zhantian and the others for a while, Dragon Fifth once again dashed in Ling Zhao's direction. In his human form, he shuttled through the giant stone men more easily than anyone else. After all, he had 100 times the combat power, which was enough for him to easily escape the gravitational field. Ling Xiao also retreated in Dragon Fifth's direction. He didn't want to leave this battlefield. Although it was disadvantageous to him, it would also restrict the 3 of them. As long as he used it well, he might be able to kill these 3. Of course, if he couldn't kill them, then he and Dragon Fifth would definitely be in trouble. Kid, you can't escape. Surrender obediently. Chu Zhenlu sneered. He finally made his move. The giant stone men here didn't attack him. Instead, they only attacked Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming. He controlled the scorched stones nearby and shot them in Ling Zhao's direction. These scorched stones were like meteorites, extremely fast and terrifyingly powerful. Once hit, there was no doubt that they would become minced meat. It was already too late for Ling Zhao to dodge. Fortunately, the 3 middle-level incipient God Realm puppets beside him attacked at the same time and completely broke this move. Boom! Countless stone chips splashed everywhere. The remaining energy smashed into Ling Zhao, causing him great pain. Ling Zhao continuously retreated. He still had to deal with the giant stone men's attacks. He was puzzled. This guy isn't attacked by these giant stone men? Something's wrong. Of course, Ling Zhao didn't know that Chu Zhenlu had already absorbed a lot of stone hearts. He had petrified himself so that the giant rock golems would feel that they were of the same origin, so they wouldn't attack him. Riding on the burrowing Saint Mouse, Chu Zhenlu had already arrived in the vicinity of Ling Zhao. His palms were like demonic hands that could actually control all the scorched stones in the surroundings for his own use as he launched an attack towards Ling Zhao's 3 mid-level sovereign realm puppets. These few mid-level supreme martial artists had already suffered considerable injuries, and their divine powers were almost depleted. Now, it was naturally difficult for them to withstand the attacks of Chu Zhenlu, a high-level supreme martial artist. Their divine bodies exploded one after another, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The 3 of them struggled to repair their divine bodies, but the giant stone men mercilessly smashed them into minced meat, killing them completely. Ling Zhao didn't want to waste the 3's divine souls. He quickly sucked them over. Kid, you didn't escape. Chu Zhenlu was already 1,000 meters away from Ling Zhao. He clenched his fist, and a palm made of scorched stones flew towards Ling Zhao. This palm was so fast that it reached Ling Zhao in the blink of an eye. At this time, Dragon Fifth finally returned to Ling Zhao's side and blocked the palm for Ling Zhao. A dragon fist met the stone palm and instantly exploded into a shocking ball of energy. Ling Zhao also attacked at this moment. His divine soul power condensed into an indestructible golden dragon spear and attacked Chu Zhenlu's divine soul. The attack had been enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Godly Hoop. The attack had definitely reached the level of a high-level divine soul attack. Chu Zhenlu was about to attack again when he felt an ominous premonition. Before he could understand what was going on, he felt a piercing pain in his divine soul. Ah! He screamed in pain. Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming, who were chasing after him, tensed up. They hurried over to where he was, planning to protect him. They couldn't let anything happen to him. At this time, Ling Zhao quickly summoned his divine soul doppelganger and rushed over in Chu Zhenlu's direction. I must kill this guy. Ling Zhao shouted in his heart. His god soul arrived next to Chu Zhenlu just like Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming. Although Chu Zhenlu's god soul was hurt badly, it wasn't fatal. No matter what, he was a high-level incipient god realm expert. His competence was at the peak. Unless Ling Zhao could reach the same realm as him, he couldn't kill Chu Zhenlu in a blink of an eye. Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming were at the same realm as Chu Zhenlu, but they didn't notice Ling Zhao's god soul approaching. Go to hell! Ling Zhao's god soul shouted fiercely and immediately exploded with killing intent. However, at this time, Chu Zhenlu's burrowing holy mouse attacked his god soul doppelganger. Sweet! As it screeched, an earthy yellow pillar of light shot out from its mouth. This was a peak mid-stage 11th order burrowing saint beast. The power of its attack was not to be trifled with. Oh no, it found me! Ling Zhao's god soul cursed. He knew that the burrowing holy beast had found him. Holy beasts weren't like humans. They had perceptive senses that humans couldn't compare to. Some of them could actually find Ling Zhao's god soul. Ling Zhao's god soul had to stop the burrowing holy mouse's attack. Who's there? While Chao Tsang and Xiang Guangming were dealing with the giant stone man, they could still sense the commotion around them. The burrowing holy beast wouldn't attack for no reason. Moreover, its attack was blocked. They immediately knew that someone had hidden from their soul consciousness and had come to this area. The burrowing holy mouse was determined not to let Ling Xiao approach Chu Jinlu. It continued to attack him. Xiang Guangming took out a mirror and shouted, "What is it? Show me everything." Swoosh. His mirror shone at Ling Xiao's god soul. A dazzling white light flashed. Ling Xiao already wanted to escape, but he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party's mirror light. His invisible clone was revealed under the other party's divine mirror. When Xiang Guangming saw Ling Xiao's god soul, he immediately said in surprise, "How can it be you?" He saw that Ling Xiao's real body was still over there. Now, he saw another one that was exactly the same as over there. It truly made him extremely shocked. It might be a double. Don't care, kill it in one go. Chao Tsung roared in alarm. He raised his spear and stabbed at Ling Xiao's god soul. Ling Xiao knew that wanting to kill Chu Jinlu was already impossible, so he immediately summoned his god's soul clone back. Chao Tsung's move missed. He immediately watched as Ling Xiao's god's soul split into a ball of soul force and disappeared in front of him. He was visibly moved and said, This is a flesh and god's soul. Stop shouting. Hurry up and kill them. It won't be a problem to let old Chu recuperate here." Xiang Guangming shouted in alarm. The divine mirror in his hand radiated brilliance and shone in Ling Xiao's direction. Now, this divine light was no longer just a simple reflection. Instead, it contained the attack power of a high-level supreme martial artist. Once hit by it, it would be no laughing matter. This force directly shattered many of the scorched stones, and was already rushing towards Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth was able to block this power one step ahead of time. "Dragon Fifth, let's retreat," Ling Xiao shouted at Dragon Fifth in alarm. The other party had two high-level supreme martial artists. They had no chance of winning at all. If they didn't retreat now, only death awaited them. Dragon Fifth listened to Ling Xiao's instructions. He swept to Ling Xiao's side, pulled Ling Xiao, and fled at full speed. He had already swallowed the dragon pearl. His power surged, and his speed was as fast as lightning. Countless scorched stones and giant stone golems were sent flying. Damn it! This true dragon is using the power of the dragon pearl. Quick, old Xiang, chase after them. We must make them stay. Chao Caosong shouted anxiously as he chased at full speed. He wanted this true dragon mythological beast the most. If he let it escape, who knew when he would be able to find it again? Xiang Guangming naturally wanted to help Chao Caosong, but without Chu Jinlu and the burrowing holy beast leading the way, not only were they affected by the gravitational field, but they were also bombarded by the nearby scorched stones and giant stone golems. Their speed was greatly affected. By the time the two of them passed through the giant stone golems' territory, Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth were nowhere to be seen. "Old Chao, let's stop chasing. Let's go back and see how old Chu is doing." Xiang Guangming couldn't be bothered to continue chasing. He knew that there would be no results even if they continued, so he suggested this. "No, we can't let them go. Otherwise, it will be difficult to capture them again." Chao Caosong hurriedly replied. "Then you chase after them yourself. That kid has the help of the true dragon. If he really escapes, you and I won't be able to catch up. Why don't we go back and contact the other gang brothers and capture them on the whole domain path?" Xiang Guangming agreed. All right then. Go back and bring old Chu out first. I'll chase after them for a while. If it really doesn't work, we'll go back and meet up." Chao Caosong was still a little unwilling to give up. After agreeing, he continued chasing in the direction that Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth had left. Xiang Guangming watched Chao Caosong's departing figure and shook his head. That kid is very crafty. Old Chu was at a disadvantage, yet you still chased after him. You must have a death wish. Ling Xiao let Dragon Fifth pull him away. Now that they had passed through the giant stone golem's territory, they only needed to avoid the floating scorched stones and they could leave quickly. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to go the same way as Yuan Zhantian. He was afraid that the pursuers would attack Yuan Zhantian and the others, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, he chose to escape in another direction, even further away from the domain passage. After running for a full 3 days, Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth finally stopped to rest. There were not as many drifting scorched stones in this area, and the gravitational field was not as obvious. Let's fight that guy here, Ling Xiao said to Dragon Fifth. There's only one human. I can deal with him, Dragon Fifth replied confidently. Ling Xiao didn't expect that only one of the 3 high-level Supremes would chase after him. This greatly reduced the pressure on him. We can't be careless. The other party still has a sacred beast to protect them. Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pill and raised his condition to its peak. At this time, Cao Caozong slowly walked out of the space with a divine spear in hand. Golden light radiated from his body, and he said with a cold expression, "Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Do you really think that you can escape?" Now that they had not fallen into the illusion formation and were not in the giant stone golem's territory, Cao Caozong was very confident that he could capture and kill Ling Xiao. Subduing the true dragon divine beast was not a problem. Chapter 1552. Hee, you're really bold. Don't you remember the power of the illusion array? What you're seeing now is an illusion. Ling Xiao smiled at Cao Caozong. Sure enough, Cao Caozong became nervous when he heard this. However, he quickly adjusted himself and said, You've been on the run for so many days and you still have the time to set up an illusion array. I'll consider you impressive. Hand over your life. Cao Caozong roared in shock and the spear in his hand shot out at Ling Xiao. The power was so majestic that it pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. No wonder he was a high-level supreme being. Dragon Fifth let out a roar and his body transformed into his true form. The dragon pearl swallowed forward, and a world-shaking power blocked Cao Caozong's attack. What a true dragon divine beast. Submit to me. Only I am worthy to be your master. Cao Caozong admired this mighty true dragon even more now. As he spoke, he summoned his peak mid-tier 11th grade holy beast. This was a golden lion. Its golden fur shone with a dazzling light and its mountain-like body was exceptionally mighty. Eat that kid for me. Cao Caozong ordered the golden lion to deal with Ling Xiao while he personally fought the true dragon divine beast. Cao Caozong believed that his strength was enough to deal with a true dragon divine beast that was 1 grade lower than him, even if it was using the power of the dragon pearl. But Ling Xiao was only a low-level divine power. Even if he had flesh, blood, and divine soul, he could forget about hurting the golden lion. However, he really didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He didn't just know how to set up an illusion array. His combat strength was unparalleled among those of the same grade. Ling Xiao summoned his divine soul clone again. This time, he didn't hide anymore. He charged at the golden lion and used the imperial dragon sky-destroying art to fight it. The blazing heavenly fire made the golden lion extremely uncomfortable, but it was not so easy to deal with. Its lion roar was almost as terrifying as a dragon's roar, shaking Ling Xiao's soul to the point that it almost collapsed. It was just that Ling Xiao wasn't really fighting to the death with his divine soul avatar. This was just a ploy to distract the enemy. The real killing was still on his side. The divine Bodhi bow had already appeared in his hand, and his combat power increased by 70 times. He locked onto the golden lion's aura, preparing to kill it in 1 strike. Ling Xiao wanted to shoot at Cao Caozong, but he was not strong enough to deal with him. Moreover, Cao Caozong had a high-rank ancient god artifact. It would be a pity if he destroyed his divine Bodhi arrow. Shio! The powerful green arrow shadow shot towards the golden lion. Cao Caozong sensed that this power was extraordinary. He glanced over and shouted, "Male lion, be careful." He wanted to go over and block the green light, but the divine beast's true body was extremely difficult to deal with. It forcibly blocked his energy path. The golden lion was still fighting with Ling Xiao's divine soul. When it heard Cao Caozong's warning, it also sensed the power of the arrow. It relied on its nimble movements to leap out of the way. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar continued to attack with the heavenly fire, injuring the golden lion several times. Unfortunately, the heavenly fire couldn't even touch its flesh. The golden lion thought that everything was fine after dodging the arrow shadow, but the arrow suddenly turned around and shot towards its rear. Rumble! In the end, the golden lion was still too careless, and the divine Bodhi arrow struck its rear. More than half of its flesh festered, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The golden lion howled in pain. "Damned bastard, I'll kill you!" Chao Cao roared in fury. He forcefully evaded Dragon Fifth's attack and charged towards Ling Xiao. Dragon Fifth continued to chase after him, but he was still a hair's breadth from catching up. Chao Cao turned his spear into a staff and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's head. Clang! There was no way Ling Xiao could dodge the power of a high-level Supreme Being's attack. His head took the blow, and his body was smashed into the ground, shattering many charred rocks. This strike could kill anyone below the level of a high-level Supreme Being. However, Chao Cao could clearly sense that Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet. A powerful reaction force appeared above his head, blocking the power of the ancient divine spear. This little bastard really has a lot of good stuff. I must kill him, Chao Cao said with a greedy expression. At this time, Dragon Fifth attacked again. The power of the Dragon Pearl emitted a heaven-destroying divine might that enveloped Chao Cao. Chao Cao had no choice but to turn around to face Dragon Fifth. He planned to cripple this true dragon before he could properly deal with the other little bastard. However, his pitiful golden lion had more than half of its body destroyed. Before it could recover, Ling Xiao's divine soul blasted out the twin dragon wind fiendish dragons, finally breaking through its defenses. The destructive power invaded its body. The golden lion was burned and corroded by the destructive power. It was in excruciating pain, causing it to roar incessantly. Chao Cao was distracted once again. He took a swipe from the dragon's tail and was sent flying. Ling Xiao's real body appeared again. That blow from the staff had scared him so much that he almost lost his soul. If not for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he would have died without a doubt. This Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was his life-saving treasure. Ling Xiao's divine soul attack succeeded, so he didn't attack the golden lion anymore. It could no longer escape the heavenly fire. It was doomed. After his divine soul returned, Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pill and a stalk of ghost soul grass to recover soul power. A confident expression appeared on his face. "You dare to chase me alone? Then you can stay here forever." Ling Xiao drew out all his soul power. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Shadowless's golden dragon spear pierced through the void and directly attacked Chao Cao. Chao Cao didn't know that Ling Xiao knew a soul power attack secret technique. He was also fighting Dragon Fifth. His sea of consciousness had no defense at all. The soul power golden spear pierced through his divine soul. Ah! He clutched his head and screamed. His body immediately lost its ability to attack and defend. Dragon Fifth took this opportunity to wreak havoc and ruthlessly swiped down with his dragon claws. Chao Cao's divine body was basically torn apart by this powerful strike. Chao Cao was scared out of his wits. He just remembered that the dead Tong Bai once told him that this kid knew a soul power attack secret technique. How could he forget this? He was already regretting chasing alone. He thought that as long as he could stall this true dragon divine beast and let his saint beast protector eat that little bastard, everything would be fine. Now, he really regretted not stacking his divine body. His divine body quickly recovered, and he quickly retreated. He didn't want to stay here any longer. It's easy to come, but it'll be hard to escape. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to let Chao Cao escape again. He summoned his ghost and launched a soul power attack at Chao Cao at the same time. Chao Cao was injured first, so he wasn't as fast as before. Although his divine soul had entered a defensive state, it was useless against the combined attacks of Ling Xiao and the ghost. His divine soul suffered another heavy blow, and he clutched his head and screamed in pain. This time, his injuries were even more severe. Dragon Fifth chased after him, swinging his dragon tail and sending him crashing into the charred rocks. His divine body began to crack. Dragon Fifth didn't let him go just like that. He continued to chase after him and unleashed another barrage of attacks. Chao Cao's divine body exploded again and again. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and his aura fell to its lowest point. This time, it was impossible for Chao Cao's divine weapon to take him away. It was firmly suppressed by Ling Xiao and couldn't move at all. After all, it was just a divine weapon. Without Qiao Caocong's leadership, it was nothing to be afraid of. Last time, Ling Xiao had only let it escape with Qiao Caocong because he'd been careless. Qiao Caocong had come alone, but with Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth's cooperation, he'd been beaten to the brink of death. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. 3 mid-grade puppets died, but I've gained a high-grade supreme expert. It's worth it. After saying that, Ling Xiao used the soul-locking spell to restrain Qiao Caocong. Ling Xiao finally had a high-grade supreme puppet, which gave him another layer of protection on the domain road. After taking down Qiao Caocong, Ling Xiao could finally have a good rest. The continuous battles of attrition were too much for him to bear. He was simply too exhausted. Several days later, not only had Ling Xiao recovered, but his god soul had also reached the peak of the mid-grade. His god soul had reached this level so quickly because he'd absorbed the god souls of many supreme and incipient god realm experts, including Tong Bai's high-level god soul. His god soul had been strengthened quickly. Previously, he'd received the heavenly lightning baptism, which made his energy even purer. 3 days ago, he'd absorbed the god souls of the 3 fallen mid-grade supreme experts. With the help of the soul energy, he'd successfully reached the peak of the mid-grade. After Ling Xiao recovered, he let Qiao Caocong eat the ghost soul grass to heal his wounds. Then, he took him, Dragon Fifth, and the ghosts out of the scorched stone space. The area occupied by the scorched stone space wasn't small, and Ling Xiao had chosen a place that was far from the domain road. Naturally, it wouldn't be easy to return to the domain road. Along the way, he'd encountered many strong groups of earth attribute holy beasts and some giant stone men, forcing him to fight and run. Of course, he'd also collected many divine blacksmithing materials along the way. They were all rare materials that were hard to find in the outside world. Not only that, he'd also sensed some supreme and incipient god realm experts wandering or cultivating in this area. Of course, they were the earth attribute supreme and incipient god realm experts. They could use this natural environment to become stronger. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had left the scorched stone space and gone to another space area that was even more dangerous. When Ling Xiao sensed the abnormality of this space, they were all involuntarily sucked in by the power of that space. Ling Xiao, Dragon Fifth, and the ghosts weren't ordinary existences, but they still couldn't resist the disturbance of this power. It showed how strange and powerful this space was. Chapter 1553. Whoosh whoosh. In a space where the wind was raging incessantly, a terrifying whistling sound could be heard. The stormy space was the most dangerous space on the East Domain Road. The power of the storm here was abnormally terrifying. It was a storm that had already surpassed the level of a natural disaster. It could sweep up anything in the world and twist them into dust, causing them to disappear in this boundless space. Ling Xiao brought Dragon Fifth and the ghost through the scorched stone space. They didn't know that they had arrived at the intersection of the stormy space and were instantly swept up by the storm. Ling Xiao didn't know how many times he'd been in a life or death situation. He didn't panic, and he immediately called Dragon Fifth and the ghost back. He couldn't lose them. Ling Xiao didn't know how many times he had been in a life or death situation. Although they were powerful, if they were lost, their strength would be scattered. The crisis they faced would not be so easy to solve. Moreover, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to reunite them. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was bewildered by the storm. His god body was in so much pain that it was hard to bear. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was much more abnormal than the average supreme being, he would have been twisted into a pool of blood the moment he fell into this place. Even so, his divine body was still being destroyed by the terrifying power of the storm. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and the Dragon Scale Divine Armor. Under the situation of multiple layers of defense, he was able to protect his vital parts and didn't die immediately. F***ck, what the hell is this space? The power of the wind is so terrifying. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He was like a small boat in a stormy sea. He had no control over his body at all and was swept into an unknown space. He struggled with all his might to stabilize his body, but it was of no use. His head was in a mess and his stomach was churning. He almost vomited out his internal organs. Just when Ling Xiao was trying to stabilize his body, the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness finally began to display its magical effect. The wind attribute power of the same origin began to add to Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao's body to slow down. He was able to stabilize his body and no longer be shaken. At the same time, the congenital chilly wind bead was still absorbing the power of the wind element around it. The bead glowed with a gray light that it hadn't seen for a long time, and it made a strange sound of zheng zheng. It seemed to be extremely excited and greedy. The three alternate creatures that followed Ling Xiao had all obtained opportunities to advance quickly. But among the three, the connate Yin wind bead was lagging far behind. There was no need to talk about the demon phantom heavenly fire bead. It had absorbed a large portion of the nirvanic heavenly fire bead's power, allowing it to advance by a large level. As for the tree of immortality, it had obtained a treasure land that was suitable for it to grow naturally, allowing it to take root. On the other hand, the innate Yin wind bead had not advanced in strength for many years. Now, in this stormy space, it had a unique source of wind element power, allowing it to absorb as much as it wanted to become stronger. Ling Xiao naturally didn't have the mood to care about the energy it absorbed. The more it absorbed, the greater the benefits it would bring him. Right now, he had to do his best to calm down the dizziness and nausea he felt just now. After a full 2 hours, Ling Xiao felt much better. At this time, he noticed that the nearby storm was wreaking havoc. The boundless wind made this area seem vast and boundless. Basically, he couldn't see anything more than 1,000 meters away. Or perhaps, there was basically nothing here. After all, if it wanted to survive in this kind of environment, it was almost impossible for anything to withstand the long-term devastation of this storm. Even a wind element supremacy or living creature could forget about cultivating and becoming stronger in this place. How did I end up in this damned place? If not for the congenital chilly wind bead, I'm afraid I would have been blown to God knows where. How unlucky! Ling Xiao cursed, feeling extremely unlucky. Ling Xiao looked around for a while and then tried to think of a way to leave this place. Unexpectedly, the congenital chilly wind bead seemed to know Ling Xiao's intention. It kept sending out signals as if telling Ling Xiao to stay. It also wanted to struggle out of Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Oh right, in this space there might be a wind element genesis stone. I can search around here and let the congenital chilly wind bead absorb the energy here. After all, if I go out now, I will be watched by the people of the Red Snake Gang. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as an idea flashed through his mind. Although he was in a hurry to get to the 9-colored exquisite tree, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it could still last for 100 years. It had only taken him 3 years to get to the outer domain, so he still had a lot of time. Moreover, even if he returned to the domain path now, he could only escape. It would be better to let this matter pass first and then find other Genesis stones here. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao contacted the congenital chilly wind bead. He couldn't let the congenital chilly wind bead leave his sea of consciousness. Otherwise, he would be blown away again. He just let the congenital chilly wind bead know that he wouldn't leave this place for a while, so it could absorb as much of the wind origin energy as it wanted. At the same time, he hoped that it could give him directions to find the place with the densest wind element and see if there was a Genesis stone. The congenital chilly wind bead naturally responded to Ling Xiao immediately. As long as it could stay here and become stronger, it was willing to do anything. Thus, Ling Xiao let the congenital chilly wind bead absorb the energy crazily. It also converted a lot of energy into his divine bridge, allowing his divine power to accumulate bit by bit. This conversion and absorption speed was astonishing. It was dozens of times faster than when he was cultivating in seclusion. The congenital chilly wind bead was like a hungry wolf that was crazily devouring the energy. Heaven and earth treasures like them didn't have any bottlenecks or limitations. As long as there was energy, it could absorb it all. This greatly benefited Ling Xiao. He wanted to completely relax here and meditate for a period of time before anything else. However, this thought flashed in his mind and he didn't do it. Instead, he followed the congenital chilly wind bead's senses and walked deeper into this area. Flying here wasn't as difficult as flying in the scorched stone space. The scorched stone space had a gravitational field, and the scorched stone space had a terrifying hurricane. As long as he didn't use his divine power to stabilize his body, he would be blown away easily. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to be careful at all times. He didn't dare to be careless. Thus, he followed the congenital chilly wind bead's guidance and walked aimlessly. He walked for a whole month. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had walked. Luckily, he was used to such boring days. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure the torture of this harsh environment. Along the way, he didn't find anything. However, the congenital chilly wind bead was infinitely close to advancing. He believed that it wouldn't take long for it to advance. Now, the storm around him was getting stronger and stronger. His physical body was in extreme pain. Even his vision was greatly reduced. He had to squint his eyes from time to time to avoid being cut by the wind blades. If he didn't have the divine dragon scale armor on his body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the violent attacks of the storm and would have exploded just by relying on his strong physical body. When will this end? Ling Xiao said bitterly. His consumption of divine power was even greater than when he was in the scorched stone space. If he had only relied on his own divine power, he wouldn't have been able to maintain it for so long. It was all thanks to the Khanate wind bead that was constantly absorbing the energy and supplying him with so much divine power. At this time, the congenital chilly wind bead suddenly became extremely fierce. It felt like it had encountered a Z jewel of the same origin. It was a strong reaction of hostility. Ling Xiao immediately tensed up. He thought to himself, could it be that there's a Z jewel here? He looked around, but unfortunately, he could only see within 100 meters. He couldn't see any further. The storm was still fierce, and the wind blades were still as powerful as a peerless master's attack. All of a sudden, a different kind of wind swept out from a direction. This gust of wind was a tornado, but this tornado was not the usual gray or white. Instead, it was golden in color, and it carried with it an incomparably powerful and overbearing force as it charged forward. The wind blades around it roared like a golden dragon. The sharp wind blades were like top-grade ancient god weapons. Anything that came into contact with them would be shredded into pieces. It was tens of thousands of meters tall, and the golden wind blades came from far away. Its power was much more terrifying than any wind in the vicinity. Ling Xiao's face paled when he saw this. He didn't even think about it before he flew back at full speed. The golden tornado was clearly coming for him. This is definitely the legendary Golden Dragon Berserk Tornado. Didn't they say that it only exists in the golden wind space? Why is it here? Ling Xiao's face was dripping with cold sweat. He had absorbed a lot of knowledge from the memories of many Supremes, including this legendary top-grade storm. It was a destructive natural disaster that even pinnacle Supremes were afraid of. Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a mid-grade ancient god weapon. He was also wearing a set of dragon-scale godly armor, which was equivalent to a double layer of defense. However, in this Golden Dragon Berserk Tornado, even the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop might not be able to protect him. Ling Xiao wished he had been born with an extra pair of legs. He retreated in the direction indicated by the Khanate wind bead, pushing all his strength to the limit. The golden tornado was really hot on his heels. It was moving extremely fast, and it was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was being cut by countless golden wind blades. The dragon-scale godly armor had already started to crack. If the golden tornado got any closer, it would be disintegrated and destroyed. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Xiao was already anxious to the extreme. His divine power had already soared to the extreme. Even the two mutated beads were giving him endless pushing power. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be killed by the Golden Dragon Berserk Tornado, another phenomenon appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao, who had already reached a state of despair, wanted to roll his eyes and die when he saw this phenomenon. He still had a chance of survival in this hopeless situation. Now, even the last chance of survival was about to be severed. Chapter 1554. The Golden Dragon Hurricane was one of the most powerful natural disasters in the world, and anyone who encountered it was basically doomed to die. If not for Ling Zhao's connate sinister wind bead's warning and early detection of the Golden Dragon Hurricane, he wouldn't have been able to retreat in time. However, he followed the connate sinister wind bead's instructions and ran away, only to find himself in a place of true death. In front of him, there was another gale of a different color. This was a true black storm. Balls of extremely rich black energy were imbued with extremely potent corrosive power, and the devastating winds were not inferior to the Golden Dragon raging winds in the slightest. Both of them were giant tornadoes that were over 10,000 meters tall. The Black Hurricane was also heading in his direction. Once the two great hurricanes converged on him, even if Ling Zhao was one of the top existences on the sovereign ranking, he would only be able to become a speck of dust in the middle of the hurricane. The heavens want me dead, Ling Zhao. For the first time, Ling Zhao revealed a look of despair. Ling Zhao had never felt so hopeless before, not even when he was in a dangerous place, or when he was facing a stronger opponent. But just as the two hurricanes were about to reach him, the connate sinister wind bead jumped in his consciousness, urging Ling Zhao to rush toward the Black Hurricane. Ling Zhao had no choice but to grit his teeth, close his eyes, and rush toward the Black Hurricane. Ling Zhao was already prepared to face the fate of being corroded and strangled to death. However, when he fell into the Black Hurricane, he didn't feel that way. Instead, he felt as if he was being protected, and his heart instantly relaxed. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a violent impact caused his body to shake violently, just like when he first fell into this space. Boom, boom, boom. Not only that, the feeling grew more and more intense, exceeding the scope of a natural disaster, and he directly fainted from the impact. What Ling Zhao didn't know was that this was the result of the battle between the two great natural disasters. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Zhao slowly opened his eyes, and an incomparably intense pain assaulted his body. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that his entire body was festering, and the dragon-scale divine armor was completely cracked and rotten. It had lost all its divine power and didn't have the slightest luster. It's all right, I should thank the heavens that I'm still alive. Ling Zhao smiled bitterly with difficulty. He was already prepared to die, but now it seemed that he really had the fate of a cockroach. To be able to survive by a fluke was really something to rejoice about. Ling Zhao forced himself to circulate the ancient emperor divine art to heal his injuries and figure out the situation here. 2 hours later, he managed to prop his body up and found that the innate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness had disappeared. As he searched, he discovered to his surprise that it was hovering above his head, radiating waves of wind-attributed origin energy. It absorbed the dense black storm energy to its heart's content, and at the same time, it separated a portion of it to protect his body, not allowing him to feel any jolting or tossing about in this place. Could it be that the Black Storm won the battle between the two great storms? Ling Zhao guessed. Just as he was about to swallow the divine pellet to recover his divine power and injuries, his eyes were fixed on a floating black carbon stone in front of him. This piece of black carbon looked ordinary and unremarkable, but the storm was blowing around it, and not a single wind blade landed on its body. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked happy. Is this the Wind Attribute Genesis Stone? Ling Zhao had stepped on the territory path to find the Wood Attribute Genesis Stone. At the same time, he hoped to find other Attribute Genesis Stones along the way. That would be perfect. The stone in front of him seemed to be the Genesis Stone. How could Ling Zhao not be happy? But when he looked at it carefully, he felt that it was different from the Source Stone. He didn't feel the thick wind attribute Genesis power coming from the black carbon stone. Instead, there was a lot of wind attribute Genesis power around it. This was similar to the characteristics of the Source Stone. At the same time, the wind attribute origin power that was gathering contained another black corrosive power. This power was the same as the black storm that Ling Zhao had seen before. Could it be the black wind divine stone that created the black storm? Ling Zhao's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. The Black Wind Divine Stone was a top-grade divine stone that was only inferior to the Wind Attribute Genesis Stone. It could also gather origin power, but its origin power wasn't the purest kind. It contained the special origin power of the black wind's corrosive power. The more Ling Xiao looked at it, the more he felt that it was the black wind divine stone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have formed that black storm. Moreover, he thought of the other golden dragon storm. It was definitely possible that there was another golden dragon wind stone there. These two kinds of divine stones were extremely rare and only existed in legends. In history, they had only appeared once or twice. No wonder the innate chilling wind bead brought me here. It's the same thing as the black wind divine stone. They both have the characteristic of corrosive wind, so I don't have to be afraid of being hurt. Ling Xiao said in realization. At this moment he was in a good mood. The innate chilling wind bead was absorbing the remaining power of the black storm to evolve. Once it evolved, he would collect the black wind divine stone. That would definitely be a great harvest. If he could find another golden dragon wind stone, the harvest would definitely not be any less than the Genesis stone. It might even exceed the value of the Genesis stone. As for the golden dragon wind stone, to Xiao Jin and Muscle, these metal and wind attribute saint beasts, it was the best top-grade divine item. It could help them transform their bodies and accelerate the absorption of explosive power. Ling Xiao really wanted to collect the black wind divine stone. However, he couldn't leave the protection of the innate chilling wind bead. He could only wait for the innate chilling wind bead to evolve first. By the way, I'm also of the wind attribute. I could make use of the environment here to make myself stronger. Maybe I could adapt to the wind speed here. At the same time, I could increase my speed and use of wind attribute attacks. Ling Xiao was bored, so he decided to quiet down and improve his strength first. After all, he wouldn't be able to leave this place anytime soon. He might as well speed up the accumulation of power. With this plan, Ling Xiao immediately relaxed his body and mind. He operated his divine technique and absorbed all the wind attribute source energy and the power of origin into his dantian. The violent wind attribute energy here wasn't something that ordinary people could absorb. However, Ling Xiao had already fused with the innate chilling wind bead and possessed some of its special powers. He could purify and filter the violent wind attribute energy and transform it into the purest wind attribute energy for him to absorb. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been cultivating here. It seemed like 2 or 3 months, but it also seemed like a year. In short, there was no change of day and night. He didn't know how much time had passed. Ling Xiao's realm was originally at the middle stage of the low-level Supreme Master realm. Now, there were signs of him advancing to the late stage. In such an environment where the power was the purest, as long as he could absorb the energy here, it would be much faster than cultivating anywhere else. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He didn't think that he could reach the peak of the low level just by absorbing the energy here, unless he had enough time to continue cultivating here. The innate chilling wind bead still hadn't made a breakthrough. He was a little anxious, afraid that he would miss the time to search for the 9-colored exquisite tree. He couldn't cultivate in peace, nor could he urge the innate chilling wind bead. Thus, he calmed his mind and felt the true characteristics of the wind attribute energy. He wanted to see if he could master a movement technique and attack method like this storm. If he could do that, his movement technique would definitely improve to the next level. He would be able to fight against a mid-level Supreme Master realm without losing. Ling Xiao relaxed his body and mind. He wholeheartedly felt the whistling storm. Speed, wind, all kinds of characteristics kept changing in a cycle. Ling Xiao continued to comprehend, meditate, and deduce. Gradually, he felt as though he had melded into the tempest, becoming a part of it. Following the tempest, he continued to move, blow, and sweep along with it. After an unknown period of time, when Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized that he didn't know where he was. He was actually drifting along with the wind speed and wind rate of the storm. He had long charged out of the protection given to him by the innate chilling wind bead. I can actually adapt to the wind speed and wind rate. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. However, in this moment of absent-mindedness, his body was blown away by the storm again. He flipped over and his body was attacked by strong wind blades. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would definitely be blown away and not know what to do. But now, he didn't panic at all. He actually felt that he could control the feeling of being blown away. As long as he moved along the path of the wind, he wouldn't be hurt by the wind blades. He could also use the direction of the wind to fly faster. He could also find the eye of the storm and stabilize his body without being disturbed. Ling Xiao adjusted his body. He stepped on the eye of the storm and used the wind to fly quickly in this area. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Xiao was extremely pleased. He seemed to have turned into the energy of the storm. He could fly freely here and no longer be harmed or disturbed by the storm. At the same time, his speed had increased by more than a few times. In this place, he was simply the real god of wind. He could use the environment here to kill any enemy, even if the enemy was a high-level supreme master. Ha, refreshing. This is the true meaning of the wind, the true extreme wind speed. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. After being pleased with himself, Ling Xiao wanted to go back to look for the innate chilling wind beat. He suddenly felt the presence of the human race nearby. Chapter 1555. The space of storms had always been a space of no return. Anyone who entered this place basically had a slim chance of survival. Those who could escape from this place were top-notch supreme beings, and only those with the wind attribute. Only those with the wind attribute like Ling Xiao, who possessed a unique wind attribute treasure, would be able to avoid the attacks of these storms. Only then would they be able to withstand the effects of these storms. Ling Xiao suddenly sensed a trace of the aura of the human race, and these auras were mixed with the storm here. Could it be that there are still people using the environment here to cultivate? Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a puzzled look. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided not to meddle in other people's business. He had enough troubles now, and if he provoked another terrifying existence, it would not be worth it at all. Ling Xiao sensed the direction of the innate Yin wind bead and took a step forward with the magical wind steps, turning into a part of the storm and disappeared from the spot. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that as soon as he disappeared, a figure suddenly appeared in the place where he had been standing. This person was a tall and thin old man, with a head of messy white hair fluttering in the wind, covering his face, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. His slender body was wearing a gray robe, and the sleeves of his robe were constantly fluttering. His figure was like a pine tree, and he stood in the storm, not affected by the power of the storm. This kind of feeling of the wind and clouds, even Ling Xiao, who had some understanding now, could not achieve this. He actually slipped away. Could it be that there is someone more familiar with the space of storms than this old man? And the direction he went is the most likely direction of the black storm, simply reckless. The old man said faintly, and then turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. In this storm, Ling Xiao began to consciously step on the trajectory of the storm, and this speed had far exceeded his original speed by many times. This amazing speed could naturally only be displayed in this unique space. If it was in other places, without the help of these storms, the speed would naturally decline. Ling Xiao's proficiency in this kind of movement technique had already surpassed the realm of his original movement technique, evolving into a more perfect movement technique realm. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. This saying isn't wrong at all. Being able to increase my movement speed here is definitely a great harvest. With my current movement speed, coupled with the increase in my combat strength, I should be able to reach the peak of a middle-level supreme martial artist. If I'm here, even a high-level supreme martial artist won't be able to do anything to me. Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably delighted smile. He continued to run, his movement technique constantly changing his position. These wind blades did not harm him at all. After flying for an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao returned to the location of the innate Yin wind bead. At this time, it finally began to advance. Countless black storms constantly surged towards it, and the other wind forces in the vicinity were all devoured by it. Under its all-out absorption, another giant storm was formed, just like the black storm that Ling Xiao had seen before, except that its power was slightly weaker than the black storm, and could be considered a simplified version of the black storm. Ling Xiao could also feel that these black wind blades contained an incomparably dense corrosive power. This corrosive power was definitely enough to make any supreme martial artist afraid. Once touched, it would be impossible to get rid of it easily. This meant that the innate In Wind Bead's death chi had completely advanced, and just like the demon Heavenly Fire Bead, it had reached the stage where it could threaten a supreme martial artist or an incipient God realm expert. Ling Xiao did not approach the innate In Wind Bead, and let it advance on its own. After it advanced, it would be the time for him to harvest it. Now, his gaze shifted to the Black Wind Divine Stone not far from him. It was the only one that was not disturbed by the innate In Wind Bead, and was still quietly floating there. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands, his eyes glowing as he said, "If I don't harvest it now, when will I?" The Black Wind Divine Stone could not create a black storm at any time. For it to create a natural disaster tornado, it had to accumulate and evolve over a long period of time. It had already consumed tens of thousands of years of energy to fight against the Golden Dragon storm. It was impossible for it to create another black storm in a short time. Ling Xiao effortlessly collected it into the cauldron. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Xiao walked around the area to see if he could find the Golden Dragon Wind Stone. However, he could not find it after searching everywhere, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Forget it, I will look for it after the innate In Wind Bead advances." Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and then returned to the vicinity of the innate In Wind Bead. At this time, the innate In Wind Bead finally completed its advancement. From the original gray bead, it had turned into a pure black bead. The strong black wind that it emitted was extremely strange and evil. As Ling Xiao approached, the innate In Wind Bead happily circled around Ling Xiao a few times, and then disappeared into his sea of consciousness. Swoosh swoosh. When it entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it began to feed back a large amount of energy to Ling Feixiao. Ling Xiao already knew that this would happen, and immediately entered a state of full acceptance. Without a doubt, the energy feedback from the innate In Wind Bead was extremely powerful. It directly allowed Ling Xiao to break through to the low-level Supreme Being realm, and was only a step away from the mid-level Supreme Being realm. As for the strength of his spirit, it was also strengthened. Although it could not break through to the high-level Supreme Being realm with the help of this energy, it was extremely close. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to break through and become stronger so quickly was definitely related to the two strange beads in his sea of consciousness. Very good, as long as I consolidate it for a period of time, I can break through to the next level. Ling Xiao clenched his fist and smiled excitedly. Then, he asked the innate In Wind Bead if it could still sense the existence of the Golden Dragon Violent Wind, or the aura that was close to it. The innate In Wind Bead was naturally very sensitive to energy of the same origin. It was naturally easy for it to find things related to the wind attribute here. In addition, its strength had increased greatly, and it was extremely confident. It then directed Ling Xiao to a direction. After flying for a while, Ling Xiao finally saw the Golden Dragon Wind Stone that he had been waiting for. It was in the shape of a dragon, and it was flickering with incomparably sharp metal wind, making it difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Fortunately, its energy has already dissipated, or else I really wouldn't be able to keep it. Ling Xiao said in satisfaction. With this Golden Dragon Wind Stone, it would be of great benefit to him, Xiao Jin, and Muscle. Ling Xiao absorbed the metal wind energy in the vicinity, and then kept the Golden Dragon Wind Stone. These two top-notch divine stones added together were even more precious than the wind attribute Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao had mistakenly fallen into this space storm, and all the gains he had obtained were really immeasurable. It was a peerless opportunity that even the peak supreme beings would be amazed by. As long as Ling Xiao used these two divine stones as his foundation, and found a place to cultivate for 10,000 years, he would definitely become a true peak supreme being. He would be able to fight against the universe, and no one would be able to defeat him. After all, these two divine stones could allow him to congeal the Black Storm and the Golden Dragon Violent Wind. The attacks of these two types of wind energy were incomparably powerful within the same level. However, if Ling Xiao really wanted to do so, he wouldn't have taken the trouble to come to the outer domain to find the Genesis Stone. After Ling Xiao kept the 2 divine stones, he searched the space storm again and unexpectedly found some rare wind attribute items. However, compared to the 2 divine stones, these items were far less valuable. But for a divine king or supreme being with the wind attribute, these items were good items that were hard to find. After staying here for about 1 or 2 years, Ling Xiao finally let the innate In Wind Pearl guide him to leave this place and return to the domain path. I don't know how Brother Yuan is, I hope he's all right. Ling Xiao was worried about Yuan Zhantian's safety, and he flew at full speed towards the outside of the space storm. After flying for an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao finally felt that the power of the wind in the space storm had greatly weakened. Perhaps he had already reached the periphery of the space storm. The power of the wind here was much weaker compared to the depths, but it was still very strong for ordinary people. Once someone fell into this place, they would be swept into the depths like Ling Xiao. Unless there was a wind attribute supreme being like him who had a strange object to protect his body, or a wind attribute supreme being who had a deep understanding of the path of the storm, there was no way one could be safe here. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to go out, he suddenly discovered that someone was chasing him from within the space storm. Moreover, that person's speed was peerless. In just a breath's time, he was already within 1,000 meters of him. Who could be so terrifying? Ling Xiao thought to himself, and immediately became vigilant. Those who could walk around here were naturally extraordinary people. He suspected that it was the person he had sensed before. Just as he paused for a moment, that person finally appeared in front of him. This person was the old man who had appeared before. His silver hair was fluttering in the wind, and there was a calm expression on his face. From his facial features, one could vaguely see the shadow of his youthful and handsome appearance. His tall and thin figure was as straight as a pine tree, and he leisurely strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back. Ling Xiao looked at this person, and his heart was incomparably shocked. He couldn't clearly see what realm this person's strength had reached, and he gave off a vast and unfathomable feeling. Not only that, the innate In Wind bead in his sea of consciousness sent him a message, saying that this person had a wind attribute unique treasure on him, just like him. Such a young lad can actually be like a fish in water here, it's really rare. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said in a surprised voice, "Fortunately, he's not an enemy." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, and after bowing to the old man, he planned to leave first. "Lad, wait a moment." The old man called out, "What's the matter, milord?" Ling Xiao tried to lower his posture as much as possible, and at the same time, he was secretly on guard. "Lad, don't be nervous. I'm just curious that you can survive in this space storm. It's really an anomaly. You should have a wind attribute unique treasure on you, right?" The old man smiled faintly and thought to himself, could it be that this lad really doesn't know me, Feng Qingyang? Chapter 1556. Ling Xiao did not expect the old man to be so direct, so he decided not to hide it. After all, with the old man's strength, hiding it would only make the old man feel disgusted, so he might as well admit it and see what the old man wanted. "You're right, my lord. I do have a way to survive in this storm. Please excuse me, my lord." Ling Xiao replied. Hee, I thought you wouldn't dare to admit it. But then again, other than this rare treasure, you must have gained a lot from this place as well. I can't believe you've mastered the stormy body technique. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to walk around this place so easily with your strength. Feng Qingyang laughed. "I did gain something. If there's nothing else, my lord, I'll take my leave." Ling Xiao replied. At the same time, he thought to himself, storm body technique? That's not a bad name. Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Are you afraid that this old man will steal your treasure? Feng Qingyang said with some displeasure. In the eastern region, there were many people who wanted to talk to him, but he was disdainful. Now that he had lowered himself to talk to this kid didn't know what was good for him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Why would I? It's my honor to know you, my lord." but I have urgent matters to attend to in the blue moon space. So, please forgive me. Oh, so you mean you know me? Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. Ha, my lord is extraordinary. Your divine power is unparalleled, and your strength is boundless. I know that my lord is an old senior who has been famous for a long time. This kid has only just started his career, so his knowledge is limited. Naturally, I can't look up to your mighty deeds. Ha, you're an interesting kid. In the end, you still don't know me. Good, that's good. Feng Qingyang said excitedly. Then, he added, you want to go to the blue moon space, right? Come, I'll go with you. It's also on the way there. I haven't talked to anyone for so many years, and it would be good to get to know an interesting kid like you. Ling Xiao didn't expect the old man to be so thick-skinned as to want to go with him. He thought to himself, is there something wrong with this old man's head? Does he really think he's some kind of peerless character? Ling Xiao only dared to despise him in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. With a smile on his face, he said, it is my honor to travel with sir. At least you know what's good for you. If it weren't for the fact that you could comprehend the storm movement skill, I wouldn't be interested in you at all. Let's go, let's see how far your movement skill has progressed. Feng Qingyang responded and began to dash out of the spatial storm with the same movement technique as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the old man's almost perfect movement technique and felt an itch. He also burst forth with all his strength and chased after the old man. An old man and a young man dashed through the stormy space, transforming into a gust of wind that drifted erratically and was as swift as a gale. This old man is so fast. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to him. Ling Xiao secretly admired him. Feng Qingyang still had his hands clasped behind his back and looked very relaxed, but his speed was so fast that no one could catch up to him. However, Feng Qingyang was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could keep up with him. Although I've slowed down, this kid can still keep up with me. He must have comprehended the essence of the storm movement skill. It's no wonder he can walk freely in this space. He's much more promising than my good-for-nothing disciples. After flying for an unknown period of time, the two of them dashed out of the spatial storm one after another. Ha, this feels great. Kid, you're not bad. Feng Qingyang laughed as he steadied himself. Ling Xiao also stopped and panted a little as he said, Sir's speed is indeed unparalleled. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Initially, he thought that after comprehending the profound meaning of storm, his speed in the spatial storm would be comparable to that of a high-level supreme being. Unexpectedly, the old man in front of him showed him that there was always someone better out there. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who could obtain opportunities that others couldn't. Others could also obtain opportunities that belonged to them. Stop flattering me. By the way, what's your name, kid? I wonder where you're from to be able to cultivate a little monster like you. You're not even 200 years old, but you've already achieved such a level of cultivation and comprehension. Feng Qingyang praised. My name is Ling Xiao. I'm just a nobody from a newly established extraterritorial sect. I'm not worthy of your attention. Ling Xiao replied. The name matches well with your face, you little brat, Feng Qingyang said. Hee hee, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. May I know how you should address me? Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Since you don't know me, I won't tell you. You'll know in the future, Feng Qingyang said. He then added, let's go. We're quite a distance away from the blue moon space. Let's talk as we travel. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Feng Qingyang into the blue moon space. The blue moon space was a relatively famous space on the East Territory Road where the extraterritorial residents lived. That place was much bigger than the heaven area. The competence of the people there was much stronger than the heaven area. It was the place where many incipient God realm experts from the antiquity time had migrated to live. At the same time, it was a famous space where the experts from outer space gathered and rested. At the same time, many large gangs gathered in the blue moon space and used it as their base of operations. The Red Snake Gang didn't have as many forces there as they had rooted their roots in another space. Therefore, when Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian to leave, he asked him to go to the Blue Moon space. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about being marked by the Red Snake Gang, and it would be less dangerous. From afar, the Blue Moon space was like a blue moon, incomparably resplendent and dazzling. When Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyang to the front of the space barrier, he already wanted to fight with Feng Qingyang. Along the way, this old man had talked so much that Ling Xiao's ears were about to grow calluses. Ling Xiao suspected that this old man hadn't talked to anyone for thousands of years. He kept talking like a gossipy woman. I say, Ling boy, what are you doing in the extraterritorial space? Although you can protect yourself with your speed, it's easy to offend people if you don't have any backing. Why don't you join our Qingfeng alliance? I guarantee that you will be unimpeded wherever you go on the space road. Feng Qingyang suggested. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely take the test seriously. What? My lord, you said you are from the Qingfeng alliance? Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to reply perfunctorily, but when he suddenly thought of the 3 words, Qingfeng alliance, he was shocked. The Qingfeng Union was one of the top alliances and gangs in the East region. It was also the largest organization in the Cyan Moon space. The Red Snake Gang's strength was not just a little bit weaker than theirs. They were not on the same level at all. This was why Ling Xiao was so surprised when he heard the old man say that he was from the Qingfeng alliance. Looks like you've heard about our Qingfeng alliance. How about it? Do you want to join us? I can give you a special treatment. You don't need anyone to vouch for you or pay the entrance fee. Feng Qingyang said with a smug look. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to reply to Feng Qingyang, he sensed many powerful auras rushing in their direction. These people were obviously rushing to the green wind space just like them. Ling Xiao saw 2 familiar faces among these people. They were Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming, who had chased after him before. It can't be so coincidental, right? Ling Xiao looked away and cursed in his heart. He wanted to run away immediately, but that would attract more attention. He might as well use Feng Qingyang's figure to avoid their line of sight and see if he could escape this calamity. However, Feng Qingyang had a loud voice and did not care about anything else. He seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's strange behavior and immediately shouted, "Little Ling, why are you hiding? They are just members of the Red Snake Society, what are you afraid of?" Feng Qingyang's words immediately attracted the attention of the people who were rushing towards them. Chu Zhenlu was the first to shout, "Who dares to look down on the Red Snake Gang?" When he finished speaking, he saw Ling Xiao and shouted angrily, "So it's you, kid. I didn't expect you to really escape to this place. There is no door to hell, but you still insist on barging in. Today, you will pay for hurting me." Chu Zhenlu ignored Feng Qingyang and rushed towards Ling Xiao, his aura locked onto Ling Xiao. "T, I've still been discovered," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He ignored Feng Qingyang and immediately used his movement technique to escape. Although his speed was much faster than before, it was only equivalent to the speed of a peak middle-level supreme martial artist. There was still a gap between him and a high-level supreme martial artist. When Chu Zhenlu discovered him, Xiang Guangming and the others also noticed Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the 2 high-level supreme martial artists and the other supreme martial artists chased after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was unable to break free from Chu Zhenlu and Xiang Guangming's encirclement. He was blocked in this space and had no way to escape. "Kid, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after not seeing you for so long. Today, I will let you know the consequences of hurting me." Chu Zhenlu hated Ling Xiao to the core. He was a high-level supreme martial artist, but his spirit was unexpectedly injured and he was almost killed. If it wasn't for the help of others, he would have died. Therefore, he would not let go of Ling Xiao when he saw his enemy. After saying that, he raised his battle axe and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. He definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot with one move. "It's not that easy to kill me." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and summoned his people. High-level supreme martial artist Chao Tsong, Dragon 5th, the Ghost, and a dozen supreme martial artists at the incipient God realm. The number of these people was not any less than Chu Zhenlu's people, and they were not much weaker either. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. The only advantage Chu Zhenlu's side had was Xiang Guangming, a high-level supreme martial artist. As soon as Chao Tsang appeared, he immediately blocked Chu Jinlu's attack. At the same time, he counterattacked Chu Jinlu. "Old Chao, why is it you? Are you crazy?" Stop! Chu Jinlu shouted in shock. Chapter 1557. Chu Jinlu and Xiang Guangming knew that Cao Cao had gone after Ling Xiao, and there had been no news of him. Now that he had appeared out of thin air, they were shocked. He even attacked them, which puzzled them. Cao Cao grinned. "Those who offend my master shall die." He brandished the ancient divine spear and attacked Chu Jinlu with all his might. His strength was about the same as Chu Jinlu's. Chu Jinlu was caught off guard and was at a disadvantage. "Old Chao, are you crazy? How dare you betray the gang?" Chu Jinlu cursed as he parried. Xiang Guangming shouted, Old Chao might be controlled by that kid. Let me try and see if I can wake him up. You deal with that kid." Radiance of light. As Xiang Guangming spoke, a divine mirror appeared in his hand. The divine mirror flashed with radiance and shone directly at Cao Cao. His light of light had the ability to purify all evil things and illuminate all evil things. Cao Cao attacked them inexplicably, and Xiang Guangming felt that he must be controlled by some evil being. However, when his radiance of light shone on Cao Cao, the latter did not react at all. Instead, he raised his spear and charged at Xiang Guangming. Xiang Guangming jumped in fright. He quickly turned around to block the incoming attack to avoid being heavily injured. Cao Cao and Xiang Guangming were opponents of the same level, so their fight was naturally very intense. As for Chu Jinlu, he was about to attack Ling Xiao when Dragon Fifth spat out his dragon pearl and charged at him, blocking his chance to kill Ling Xiao. The others were engaged in a chaotic battle. All sorts of elemental powers blasted the outer realm, causing it to churn endlessly. Watching from afar, Feng Qingyang's eyes flickered with interest as he said, "This kid is really beyond my expectation. I can't believe he has a treasure that can hide people. And that golden dragon, with the surname Ling, it seems like he is from the Gold Clan. But he is a wind element cultivator, isn't he? Strange, there's definitely something strange going on." Initially, Feng Qingyang wanted to lend a hand to Ling Xiao, but when he saw that Ling Xiao actually had the ability to fight back, he decided to wait and see how he was going to deal with the situation. At the same time, he wanted to know how many trump cards Ling Xiao had that could pique his interest. Ling Xiao didn't have anything to do for the time being, but he didn't run away. Instead, he was planning how to take down these people. It had to be said that he had always been very courageous. He actually dared to confront these high-level supreme martial artists head-on. Ling Xiao was calculating in his heart, who should he choose to break through from? In the end, Ling Xiao still chose to get rid of Chu Jinlu first. He and his burrowing holy mouse had a huge advantage against Dragon Fifth, and even if Dragon Fifth used the power of the Dragon Pearl, it was still not enough. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ghosts, come with me," Ling Xiao murmured as he wiped away the sharp light in his eyes. The ghosts beside him immediately launched an invisible soul power attack at Chu Jinlu, directly attacking Chu Jinlu's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao initially thought that this soul power attack would be able to seriously injure Chu Jinlu, and then Dragon Fifth would be able to take him down. However, the attack this time was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. Chu Jinlu only let out a cry of pain, but he was still able to maintain his combat strength, as if he didn't suffer too much damage. "Little bastard, do you think I didn't take any precautions? You will die today." Chu Jinlu shouted at Ling Xiao with a hideous smile. He had suffered a huge loss the last time, and he knew that Ling Xiao could use soul power attacks. Therefore, he was already prepared. The helmet on his head was a divine tool that could defend against soul power attacks. This kind of defensive divine tool was very rare, and it was not easy to find it in the market. Chu Jinlu knew a friend who happened to have one, so he traded it to him. However, this spiritual defense divine tool was still penetrated by the combined attacks of Ling Xiao and the ghosts, and was unable to defend against them completely. This proved that this defensive divine tool only had a certain effect, but its level was probably not too high. Ling Xiao and the ghosts would be able to break it if they attacked a few more times. However, Chu Jinlu wouldn't give Ling Xiao and the ghosts such a chance. He had already asked the burrowing Saint Mouse to keep Dragon 5th busy while he charged at Ling Xiao. Chu Jinlu was an earth elemental supreme being. The battle axe in his hand slashed out a terrifying spatial crack, and countless meteorites rushed out of the crack, smashing toward Ling Xiao. The power was enough to kill anyone below the high-level supreme being level in an instant. It was obvious that Chu Jinlu hated Ling Xiao to the core, and he definitely wouldn't let Ling Xiao have any chance of survival. "He's still a little too weak, let me." Feng Qingyang murmured at the sight, and was about to help Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw another Ling Xiao appearing out of nowhere, blocking Chu Jinlu's powerful attack. Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This kid is really full of surprises. Ling Xiao's spiritual doppelganger was already at the peak of the mid-level supreme being level, and with a 70-fold increase in combat power, it was already on par with an ordinary high-level supreme being. Ling Xiao swung the Imperial Dragon Sky-Destroying Art at Chu Jinlu, and actually managed to block Chu Jinlu, who was a well-known high-level supreme being. "Do you think I'll be captured so easily? All of you shall stay here today." Ling Xiao's real body grinned hideously and immediately ordered his ghosts to attack the other supreme beings with soul power, so that his supreme puppet could kill all of them. Dragon 5th unleashed his full combat power, and the burrowing Saint Mouse couldn't last long under his dragon might. It was bitten to death by Dragon 5th. After dealing with the burrowing Saint Mouse, Dragon 5th wanted to come over and help Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao asked him to join the others in the battle and deal with them first. Ling Xiao didn't plan to control the puppets this time. He wanted to kill all of them, and then absorb their souls to raise his spiritual power to the high-level supreme being level. Then everything would be much safer. Cao Caocong and Xiang Guangming were locked in battle. Cao Caocong's combat power was slightly stronger than Xiang Guangming's, but the difference was negligible. They wouldn't be able to determine who was stronger unless they fought to the death. As for the others, the ghosts secretly launched soul power attacks at them, injuring their souls one by one, and then killing them one by one with Ling Xiao's supreme puppet. Dragon 5th joined the battle and gained an absolute advantage, sweeping away all of them. Ling Xiao's real body used the might of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to collect all the dead Supreme Being souls, not letting a single one go. The battle between Ling Xiao's soul and Chu Jinlu was the biggest highlight, and it was also the first time Ling Xiao challenged a high-level Supreme Being head-on. In the past, he'd only been able to block high-level Supreme Beings with Dragon 5th's help or illusory formations. But now, he could use his own strength to fight them. Inside the space of storms, Ling Xiao had comprehended the storm movement technique, and his speed had increased by several times. His spiritual power had also reached the peak of the mid-level supremacy stage, and coupled with the 70-fold increase in battle prowess, he already had the ability to fight against a high-level supremacy stage. Wind came from the clouds, and clouds came from the dragons. His attacks were actually accompanied by an intense black storm. The terrifying black wind blades, as well as the intense corrosive power, stirred up the tens of thousands of miles of space, causing it to collapse and shatter. Chu Jinlu used everything he had, but he couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, and was even forced into a sorry state by Ling Xiao. It was truly infuriating. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a powerful doppelganger in addition to his soul power attack, which directly blocked him. He was both annoyed and shocked. This kid is too scary. I must kill him with all my strength. Otherwise, if I retreat in defeat, where will I put my face in the future? Chu Jinlu secretly made up his mind and said ruthlessly. After making up his mind, Chu Jinlu decided to go all out and kill. He raised his strength to the peak and used the real killer move. Little bastard, you've indeed surprised me, but this is the end. Chu Jinlu roared angrily. After forcing back Ling Xiao's attack, he raised all his divine power, and the surrounding earth elemental power kept gathering. Stone Man transformation. Chu Jinlu actually transformed into a giant stone man, and his figure became incomparably tall. His limbs and body were immediately petrified, and he was filled with an incomparably strong power. That scene was extremely strange. A gravitational field spread out within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, causing Ling Xiao's speed to decrease significantly. Ling Xiao was shocked by Chu Zhenlu's sudden transformation. Chu Zhenlu could actually transform to such an extent. This was the first time he had encountered such a shocking divine skill. After Chu Zhenlu was petrified, his movements were clearly much slower, but his strength had increased by a lot. Stone fist dominating the heavens. Chu Zhenlu blasted towards Ling Xiao. That powerful stone fist was like countless mountains falling from the sky. Its power was really as domineering as the sky, and it could destroy any star power. Countless giant stones shrouded above Ling Xiao's head, and the terrifying gravitational field was not much weaker than the one in the scorched stone space. The pressure made it impossible for him to dodge, and he could only forcibly block Chu Zhenlu's attack. A high-level supreme martial artist is indeed very scary. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying technique, 7th move, twin lotus flowers. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao's strongest 3-layered defensive counterattack finally couldn't withstand the bombardment of such a strong force, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Ha, weren't you very arrogant? Today I will torture you to death. Chu Zhenlu laughed wildly, and continued to smash wildly. No matter who it was difficult for them to get close to the battle between the two. The power fluctuations were too terrifying. Ling Xiao knew that under Chu Zhenlu's all-out attack, he was already at a disadvantage. If he didn't retract his divine soul, he would definitely be tortured to death. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retract his divine soul, he suddenly found that the space where his divine soul was located was completely sealed, and he couldn't retract it. This is bad. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1558. Soul power was a formless power that could penetrate all obstacles and attack other people's souls. However, it could also be blocked by experts who could directly seal the space and prevent the soul from escaping. Chu Zhenlu already knew that this doppelganger of Ling Xiao's was a flesh and soul. When he launched the attack, he had already quietly used the spatial seal to prevent Ling Xiao's soul from escaping. Now, he had indeed taken the right step. Unless Ling Xiao's soul broke the spatial seal by force, it would be impossible for him to leave this place immediately. Ha, you can't escape. After I destroy your soul, I will destroy your real body. Chu Zhenlu's confidence soared after being petrified. He let out a cold laugh and shouted. Powerful stone fists continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's soul, preventing him from breaking the spatial seal and escaping from this place. Ling Xiao's soul resisted with all its strength, but it could not hold on for much longer. Chu Zhenlu's current strength was really too terrifying. Seems like this is the only way. Even though Ling Xiao was anxious, he did not panic too much. He already had the divine Bodhi arrow in his hand. As long as he broke the spatial seal with one arrow, there would be a small gap, and he could transform into his soul and return to his sea of consciousness. Swish! The divine Bodhi arrow shot towards the direction of the battle like a meteor. Rumble! The divine arrow directly exploded on the spatial seal, immediately emitting a terrifying sound of destruction. This arrow could shoot down any peak mid-level supreme martial artist, but it actually couldn't break through the spatial seal. Damn it, the strength is still lacking. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. The spatial seal set up by a high-level supreme martial artist could not be broken instantly by ordinary strength. He had no choice but to immediately send a signal to Dragon Fifth for help, asking him to come over and break the spatial seal first. However, Dragon Fifth still needed some time to rush over. Currently, his soul had already been blasted to pieces, and his strength was already extremely weak. This also affected Ling Xiao's real body greatly. Dragon Fifth, hurry up! Ling Xiao's expression was extremely ugly as he shouted at Dragon Fifth, hoping that Dragon Fifth would arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, the damage would really be too great. Once his flesh and soul were destroyed, of course, Ling Xiao would not die. After all, every time Ling Xiao would leave a little bit of his divine soul in his sea of consciousness to ensure his safety. Even if his body and soul were destroyed, Ling Zhao's remaining soul power could still allow him to reconstruct another body and soul. However, it would take a very long time and accumulation, and it might even be difficult for him to return to his current peak. Therefore, Ling Zhao absolutely did not wish for this body of flesh and soul to be destroyed. Do you want to wait for help? Impossible. Chu Zhenlu already knew Ling Zhao's intentions. He laughed wildly and once again attacked with all his might. This area of tens of thousands of miles was completely covered by the falling meteorites. Any incipient God Realm expert would be smashed into meat paste. Dragon Fifth had almost arrived, but Ling Zhao's spirit had already been completely forgotten. Damn it! Ling Zhao's real body had already clenched his fists. He had completely given up on this divine soul doppelganger. However, right at this moment, a cyan storm suddenly arose. Swoosh, swoosh. This storm was like a real natural disaster. In just a blink of an eye, it had smashed the space Chu Zhenlu had sealed. Moreover, the meteorites that Chu Zhenlu had sent out were blown away by this storm. Many of them were crushed into powder. Chu Zhenlu himself was blown away by this storm. Is it God Green Wind? Chu Zhenlu's body was petrified. He was a giant stone man, and the gravity was so great that he was actually blown away by the green storm. Moreover, there were many terrifying wind blade marks on his body, and his stone body was directly slashed to the point that it cracked. Chu Zhenlu grimaced as he thought of a formidable existence. Ling Zhao's god soul was so happy. At the moment this space was destroyed, he quickly returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. Without a second thought, Ling Zhao took out the ghost's soul grass and swallowed it. Then he quickly absorbed the soul power from the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to heal his god soul. At this moment, Ling Zhao finally saw who it was that had saved his life. I didn't expect this long-tongued old man to be so powerful. He defeated a high-level supreme being with just one move. Ling Zhao exclaimed in his heart. That's right, the person who had helped Ling Zhao was none other than Feng Qingyang, who had come to the Blue Moon space with Ling Zhao. You're not bad to be able to condense the power of a giant stone man. However, you're too arrogant to be so arrogant in front of me. Feng Qingyang said faintly. With a casual wave of his hand, a cyan tornado instantly swept toward Chu Zhenlu. Chu Zhenlu's stone body, which was already on the verge of collapsing, was sliced into pieces by Feng Qingyang's cyan wind blades and completely destroyed. Chu Zhenlu's divine body was destroyed. He was extremely shocked as he finally saw who the person in front of him was. Alliance leader Feng, please spare my life. I'm from the Red Snake Gang. Chu Zhenlu begged Feng Qingyang for mercy. He didn't even dare to try to escape because he knew that no one could escape from the god of green wind. So, he might as well beg for mercy and perhaps there would be a chance of survival. Looks like you know me, but your Red Snake Gang isn't qualified to make me fear you. Feng Qingyang said faintly as he clenched his fist. The tornado shrank and the wind speed reached its peak. The cyan wind blades were extremely sharp. Chu Zhenlu only managed to let out a miserable scream before he was completely minced into a puddle of blood by the cyan wind blades. Even his divine soul was completely minced. By the time Dragon Fifth arrived, Chu Zhenlu had already been killed. What a powerful human! Dragon Fifth frowned as he looked at Feng Qingyang. On the other side, the other members of the Red Snake Gang had also been killed by Ling Zhao's puppets. Only Chao Caocong and Xiang Guangming were still fighting. However, Xiang Guangming panicked when he sensed Chu Zhenlu's aura disappearing. While he was panicking, Chao Caocong mercilessly stabbed him several times with his spear, creating several bloody holes in his divine body. Xiang Guangming endured the pain and activated the divine mirror once again, causing Chao Caocong to be unable to open his eyes. This caused Chao Caocong to retreat and defend himself to avoid being severely injured by Xiang Guangming. However, Xiang Guangming was just a feint. He actually turned around and fled. From the looks of it, he didn't dare to stay for even a second longer. Trying to escape? Feng Qingyang sneered from afar. He pointed his finger lightly, and a cyan finger beam pierced through the space and landed right in front of Xiang Guangming. Xiang Guangming was so frightened that he immediately used the divine mirror to block the attack. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to block Feng Qingyang's attack. The divine mirror was pierced and destroyed, and Xiang Guangming's divine body exploded. Xiang Guangming's divine body was injured, but he wasn't completely dead yet. He was still putting up a last-ditch struggle to escape. However, he suddenly realized that his divine body, which he had just reassembled, was uncontrollably swept back by a powerful storm. Xiang Guangming was overwhelmed by the storm. He felt dizzy and he couldn't control his body at all. "Little brat Ling Xiao, you've captured him. Are you going to deal with him, or should I kill him for you?" Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao with a faint smile. "If it's possible, I'd better let this brat handle him." Ling Xiao replied, rubbing his hands together. He had always felt that Feng Qingyang was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Feng Qingyang's mastery of wind elemental energy had reached the pinnacle. Even Feng Qingyang couldn't help but look up to him. "All right, since you're interested, I'll let you deal with him," Feng Qingyang said. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the tornado that was trapping Xiang Guangming. When Feng Qingyang disappeared, Xiang Guangming's body was still spinning like a spiral. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to beat Xiang Guangming up. When Xiang Guangming's divine body was beyond repair, it would be time for him to control him. However, after Ling Xiao's beating, Xiang Guangming regained a lot of consciousness. He sneered and said, "If you want to kill me, then you'll have to die with me." Xiang Guangming knew that he couldn't escape, so he used the last bit of his energy to self-destruct. He wanted to perish together with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't expect Xiang Guangming to suddenly put up a last-ditch struggle. Before he could dodge, Xiang Guangming had already self-destructed. Boom! "Little Ling!" Feng Qingyang was momentarily distracted when he heard the sound of self-destruction, causing him to cry out in shock. However, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to help Ling Xiao at this moment. The power of a high-level supreme martial artist's self-destruction was terrifying. Fortunately, Xiang Guangming was severely injured. Although his power was weakened, it was enough to kill anyone below the high-level supreme martial artist level. Feng Qingyang also thought that with Ling Xiao's strength as a low-level supreme martial artist, how could he still be alive? Damn it! Feng Qingyang yelled angrily, blaming himself. Ling Xiao was killed in front of him. This was the biggest insult to him. When all the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao was still alive. His divine body was completely destroyed, but his head was still intact. He was working hard to repair his divine body. "I was too careless," Ling Xiao cursed. Fortunately, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop had saved his life once again. Otherwise, he would have been dead for sure. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao, who was still alive. "Good lad, you're still alive. You're indeed the immortal body of Kim people." Ling Xiao barely recovered. He asked in surprise, "Sir, are you from the heaven region? How do you know about me, Kim people?" Before this, he had been trying to find out Feng Qingyang's name and background. However, Feng Qingyang had ignored him. Now that Feng Qingyang had revealed that he was Kim people's man, he couldn't help but ask again. Seeing that you're Kim people's man, I'll tell you. Yes, I used to be from the heaven region, but I haven't been back for a long time. However, I have a few friends with you Kim people. Ling Taichu is my brother." Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. Chapter 1559. Ling Taichu was ranked in the top 20 on the Kim people's sovereign list. He was only 2 generations younger than the Kim people's forefather, Ling Hongyu, and could be considered as an ancestor of the Kim people. This genius, who was once known as Ling Hongyu, went to the extraterrestrial lands after he entered the sovereign list. He had not returned for many years. Ling Xiao had learned some information about this ancestor from the clan's genealogical records. He did not expect to meet a top-notch supreme martial artist who knew one of his forefathers here. This was an unexpected gain. "So you are acquainted with my Taichu forefather. This must be fate," Ling Xiao said warmly. It would be a good thing if he could find out the whereabouts of his forefather from Feng Qingyang. Perhaps this forefather had a Genesis stone of other attributes, which could speed up the process of rescuing his forefather, Ling Hongyu. That's right. This is fate. However, you are really strange kid. You have cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. I'm impressed that you have reached your current realm. Also, the divine headband on your head is a treasure. I never thought that it would see the light of day again. I hope you won't let it go down the same path again. Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. His wise eyes seemed to have seen through all of Ling Xiao's secrets. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. I only found out about this by chance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, That's right, my lord, since you are my ancestor's brother, I should at least know your name, right? It's too impolite to keep calling you lord. Well, since you say so, then this old man will tell you. This old man is called Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang said proudly. Feng Qingyang's name was well known in the extraterrestrial lands. There were not many people who did not know about him. Indeed, when Feng Qingyang said his name, Ling Xiao's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. His face was filled with an exaggerated expression. Feng Qingyang. These three words were like thunder in Ling Xiao's ears. Ever since Ling Xiao came to the heaven domain, he had a basic understanding of the famous figures, including the names of the Senjin of Goguryeo and the top 100 supreme martial artists on the sovereign list. Feng Qingyang was one of the top 10 experts on the sovereign list. His ranking was even higher than Ling Taichu's, and he had become famous much earlier than Ling Taichu. He could be considered an ancient character from the same era as his forefather, Ling Hongyu. Of course, it wasn't because Ling Xiao had heard about Feng Qingyang like a thunderclap. It was because the incipient God realm experts in outer space that he had absorbed all had Feng Qingyang's name and information. Among all the gangs on the East Domain Road, the famous Qingfeng Alliance was founded by Feng Qingyang. He had made it flourish and become one of the top alliances on the East Domain Road. It could be said that the Qingfeng Alliance was an overlord force on the East Domain Road. It was much stronger than the Red Snake Gang. As its leader, Feng Qingyang's fame had spread far and wide. There were only a few people who did not know of him. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was so surprised when he heard the name Feng Qingyang. This was a top character who was known as the God of Wind. He did not expect that he would travel with him for 2 months, and he even called him a gossipy woman. If others knew about this, they would probably be struck to death by lightning. This kind of top expert was not someone that others could fawn on even if they wanted to, and he even called him a gossipy woman. He deserved to be struck by lightning. Kid Ling, are you proud to know me? Feng Qingyang smiled while stroking his white beard. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and flattered, Oh, it's Senior Feng. This kid's respect for you is like a surging river that never stops flowing. Kid, you do have good eyes. Otherwise, you would be a bastard. Feng Qingyang said. Then, he added, I just asked you, do you want to join our Qingfeng Alliance? With your capabilities, you might be able to make a name for yourself in no time. At that time, we'll give you the position of Deputy Alliance Leader to play with. Who would dare to challenge you in this region? A deputy leader to play with? Ling Xiao whispered. The deputy leader of the Qingfeng Alliance was a position that many high-level Supreme Masters and even peak Supreme Masters wanted to play with, but none of them had the fortune to do so. He didn't expect this old man to think so highly of him. Feng Qingyang thought that Ling Xiao would agree, but Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior Feng. This kid has important matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to join any alliance. Do you think that joining the Qingfeng Alliance will make you a betrayer of the Kim people? Do you know that this Qingfeng Alliance was founded by me and your ancestor, Ling Taichu? That guy left just like that, and we don't even know where he went after so many years. We have to find a successor for him, right? You just happen to know my storm movement technique, and you're also that guy's descendant. If you're really willing to stay, the position of Qingfeng Alliance's leader might be yours in the future. The outer domain is different from the heaven domain. If you join the Qingfeng Alliance, your clansmen will only be happier. They won't stop you. Once you have a firm foothold in the Qingfeng Alliance, your Jin clansmen will be protected by the Qingfeng Alliance if they want to travel this domain path. Wouldn't that be much safer? Feng Qingyang said nonstop. It was obvious that he was sincere in inviting Ling Xiao to stay and join the Qingfeng alliance. After all, he could see that Ling Xiao had great potential, so much so that even a top-notch supreme master like him admired him. If Ling Xiao were to join them, when Ling Xiao reached the same level as him, he would definitely become another top-notch figure in the outer domain. Just like what Feng Qingyang had said, the reason he was trying so hard to invite Ling Xiao was not only because of his admiration for Ling Xiao, but also because of Ling Taichu. Ling Xiao understood that what Feng Qingyang said made a lot of sense. After thinking for a while, he decided that it wouldn't be good to reject Feng Qingyang's request, so he said, "Kid, I can join the Qingfeng alliance, but I can't do anything for the alliance for the time being. I still need to find my brothers and finish my mission as soon as possible. Everything else can wait until I'm done. Otherwise, I can only apologize." "Haha, there are so many people on the East Domain Road who want to join the Qingfeng alliance, but you still want to bargain with me? You're really the first person I've seen in the past 10,000 years. Feng Qingyang laughed and said, "All right, for Taichu's sake, I'll let you join us. You can also use all the connections in the alliance to do whatever you want, as long as you don't lose any of the alliance's benefits. Also, you'll have to pay the others in the alliance to do things for you. I'll have someone explain these things to you slowly. Come, let's go to the alliance's headquarters to have a look." Having said that, he flew towards the blue moon space. Ling Xiao kept the supreme master puppets, then jumped onto the ghost and chased after Feng Qingyang with the transformed dragon fifth. He hadn't recovered yet, so there was no way he could compete with this old man in terms of speed. Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyang into the blue moon space. The environment here was indeed much better than in the heaven realm, and the Genesis energy was much purer and denser. It was no wonder that so many supreme masters didn't want to return after leaving the heaven realm. There were many ancient mountain ranges, many cities inhabited by humans, and countless treasures of heaven and earth. There was no lack of them in this kind of space. This was the place where the Outlanders lived and lived. Most of them had descendants of the Supreme Master bloodline living here. Their strength was much stronger than that of the heaven realm, but their population was much smaller than that of the heaven realm. Most of the people here had the blood of the people of the heaven realm flowing in their veins, but that was tens of thousands of years ago. They would no longer consider themselves to be people of the heaven realm. Many alliance sects had built their camps here, and the Qingfeng alliance was the most powerful alliance sect in the blue moon space. The territory established by the Qingfeng alliance was extremely vast and grand, and the castle-like city halls were exceptionally noble. Every cultivator who came and went looked majestic and extraordinary. When they saw Feng Qingyang appear in the sky above this place, someone immediately exclaimed, "The Alliance Master has returned. Welcome back, Alliance Master." After the voice rang out, countless sounds of jubilation immediately rang out in the area, showing just how lofty Feng Qingyang's status was here. "Little Ling, what do you think of this old man?" Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao praised, "Very powerful, very good. No wonder everyone on the domain path respects the Qingfeng alliance so much." "Ha, at least you know what's good for you, kid. Don't you feel proud to join the Qingfeng alliance now?" Feng Qingyang laughed. Ling Xiao chuckled and nodded his head lightly in response. To be honest, he really had no interest in joining any forces, but he didn't want to offend Feng Qingyang, so he agreed to join the heaven realm first. Although there were countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Outlanders, he still wanted to go back to the heaven realm and live there. Now, his goal had become somewhat different. He wanted to reach the peak, but he didn't necessarily have to go to other places to survive. He wanted to stay by his family's side forever, and he didn't want to be separated from them again. All these years of life and death adventures had made him feel tired and tired. "It seems like you still don't mean what you say, kid. But don't worry, you'll slowly understand that it's hard to travel in the domain path without a force to rely on," Feng Qingyang said and brought Ling Xiao to the Alliance Master's main hall. Those who saw Ling Xiao, who came with Feng Qingyang, were all filled with curiosity and envy. They were all curious about who this young man was to be personally received by their Alliance Master. Under normal circumstances, only the top figures would be qualified to receive such treatment. What did this young man do to deserve such treatment? Ling Xiao did not expect that he would bump into an old acquaintance in the Qingfeng League with Feng Qingyang and even stir up some trouble. Chapter 1560. Inside the main hall of the hegemon of the Green Wind League, Feng Qingyang sat on the hegemon's seat. Below him were several incipient God Realm experts who had concealed their strength. They were the first batch of elders who had founded the Green Wind League together with Feng Qingyang. Two of them were even the deputy hegemons. They were very curious about Ling Xiao, who had just been brought back. They were suspicious. Is this kid the illegitimate son of the hegemon? Or is he a newly recruited disciple? If Ling Xiao heard this, he would have been struck by lightning on the spot. Come, let me introduce him to you. This kid is the descendant of brother Tai Chu. He's Ling Xiao from the Kim people of the Heaven Territory. He's an interesting kid I met in the stormy space. From now on, I will let him join our Green Wind League. You guys should take care of him. Feng Qingyang introduced to the others. After listening to Feng Qingyang's introduction, the few old men present were intrigued. They and Feng Qingyang were also from the Heaven Territory. However, they hadn't gone back for many years. Firstly, they had nothing to worry about there. Secondly, they had gotten used to living in the Blue Moon space. Recently, many incipient God Realm experts had come out of the Heaven Territory. However, only Ling Xiao was worthy for their hegemon to bring back. Moreover, he was the descendant of their brother Ling Tai Chu. Therefore, they were much more enthusiastic. One of them, an old man named Ning Qinggang, seemed to be much friendlier to Ling Xiao. He even asked Feng Qingyang to come and explain some of the rules of the alliance to Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyang understood Ning Qinggang's intention. He nodded and agreed to Ning Qinggang's request. Kid, you can talk to me. You should familiarize yourself with the environment here. Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao followed Ning Qinggang to apply for a badge to show his identity in the league. That way, he could move freely in the league. At the same time, he could contact any of the allies and companions in the league through the territory roads. Inside or outside the alliance, no matter who asked someone to do something, they had to pay enough money or owe a favor. In the future, when someone needed help, you would have to help them on behalf of your ally. In short, in an alliance or a gang, people could help and support each other, but it was only under the drive of benefits. Otherwise, no one would help for no reason, and very few people would contribute selflessly. Unless he had already become a high-ranking member of the alliance, like Ning Qinggang, who was already a deputy alliance leader, he could rely on his prestige to directly order other supremes to do things for him unconditionally. Of course, when the members of their alliance were in danger, no matter what the situation was, they had to do their best to help their allies. This was the most basic rule of an ally. If they couldn't do this, they would immediately be punished by everyone in the alliance. These were all things that Ning Qinggang had told Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had also obtained this information from the memories of the members of the Red Snake Society. After listening to what Ning Qinggang had said, it could be said that he understood the similarities and differences between the rules of the alliance between the two forces. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ning Qinggang was so friendly to him. Such a small matter could have just been arranged by one or two people to inform him. Why did he have to trouble the deputy alliance leader to come personally? Ning Qinggang also saw the puzzled look in Ling Xiao's eyes. He immediately smiled and said, Ling Xiao, do you think that I'm being too friendly to you? Ling Xiao hurriedly waved his hand and said, How could that be? I just don't dare to trouble Deputy Alliance Leader Ning for such a small matter. Hee, if it was someone else, I naturally wouldn't care, but you are the descendant of Big Brother, Tai Chu. As an old man, I naturally have to take care of you. I won't hide it from you. If it wasn't for Big Brother Tai Chu, there wouldn't be me, Ning Qinggang, and I wouldn't have what I have today. Big Brother, Tai Chu, is not only my sworn brother, but also my savior many times, so it's nothing for me to do something for you. Also, if you think that an old man like me is okay, you can call me Elder Ning or Old Master. I don't mind. In the future, even if Boss Feng doesn't protect you, I will definitely protect you. Ning Chengang revealed a nostalgic look and smiled faintly. From his words, it could be heard that his respect and gratitude for Ling Tai Chu came from the bottom of his heart. After listening to Ning Chenggang's words, Ling Xiao finally understood why Ning Chengang was so warm to him. It turned out that it was also for the sake of his old ancestor. Ling Xiao asked, Elder Ning, do you know where my old ancestor, Tai Chu, is now? When Ning Chengang heard that Ling Xiao didn't call him Old Master, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He shook his head and replied, I also don't know where he went. I haven't heard any news of him for many years. After a pause, he said, at that time, he said that he wanted to go to the end of the outer realm and travel through many terrifying spaces in the outer realm to seek the final breakthrough. Seek the final breakthrough? Is there a realm above the supremacy stage? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He didn't expect his old ancestor to be so valiant and have such great courage. If he wanted to go to the end of the outer realm, he would have to travel through many dangerous spaces. As far as Ling Xiao knew, his old ancestor was still alive. He was once known as the #1 young genius in the clan, but this title had been surpassed by him, Ling Xiao. There is no limit to martial arts. Who dares to say that the supremacy stage is the peak? These are not things you can come into contact with for the time being. When you reach our realm, you will understand that there should be even stronger existences above us. Ning Chengang sighed lightly. Then he said, I will bring you around the alliance so that you can familiarize yourself with the environment. At the same time, if you have anything you want to do, you can tell me. I will ask the others to help you keep an eye out. Ling Xiao thanked him and told Ning Chengang about finding Yuan Zhantian. He asked Ning Chengang to arrange for people to search for Yuan Zhantian. The Blue Moon space was not small. Ling Xiao asked Yuan Zhantian to wait for him here, but he didn't specify the specific location. It would not be easy to find him. Of course, he and Yuan Zhantian also left their auras. As long as they were not too far apart, they could sense each other's existence. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the Blue Moon space, he didn't feel this way. He suspected that Yuan Zhantian had already left the Blue Moon space and went to another place. In any case, it was better to let the Qingfeng Alliance's people look for him first. Ling Xiao stayed in the Qingfeng Alliance for 2 days and was basically familiar with the environment. However, he kept his distance from the people here. He didn't want to get to know anyone in depth, and he didn't want to stay here forever. It was just that he had no intention of interacting too much with the people here. Sometimes he couldn't help it. This was because he suddenly saw a familiar figure, but he couldn't remember who it was. That person wasn't alone. There were a few people following behind her, and they seemed to be rushing to the outer domain. However, Ling Xiao guessed that the people chasing behind her were trying to stop her from leaving, and not to accompany her. These people came from the Qingfeng Alliance, so they should be members of the Qingfeng Alliance. However, he didn't know what kind of dispute they had. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them immediately. He muttered, I won't meet her here, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence. They rushed out of the Blue Moon spaces barrier one after another and reached the outer domain. Meanwhile, the familiar figure of Ling Xiao was surrounded by the people chasing after him. Little junior sister, why did you leave without telling us? Don't you remember Uncle Master's instructions? From now on, you can live here with peace of mind. Don't think about returning to your homeland. The leader of the group of people was a handsome young man. He wore an evil smile as he looked at the woman in the middle. This young man wore a green robe, and he had an extraordinary bearing. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted an evil aura. This man had the power of mid-level incipient god realm. He was Yu Zhaofeng, the young disciple of Ling Fengyi, the deputy hegemon of the Qingfeng Alliance. Yu Zhaofeng had the title of Little Wind God. He used to receive guidance from hegemon Feng Qingyang and had learned some of the essence of the storm body technique. In the Qingfeng Alliance, he was the #1 playboy. Whether it was his appearance or the force behind him, he was the Prince Charming in many young girls' dreams. The woman he stopped was a stunning beauty. She had perfectly matched facial features and a devilish figure that all women envied and envied. No matter how one looked at it, it was easy for any man to prostrate himself under her skirt. However, she wore a stern face, and a cold aura kept people 1,000 miles away. She was like a proud snow plum flower that admired herself. If Ling Xiao had chased after her, he would have recognized her as Lu Piapiao, whom he had met in the chaotic burial space. She used to be the most beautiful woman in the Sky Dragon region. When she had parted with Ling Xiao, she had only been at the peak of Sinjin of Goguryeo. But now, she had reached the low-level Supreme Master realm. But why was Lu Piapiao in the Blue Moon space? Get out of my way. You don't need to care about my business. Lu Piapiao shouted at Yu Zhaofeng coldly. How dare you speak to Senior Brother Yu like that? Why aren't you obediently listening to Senior Brother Yu and returning with us? That's right. Don't put on airs just because you're pretty. It's your good fortune that Senior Brother Yu likes you. Yeah, Senior Brother Yu is doing this for your own good. If you go back alone, I'm afraid you will be raped and killed by those pirates before you reach your homeland. Senior Brother Yu is too soft-hearted. If it were someone else, he would have taken her down long ago. Why would he waste his breath on her? These people all talked at once, all trying to curry favor with Yu Zhaofeng. There were 8 people on Yu Zhaofeng's side. He and 2 other people were mid-level Supreme Masters, while the other 5 were low-level Supreme Masters. They all followed Yu Zhaofeng and tried their best to curry favor with Ling Fengyi, the Deputy Alliance Master's favorite disciple. Lu Piapiao ignored these people's words and directly charged past them. Chapter 1561. Lu Piapiao was only a low-level Supreme Master at incipient God Realm. However, her speed was infinitely close to that of a middle-level Supreme Master. She wanted to break through directly. Unfortunately, Yu Zhaofeng was called Little Wind God. His power and speed were naturally far above Lu Piapiao's. In the blink of an eye, he blocked Lu Piapiao's way. Junior sister, you should know that Martial Uncle intends to marry you to me. If you leave like this, I will be very sad. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Piapiao said as a cold sword appeared in her hand. She pointed at Yu Zhaofeng. Her frosty expression was filled with incomparable determination. Senior Brother Yu, why are you being so polite with her? This woman thinks too highly of herself. She dares to be arrogant in front of you with such little power. She really doesn't know what's good for her. A low-level Supreme Master said with jealousy. This woman's power and appearance were excellent. However, there was still a big gap between her and Lu Piapiao. It was no wonder that she disliked Lu Piapiao. Her eyes were full of resentment. If Yu Zhaofeng wanted to make a move, he would have done so long ago. Only he knew Lu Piapiao's identity. He had to be careful. However, Lu Piapiao made the first move before he did. Get out of my way. As she shouted coldly, the divine sword in her hand slashed at Yu Zhaofeng's head. Many wind blades and turbulent currents instantly accompanied it. Lu Piapiao was merciless. She had already used her full strength. Yu Zhaofeng frowned. His figure flashed and he dodged Lu Piapiao's attack. Of course, Lu Piapiao did not think that she could hurt Yu Zhaofeng. She only wanted to force him to recognize the way so that she could leave immediately. Junior sister, you are too insensible, Yu Zhaofeng said. Then, he said in a low voice, bring her back. As his voice fell, the others once again chased after Lu Piapiao. No matter how fast Lu Piapiao was, she could not outrun a middle-level Supreme Master. She was immediately entangled. The others chased after her and used the space seal at the same time. They suppressed her until she could not move. It was impossible for her to escape. Let me go. I have nothing to do with you. Let me go. Lu Piapiao shouted angrily. Bitch, since you have joined our Qingfeng alliance, you have to listen to Senior Brother Yu. Let me teach you a lesson now. Don't think that you are great just because you have a bit of beauty, the woman who was jealous of Lu Piapiao scolded. She raised her hand and tried to wrap it around Lu Piapiao's palm. But before her hand could fall on Lu Piapiao's face, Her face was covered by another hand. She was sent flying, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Zhaofeng slapped the woman away and shouted, "It's not your turn to teach her a lesson." The woman covered her face and did not dare to breathe. She looked at Lu Piapiao with even more jealousy. What's so good about this bitch? Senior brother Yu is so protective of her. The woman scolded in her heart. Yu Zhaofeng looked at Lu Piapiao and said, "Junior sister, there is a limit to my patience. Your master has already made an agreement with my master. When she returns, you will marry me. If you leave without saying goodbye, how are you going to explain it to your master? You will make me very sad. Come back with me, okay?" Yu Zhaofeng looked at Lu Piapiao affectionately. His melancholic eyes could indeed charm many women. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was the icy beauty, Lu Piapiao. She directly ignored him and said rudely, "My master is my master. Moreover, she has never said such words to me. Let go of me. I will not marry you even if I die. Give up on this idea." Yu Zhaofeng was once again rejected by Lu Piapiao. His handsome face became ferocious as he said, "Do you really want to force my master to do it before you are willing to go back with me? Senior brother Yu is right. This woman needs to be F***ked. If you subdue her and let her know how powerful you are, she will definitely be very obedient." A rough-looking supreme martial artist echoed from the side. Another person laughed lewdly and said, "Yes, women are all like this. Before they are F***ked, they look like fairies. After they are F***ked, they become extremely slutty." Lu Piapiao's face turned livid when she heard their obscene words. If not for her limited strength, she would have killed all of them. She truly regretted coming here to cultivate with her master. Originally, she wanted to wait for her master to return before returning to the heaven domain, but she suddenly received a wanted notice, causing her to impatiently want to leave the blue moon space to search for the wanted person. The wanted notice was naturally released by the Red Snake Society, and the wanted person was Ling Xiao. She did not know that Ling Xiao had come to the blue moon space 2 days ago and had even visited the Qingfeng Alliance. She did not know that she had just brushed past Ling Xiao. Yu Zhaofeng had already lost his patience and said, "Little junior sister, do you want to go back with me voluntarily, or do you want to wait for me to consummate my marriage before taking you back like they said? Kill me if you can." Lu Piapiao shouted unyieldingly. "It seems that you have chosen the latter." Yu Zhaofeng's handsome face finally became frightening. This was the darkest side of his handsome appearance. He had never failed to get the woman he wanted, and today was no exception. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Piapiao's chest with one hand. He planned to let Lu Piapiao have a taste of his dragon claws. Lu Piapiao felt a surge of shame and anger in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were burning. "If you touch me, I will make you wish you were dead." "I don't just want to touch you, I want to F***ck you." Yu Zhaofeng had already lost his mind. He laughed sinisterly and his hand was almost in front of Lu Piapiao's clothes. Yu Zhaofeng's eyes lit up and he was about to drool. He had waited for this day for a long time. Although the people around them were using their strength to suppress Lu Piapiao, all the men's mouths were dry. They all wanted to see Lu Piapiao's impressive figure in front of them. However, at this moment, a strong wind swept over. At the same time, a dragon's roar exploded. "Get your filthy hand off me." This voice was like the roar of a real dragon. It shook the heavens and the earth. Countless spaces were also shattered by this voice. Yu Zhaofeng, who was about to touch Lu Piapiao's chest, was caught off guard and was sent flying by this terrifying sound wave. His facial features instantly overflowed with blood. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He only felt dizzy and his head was about to explode. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. The other people who were using their auras to suppress Lu Piapiao were directly shaken to the point that their qi and blood surged and they were all sent flying. The power of this roar was so terrifying. This showed how powerful and terrifying the person who had come was. There were not many people who could roar like a dragon. Besides Ling Xiao, who else could be near the blue moon space? Just now in the blue moon space, he only felt that the figure was familiar. For a moment, he did not dare to confirm if it was Lu Piapiao, whom he had not seen for many years. He did not want to chase after her. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was Lu Piapiao. After some hesitation, he still chased after her. If it was not her, then it was fine. After all, there was no loss. Unexpectedly, when he chased after her, who else could it be but Lu Piapiao? He saved Lu Piapiao's life in the disorderly burial space and brought her out of the disorderly burial space. She also followed him for a period of time. To be honest, no man could resist Lu Piapiao's unparalleled beauty. Ling Xiao was no exception. He still had a good impression of her. However, she was too cold and it was difficult to get close to her. However, this did not hinder the friendship between Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Now that he saw his former friend being humiliated, how could Ling Xiao not be angry? With this roar, a real golden dragon rushed to Lu Piapiao's side and protected her in front of him. "Sister, are you okay?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao with a worried expression and asked softly. Lu Piapiao was still suffering from the shock of the roar. However, this voice was like a magical sound that soothed all the discomfort in her body. She stared blankly at the dignified figure in front of her. Looking at that handsome and charming face, she felt that it was so unreal. When this man parted ways with her, he was only a middle-stage divine king. Decades had passed. She did not think that he could really cross so many levels and catch up with her current realm. Previously, when she heard that Ling Xiao was being chased on the region path, she suspected that it was fake. She came out this time just to confirm her suspicions. She did not really want to return to the heaven region. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of her. It seemed so unreal. "Is this true?" Lu Piapiao, who had always been calm, murmured softly. She stretched out her jade-like delicate hand and touched Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao thought that Lu Piapiao was too frightened. Thus, he gently held her hand and pressed it on his cheek. He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I didn't expect that sister has already gone to the extraterritorial domain. No wonder I have never heard any news about you in the heaven region. You really made me miss you so much." Lu Piapiao felt the heat from Ling Xiao's palm. When she touched Ling Xiao's resolute face, she realized that everything was true. She inexplicably felt an unprecedented warmth and sweetness in her heart. This man, who was younger than her, was her savior. Otherwise, she would have become a female corpse devil, and he was also the first man that she had a good impression of, making her willingly follow by his side for a period of time. Originally, she wanted to repay his kindness. However, he did not disrespect her in any way. Before she left, he even gave her supreme divine materials, which gave her the opportunity to break through. Just as Lu Piapiao was thinking about the past, Yu Zhaofeng, who was behind Ling Xiao, had already recovered. He said coldly, "Bastard, I don't care who you are." Chapter 1562. Yu Zhaofeng was caught off guard and injured by the sneak attack. Then he saw Lu Piapiao being intimate with the man who had just arrived. An inexplicable jealousy flared up in him. He roared angrily and turned into a gust of green wind. He slapped at the back of Ling Xiao's head. He wanted to blow up Ling Xiao with one move. At this moment, Lu Piapiao also came back to her senses. She screamed, "Be careful!" Then, she pushed Ling Xiao away to block this fatal blow for Ling Xiao. However, she was only a low-level Supreme Master. Facing Yu Zhaofeng's mid-level aura, she already felt extremely suffocated. Just as Yu Zhaofeng's attack was about to reach her, Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao behind him. At the same time, he faced Yu Zhaofeng's palm. Bang! The battle between the two supreme beings rumbled, and powerful shockwaves rang out, causing the entire space around them to tremble. In everyone's opinion, Yu Zhaofeng's furious attack would definitely kill Ling Xiao on the spot. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the low level. Even if he had reached the peak of the low level, there was still a huge gap between him and a mid-level Supreme Master. However, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Yu Zhaofeng being sent flying by the impact. In any place, there were many super geniuses who could fight beyond their realms. However, at the incipient god realm, there was a massive gap between each realm. Even the supernatural geniuses didn't have the competence to fight beyond their realms. Even if they could, they had to rely on some high-grade divine weapons or some rare secret techniques to do so. Furthermore, Yu Zhaofeng was the youngest disciple of their deputy leader, Ling Fengyi. He was also the one most favored to be his successor. It was rare for him to meet an opponent of the same level. However, he had been sent flying in a head-on clash with an opponent who was weaker than him. What did this mean? Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, felt it the most. She could feel that the momentum that Ling Xiao suddenly burst out was not much weaker than the pressure that her master gave her. It was not in line with the strength that he seemed to have on the surface. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Zhaofeng disdainfully and said, "I haven't even settled the score with you, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know your place." Although Yu Zhaofeng was a mid-level supremacy, he hadn't reached the late stage or peak supremacy realm. He wasn't much of a threat to Ling Xiao. It was the same for the other people here. Without a high-level supreme being, they were not worthy of him looking at them directly. "Let's go." Lu Piapiao pulled Ling Xiao and said. She knew that Yu Zhaofeng had a powerful backer. Even if Ling Xiao was powerful, he couldn't go against the Qingfeng alliance. If her master was in the Qingfeng alliance, even Yu Zhaofeng wouldn't have the guts to treat her like this. However, her master had left after bringing her here and hadn't returned for many years. She couldn't even protect herself now and naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to have a falling out with Yu Zhaofeng. However, even if Ling Xiao was willing to let it go, Yu Zhaofeng wasn't willing to let it go. "Want to leave? Have you asked me? Surround them." Yu Zhaofeng steadied himself and roared angrily. He had just exchanged blows with Ling Xiao and knew that the kid in front of him was not weaker than him. In fact, the kid was much stronger than him. However, he wasn't afraid. He had more people on his side. Wouldn't they be able to deal with them? Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Qingfeng alliance. As long as he gave the order, he could summon many helpers to torture and kill him. Therefore, he naturally wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he wanted to treat Ling Xiao well and let him know the consequences of offending him. The other 7 people came back to their senses and calmed their frightened hearts. They surrounded Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao one by one and locked onto their auras. Once Yu Zhaofeng gave the order, they would make sure that the boy in front of them died without a burial place. "Kid, you don't know who our senior brother Yu is? How dare you offend him? Don't even think about leaving here today." "That's right. You actually dared to fight with our senior brother Yu for a woman. You must be tired of living. Why don't you ask about the reputation of the Qingfeng alliance? If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender. Maybe senior brother Yu will let you go." "How can we let him go? It's good to turn him into a puppet. He looks like he's quite strong." "Hey, why is that kid wearing our Qingfeng alliance's badge? Could it be that he's also from our Qingfeng union? That shouldn't be the case. I don't think I've seen him before." They first insulted Ling Xiao, but when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest, they realized that he was their ally. Lu Piapiao and Yu Zhaofeng were both surprised when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest. "When did you become a member of the Qingfeng alliance?" Lu Piapiao asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Just 2 days ago. I just arrived at the Blue Moon space and happened to see you coming out. I thought I recognized the wrong person." "That's great. They won't dare to touch you." Lu Piapiao cried out with a rare smile. Seeing Lu Piapiao's charming smile, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim absent-mindedly, "Sister, you're so beautiful. You should smile more in the future." Lu Piapiao was slightly stunned. Then, a rare blush appeared on her delicate face and she said, "Don't say that." She didn't know why, but a trace of warmth flowed through her frozen heart. It made her feel exceptionally comfortable and happy. Yu Zhaofeng watched the boy flirt with Lu Piapiao and a burst of jealousy and anger erupted. "Little junior sister, come over here. Your master has already agreed to marry you to me. You're my fiancé. Get over here." Yu Zhaofeng roared at Lu Piapiao. "Who's your fiancé? My master never told me about this. Don't flatter yourself. Let me tell you, My master is the Alliance Master's sister. The Alliance Master has already returned. If you dare to touch us, I will definitely ask the Alliance Master for justice. At that time, even if you are the Deputy Alliance Master's disciple, you will still be sentenced to death. What's more, he is also a member of our Qingfeng Alliance. Allies cannot kill each other. You should know this very well. Lu Piapiao said sternly to Yu Zhaofeng. To be honest, it's really hard to say if your master is the Alliance Master's sister. She hasn't been acknowledged by the Alliance Master. Moreover, don't you know that the Alliance Master has not been involved in worldly affairs for many years? It's my master who is managing the Qingfeng Alliance. Even if I kill this new recruit, who will punish me? You are too naive. Yu Zhaofeng sneered disdainfully. Then he said to the others, since he doesn't know what's good for him, take him down. I want to teach him a lesson. He's just a low-level fellow. Let me take him down. As soon as Yu Zhaofeng finished speaking, a middle-level supreme martial artist volunteered and shouted. With that, he slashed at Ling Xiao with a sickle. He used all his strength in his first move and showed no mercy. It could be seen that he really wanted Ling Xiao's life. You want to deal with me with this bit of strength? Too naive, Ling Xiao said faintly. He pulled Lu Piapiao and instantly dodged that person's move. His speed was so fast that even Yu Zhaofeng almost couldn't catch him. That middle-level supreme martial artist was extremely shocked when his move missed. He had already sensed that Ling Xiao was extraordinary from Ling Xiao's attack just now. Therefore, he had not been careless at the beginning and used all his strength to attack Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, his opponent was so powerful. He was clearly just a low-level martial artist, but he actually had the speed to dodge his attack. This was not something that an ordinary low-level supreme martial artist could do, even if he had the wind attribute. Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, was even more curious about why Ling Xiao was so powerful. However, she was not in the mood to think so much. She immediately said, let's leave this place quickly. The faster, the better. Lu Piapiao wanted to pull Ling Xiao away, but Ling Xiao did not move. He pulled her back and said, don't worry, I'm here. They won't be able to do anything. How arrogant. If you're so capable, take one move from me. That middle-level supreme martial artist roared angrily and once again chased after Ling Xiao. The power of this strike had truly reached his limit, and it was extremely domineering. Who do you think you are? I'm afraid that you'll die immediately if I take one move from you. Ling Xiao's tone was extremely arrogant. After he shouted in shock, he let go of Lu Piapiao's hand and faced the middle-level supreme martial artist head-on. Lu Piapiao screamed behind him, Ling Xiao, don't be rash. However, Ling Xiao was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He had long stopped listening to her cries. He die for me. That middle-level supreme martial artist let out a proud and sinister cry, and his scythe ruthlessly slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. A low-level supreme martial artist dared to fight him head-on. He had fallen into his trap and wanted to kill him in one move. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. Every part of Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a middle-level ancient god artifact. The middle-level supreme martial artist in front of him had extraordinary strength, but the weapon in his hand was an ordinary ancient god artifact. How overbearing was the power of Ling Xiao's attack? How could that middle-level supreme martial artist block it? Ling Xiao's golden fist directly collided with the middle-level supreme martial artist's sickle. Clang! An incomparably crisp sound rang out, and a breathtaking power burst forth. That ancient god artifact, the sickle, was actually broken by Ling Xiao. That middle-level supreme martial artist was shocked. Without thinking, he hurriedly retreated. However, how could Ling Xiao let him get what he wanted? Ling Xiao increased his speed and continued to push his fist forward. A dragon fist shadow went straight for the middle-level supreme martial artist's chest. Bang! That middle-level supreme martial artist was immediately sent flying. His chest was blasted open by Ling Xiao's fist, and his internal organs splattered out. It was an extremely horrifying and disgusting sight. However, Ling Xiao's attack was not over yet. Instead, it was just the beginning. Trash like you, I'll kill 100 of you if 100 of you come. If 1,000 of you come, I'll kill 1,000 of you. Ling Xiao let out a startled cry and leaped forward. His golden fists blasted towards the retreating mid-level supreme martial artist without holding back. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. That middle-level supreme martial artist did not even have a chance to escape. His divine body was immediately smashed by Ling Xiao's golden dragon fist shadows. Before the surrounding people could regain their senses, Ling Xiao had already grabbed the middle-level supreme martial artist's head. He laughed coldly and said, "All of you, come at me together. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 1563. Bang. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the head of the middle-level supreme martial artist was forcefully turned into a pool of blood by Ling Xiao's palm. His soul tried to escape, but it was immediately sucked into the dragon phoenix divine hoop by Ling Xiao, becoming fertilizer for his soul power. All of this happened in an instant. Before everyone could recover from their shock, a middle-level supreme martial artist had disappeared right in front of them. Not even a trace of his soul was left. When they saw this scene, all of them were fiercely shocked. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They had seen many experts on this domain path, and they had also seen many killing methods. But now, they saw a low-level supreme martial artist kill a middle-level supreme martial artist in an instant. This was definitely the first time they had seen such a domineering and powerful freak. Even if there were some peerless geniuses in the past who could defeat someone stronger than them, it was impossible for them to kill someone so quickly. Moreover, Yi Shiwen destroyed an ancient god tool with his bare hands. This was what shocked them the most. One could imagine how domineering and strong Ling Xiao's fists were. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across them, making their hair stand on end. "Bastard, how dare you kill Fu Chang? Let's join forces and kill them." Yu Zhaofeng was the first to recover from his shock and shouted. At the same time, he summoned his green wind beast and entered his most powerful offensive state. When the others heard his shout, they also summoned their holy beasts. Each of them held an ancient divine weapon and charged towards Ling Xiao. 7 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time, so their power was naturally extremely powerful. They destroyed a large area of the outer territory's spatial seal. However, as they attacked, Ling Xiao had already swept to Lu Piapiao's side. He used the storm body technique to its extreme and instantly brought her hundreds of thousands of miles away. He wasn't affected by the attacks at all. "Don't even think about escaping. Everyone chase after him. We must kill him." Yu Zhaofeng shouted and immediately led the others through space to attack. "Quick, let's escape. No matter how powerful you are, you will still die if you offend the deputy chief Ling Fengyi after killing them." Lu Piapiao said to Ling Xiao anxiously. "Vice Alliance Master Ling Yi? I just met him 2 days ago. I believe he won't do anything to me." Ling Xiao replied disapprovingly. With Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang backing him up, it was hard to say who was afraid of whom. Yu Zhaofeng and the others rushed over and wanted to surround Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao again. However, Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao and moved again. However, this time, he did not have to drag Lu Piapiao far away. He just wanted to pull her a little further away. His divine soul doppelganger instantly appeared and rushed toward the 7 of them, using a powerful move. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 5th move, Sky-Ripping Berserk Shadow. This move was a powerful move that was created to deal with group attacks. It was also a kick technique that was created to deal with the wind attribute. On top of that, Ling Xiao had already mastered the storm movement skill, so the power of this move had increased to a terrifying level. It directly caused the surrounding space to be turned upside down. Countless black storms carried with them an extremely terrifying corrosive power, causing people to be extremely afraid. 7 black storms came from 7 different directions and attacked continuously. The black wind blades were extremely dense and sharp. They were enough to turn anyone below the high-level supreme martial artist level into a pool of blood. Yu Zhaofeng and the others screamed in agony as they were suddenly cut up by the black wind blades. Their divine bodies continuously exploded. Even those who could withstand it could not withstand the strong corrosive force. Among these people, only Yu Zhaofeng was of the wind attribute. He could barely make use of Ling Zhao's speed to disintegrate the wind blades. This is the Black Storm. Who the hell is this kid? He's actually able to refine the most ferocious and difficult to refine Black Fiend wind. We must immediately inform the others to come out. Otherwise, they will definitely be killed by this kid. This is too hateful. Yu Zhaofeng used all his strength to fend off Ling Zhao's powerful black storms. There were already many shadows of legs on his body, causing him great pain. After a series of violent attacks, the divine bodies of a few low-level supreme martial artists exploded. Yu Zhaofeng and another middle-level supreme martial artist were in great pain from the corrosion of the black devilish wind. They were also heavily injured. Let's leave quickly. This kid will definitely not be able to escape the Qingfeng Alliance's pursuit. Yu Zhaofeng shouted without any sense of loyalty and was the first to escape. Yu Zhaofeng escaped, and so did the other middle-level supreme martial artist. The other low-level supreme martial artists also fled in panic with their injured bodies. Ling Xiao did not make them stay. Instead, he kept his divine soul doppelganger. He did not use his full strength in that attack just now. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to leave this place. This was because Lu Piapiao's words had made him feel apprehensive. No matter what, he had to give Deputy Chief Feng Yi some face. Otherwise, if he killed all of them, even if Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang protected him, these two old men would still make things difficult for him and hurt their brotherly relationship. Alright, they've left. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if they bring their army out, we will be in trouble. Lu Piapiao shouted again. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There's no hurry. I have some friendship with their chief and deputy chief. They won't be able to do anything to us." He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, sister, how did you come to this green moon space? It's a long story. Let's leave this place first." Lu Piapiao did not believe Ling Xiao's words. She pulled Ling Xiao and was about to leave. Ling Xiao held her hand and said, "If you don't believe me, let's go to the Qingfeng Alliance. Let's see what they can do to me." When Lu Piapiao heard Ling Xiao's extremely confident and sincere words, she looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "You're really not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Come with me." Ling Xiao said. He pulled Lu Piapiao's delicate hand and flew back to the green moon space. He thought proudly in his heart, "Sister's hand is really smooth. It feels good to the touch. It's just a little cold." Lu Piapiao felt the warmth from Ling Xiao's thick palm. Her delicate face quietly turned red. She looked at Ling Xiao's increasingly mature and resolute face from the side. Her heart was beating fast. "It's so good to have him by my side." Lu Piapiao sighed in her heart. In the Qingfeng Alliance, Yu Zhaofeng and the others had already rushed back to their territory. A middle-aged man stood upright and looked at them. He said faintly, "Junior brothers, what's going on with you?" The middle-aged man in front of them was Yu Zhaofeng's disciple and also Ling Fengyi's son, Ling Mafeng. He had the strength of a high-level supreme martial artist and held great power in the Qingfeng Alliance. Eldest senior brother, we were plotted against by a little bastard. That little bastard can actually use the black demon wind. Its corrosive power is too strong. Eldest senior brother, please help us force it out. Yu Zhaofeng said with an extremely ugly expression. The power of the black demon wind that Ling Xiao had used was not very strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to return. They would have been completely corroded and even their divine souls would have collapsed. Ling Mafeng glanced at them and took the lead to grab Yu Zhaofeng. He forcefully sucked out the black demon wind from his body. The strength of a high-level supreme martial artist was extraordinary. It was not difficult to do this. Ling Mafeng sucked on the others one after another. There was already a thick ball of black demon wind in his hand. This black demon wind is the most difficult type of wind to refine. Someone actually had the opportunity to refine this type of wind. It is indeed an anomaly, Ling Mafeng said faintly. He shook his palm violently and turned the ball of black demon wind into nothingness. Yu Xiaofeng immediately said after swallowing the pill, "Yes, that little bastard is only at the peak of the low level, but he can fight against a mid-level supreme martial artist. He even killed Fu Chang instantly." Ling Mofeng snorted coldly. Who is so daring to attack someone from the Qingfeng alliance? Could it be that group of people? Yu Xiaofeng said, No, he seems to be a kid who just joined the Qingfeng alliance. He actually wanted to kidnap our little junior sister. Ling Mofeng's expression darkened as he shouted, "What? It's someone from our alliance?" Yu Xiaofeng revealed a ferocious expression and said, "That's right. Our alliance does not allow internal strife, but that little bastard did it in public. First senior brother will definitely capture that little bastard and tear him to pieces. Let's go. Let me see what kind of monster he is that so many of you can't deal with. How dare he ignore the rules of our alliance?" Ling Mofeng said faintly. He took the lead and rushed out of the Qingfeng alliance. Yu Xiaofeng and the others quickly chased after him. Yu Xiaofeng hurriedly said, "Eldest senior brother, are we not going to bring a few people? What? Are you afraid that you can't deal with that kid?" Ling Mofeng was very displeased. No, I just think it's better to be cautious. That kid is too strange. He even has a clone with the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. It's better to be careful." Yu Xiaofeng understood his eldest senior brother's arrogance and spoke very carefully. So what if he's a high-level supreme martial artist? Do you really think I can't deal with him?" Ling Mofeng was indeed very displeased. "No, I just think." Yu Xiaofeng hurriedly waved his hands. Before he could finish, Ling Mofeng interrupted him. "Enough. If I can't deal with him, then let's forget about this." Yu Xiaofeng didn't dare to say another word after being reprimanded by Ling Mofeng. Just as they were about to rush out of the Blue Moon Space's 9th heaven screen, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had returned a step earlier. Eldest senior brother, it's this little bastard. You must help us." Yu Xiaofeng's expression was panicked as he spoke to Ling Mofeng through Ling Xiao. The others all shrank behind Ling Mofeng. They looked at Ling Xiao with a rather fearful gaze. A low-level supreme martial artist who could fight them with his own strength was too abnormal. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Xiaofeng and the others and sneered. "I'm kind enough to let you go, yet you still don't know what's good for you. Do you think I'll only feel satisfied if I kill you?" "Ling Xiao, don't be rash. Let me talk to eldest senior brother," Lu Piapiao hurriedly said. Then she prepared to persuade Ling Mofeng. However, Ling Mofeng looked surprised. "You're Ling Xiao who just joined?" Chapter 1564. You know me? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Mofeng in surprise. When he came to the Azure Wind Alliance, there were indeed quite a number of people who saw him before. But the people who could call out his name were absolutely not many. Yu Xiaofeng and the others beside Ling Mofeng were even more surprised. They did not understand how their eldest senior brother knew this person. However, they were not afraid. They believed that even if their eldest senior brother knew this person, he would still protect them and avenge them. Haha, how can I not recognize the alliance badge that the alliance leader personally brought back and deputy alliance leader Ning personally arranged for you? Ling Mofeng laughed wildly and said, "I am Ling Mofeng. My father, Ling Fengyi, I believe you have met him before. So it's the son of Deputy Alliance Leader Ling. My apologies." Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Ling Mofeng and said with a smile. He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, Brother Ling, you are here to capture me, right? Do you know the reason?" "I have heard from my junior brother. Although you were brought back by the Alliance leader, you still have to be punished for breaking the Alliance rules." Ling Mofeng responded. Then, he glanced at his junior brother and said, "However, I believe that Brother Ling will not cause trouble since you have just arrived. I am afraid that my junior brother has offended you. Junior brother, tell me the situation again and confront Brother Ling. No matter who is right or wrong, I will not forgive him." Yu Xiaofeng and the others did not expect their eldest senior brother to change his stance and settle the matter fairly. This was beyond their expectations. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell from Ling Mofeng's words that Ling Zhao's background wasn't simple. He was able to attract the attention of the two leaders. It seemed like their plan had failed and they would be punished by Ling Mo Feng. This is a misunderstanding between little junior sister and I. This brother is here to persuade us. It is not a big deal, Yu Xiaofeng said awkwardly. No matter what, Yu Xiaofeng could not say that he wanted to rape Lu Piapiao. He also knew that his eldest senior brother was a fair person. Although he was sometimes very protective, he was also very reasonable at other times. What's more, the two people in front of him had great backgrounds. If Ling Xiao was a newcomer who had just entered without any background, his eldest senior brother would definitely not make such a decision. Is it really a misunderstanding? Ling Mofeng glared at Yu Xiaofeng. He understood his junior brother's character. At his current realm, he could not calm down at all. He had long heard of all the ridiculous things he had done. However, Yu Xiaofeng was the son of one of his father's deceased brothers. He was very fond of Yu Xiaofeng, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, since Ling Xiao had returned with the current alliance master, Feng Qingyang, and was warmly received by the deputy alliance master, Ning Chengang, it was only natural that he carried a lot of weight. He had heard from his father that Ling Xiao was the descendant of a senior who had founded the Qingfeng alliance with their alliance master in the past. He was an important person to be taken care of. Moreover, Lu Piapiao was the disciple of the alliance master's younger sister. Although she was recognized by the alliance master, his father already felt that it was most likely true. Just based on these connections, Ling Mofeng had to take care of him. At this time Ling Xiao said, "Brother Ling, let's forget about this matter. It should be considered a misunderstanding. After all, I have just joined the alliance and there are many things I don't understand. Please forgive me." After a pause, he said, "Sister Piapiao and I are old acquaintances. It's just that we haven't seen each other for many years, so I'm a little excited. Please take care of us in the future." Well said. Since Brother Ling and junior sister are old acquaintances, it seems that you and our Qingfeng alliance are fated to meet. Why don't I be the host and have a good drink? Let's put this matter behind us. In the future, we will be allies and should help each other. Ling Mofeng knew that Ling Xiao didn't intend to pursue this matter and felt that Ling Xiao was quite broad-minded. He immediately suggested with a bright smile. Ling Xiao had just entered the Qingfeng alliance and didn't want to have a deep relationship with anyone. However, he didn't want to offend Ling Mofeng right now, so he immediately nodded and agreed. Ling Xiao also planned to bury the hatchet with Yu Xiaofeng and the others. It all depended on whether they would take the bait or not. With Ling Mofeng as the middleman, Yu Xiaofeng and the others restrained their arrogance. Besides, Ling Xiao's strength made them afraid, and his background also made them feel that they couldn't afford to offend him. It was better to be on good terms with him than to be at odds with him. After all, people who had reached their realm knew their limits. It was not something that could be solved with loyalty. Unless they thought that they could openly challenge the two alliance masters, perhaps they could act without looking at Ling Mofeng's face. Through their interactions, Ling Xiao had a good impression of Ling Mofeng. He felt that this person was very understanding of how to deal with people. His words were very steady, but he didn't lose his closeness. This made people feel that they weren't too distant. At the banquet, Yu Xiaofeng completely put down his pride and apologized to Lu Piapiao. This matter was considered to have been settled. After a round of drinking, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had settled the matter perfectly. They had also begun to integrate into the Qingfeng alliance's circle. After the banquet, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao finally had some time alone. Lu Piapiao had a place to stay here. Ling Xiao followed her there and told her about some of what had happened over the years. Although Lu Piapiao was cold to others, she opened a topic for the first time when she saw Ling Xiao again. She briefly explained her situation. Ling Xiao knew that after the two of them had separated, Lu Piapiao had gone to find her master. Later, the master and disciple had reunited and she had been brought to the extraterritorial realm by her master. It was only then that she knew that her master was looking for her brother. She said that she had already heard the news. It turned out that it was the current leader of the Qingfeng alliance, Feng Qingyang. Therefore, her master had planned to bring her to the Blue Moon space to seek shelter with her master's brother. However, after coming here, she found out that her master's brother had been traveling for many years and hadn't returned. In order to see her brother as soon as possible, her master had finally gone out with the people of the Qingfeng Alliance to inquire about the news and had yet to return. Then she unintentionally heard the news that Ling Xiao was wanted. Therefore, she wanted to go out and inquire about it. That was how the subsequent events had happened. Subsequently, Lu Piapiao also asked about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also gave her a brief account of what had happened. Unintentionally, the relationship between the two had improved a lot. It was indeed a very happy thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land. By the way, why did you come to the extraterritorial realm this time? Don't tell me you just came out to train? Lu Piapiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao didn't mention why he came here. However, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't just want to break through the region path. I want to find the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything from Lu Piapiao and answered directly. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that I don't have any clue." You want to find the Genesis Stone? This is something that any supreme martial artist would want. However, it's very difficult to find. It's a divine item that can only be found by chance. Lu Piapiao replied with a slight frown. Yes, but I must find it. I have a great use for it. Ling Xiao said very seriously. If he didn't receive any news from Yuan Zhantian, he would first rush to the 9-colored exquisite tree to help it eliminate the heaven-devouring locust and collect the wood Genesis Stone. What kind of Genesis Stone are you looking for? Lu Piapiao asked again. I want any kind of Genesis Stone. Of course, I lack the thunder, wind, light, dark, and wood Genesis Stones. Ling Xiao replied. Lu Piapiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a big appetite. He actually wanted many kinds of Genesis Stones. This was a rare divine item that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Do you think it's unrealistic? Actually, I think so too. However, no matter what, I have to collect them and wait to save people. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao, who was in a daze, and said with a bitter smile, "Wait to save people?" Lu Piapiao was even more confused now. She had never heard that the Genesis Stone could be used to save people. Let's not talk about this. I will leave in a few days. Do you have any plans? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao and asked. Ling Xiao hoped that Lu Piapiao could follow him and travel around. At the same time, they could improve their relationship and talk about life to kill time. However, his journey was full of danger. How could he let Lu Piapiao take the risk with him? He only thought about it in his heart. Lu Piapiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I want to wait here for my master to return before I plan to return to the heaven region. I don't have any plans for the time being. She thought that since Ling Xiao wasn't in the heaven region, it was meaningless for her to return. She wanted to say that she wanted to travel with Ling Xiao, but she was too shy to say such words. It's actually good for people who have reached your realm to cultivate here. By the way, since the chief is your master's brother, have you seen him? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Lu Piapiao shook her head and said, No, I have been here for more than 10 years. The Alliance Master only returned recently. By the way, I heard from eldest senior brother that the Alliance Master came back with you. Is this true? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Of course it's true. That old man is not bad. He's quite loyal. Don't say that. If others heard it, they would definitely punish you for being disrespectful. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, Can you help me tell the chief something? I can find Senior Feng at any time. Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and replied. Then help me tell him that Feng Lanling is looking for him. Tell him not to leave the alliance for a while. Lu Piapiao said very solemnly. Feng Lanling is your master? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's my master. I have already used a secret method to inform her. I believe she is already on her way back. I'm afraid that the chief will leave again and make my master's trip in vain. Lu Piapiao replied. Ling Xiao understood that Feng Lanling and Feng Qingyang might be separated siblings. Otherwise, Feng Lanling wouldn't have brought Lu Piapiao over to reunite with her. It's just a small matter. I will pass the message for you. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 1565. When Ling Xiao saw Feng Qingyang again, Feng Qingyang shot him a meaningful look and said, "You sure know how to stir up trouble, kid. I heard that you even killed our people yesterday. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because of this old man's name?" Anyone else would have been frightened by Feng Qingyang's question, but not Ling Xiao, because he did not care about his position in the Qingfeng alliance. At most, he would just leave. "Senior Feng, when someone wants to kill you, will you fight back and kill them? Besides, they wanted to kill my friend. I only killed one of them out of respect for you. Otherwise, all of you would be dead." Ling Xiao said calmly. "So you're saying that you're in the right?" Feng Qingyang's eyes gleamed coldly. "Do you think that I'm in the right only if they kill me?" Ling Xiao retorted. "Ha, you're a tough one. How dare you talk back to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Feng Qingyang retracted his aura and laughed. "Senior, if you want to kill me, why wait until now? You only need to give the order and I won't see you again." Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "You're quite smart. You've already thought so far ahead," Feng Qingyang praised. Then he asked, "Are you here to bid me farewell?" "Senior Feng, do you know Feng Lanling?" Ling Xiao asked casually. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Qingyang, who was surrounded by a green glow. Feng Qingyang stared at him and said, "Where have you heard of this name before?" Ling Xiao wanted to answer, but he found that he could not open his mouth. His body was bent over by the terrifying aura. This old man is really scary. I'll die if this goes on," Ling Xiao said anxiously in his mind. Phew. Feng Qingyang realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted half of his aura and said, "Tell me everything you know, don't let anything slip." Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Feng Lanling had clearly met with the Deputy Alliance Master, Ling Fengyi. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned, Ling Fengyi should have informed him about this matter first. Why did Feng Qingyang seem to be in the dark? Did you forget? Or are you deliberately hiding it? Ling Xiao guessed, then said, "It's Feng Lanling's disciple who asked me to tell you not to leave the League for the time being. Feng Lanling is on her way back." "Are you serious?" Feng Qingyang said with a joyful expression. "Of course, her disciple is now in the League. Senior Feng Lanling must have come to see you before, and it was Deputy Alliance Master who received her. Didn't he tell you about this?" Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised and replied, "I see. No wonder Feng Yi said that he had something to discuss with me 2 days ago, but he was delayed by some other matters." What a muddle-headed old man. "Quick, bring me to see my sister's disciple. I didn't expect her to be alive. Ha! God bless my Feng clan. God bless my little sister." Feng Qingyang laughed with tears of joy. From Feng Qingyang's tone, Ling Xiao knew that Lu Piapiao's master was really his biological sister. Looking at Feng Qingyang's lost composure, Ling Xiao was touched. Many experts had become indifferent to their emotions as they advanced in their realms, but this senior Feng had never forgotten about it. It was clear that he was a man of affection and righteousness. At the same time, his suspicion of Ling Fengyi had diminished. It seemed that he had misunderstood. With Ling Zhao's help, Lu Piapiao was finally able to see Feng Qingyang. After that, Lu Piapiao showed some of Feng Lanling's keepsakes to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang could not suppress his yearning for her for so many years, and he burst into tears like a child. Men do not cry easily because their love has not reached its peak. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were so touched that their eyes became moist. Later, Feng Qingyang asked Lu Piapiao to stay behind alone, and the two talked for a long time. As for what they talked about, Ling Xiao did not know. Ling Xiao took advantage of his free time to look for Ning Qinggang and asked if there was any news about Yuan Zhantian. Ning Qinggang had already sent people to look for him personally, but there was still no news. Ling Xiao could not help but feel anxious, afraid that something had happened to Yuan Zhantian. However, the extraterritorial domain was too big, and it was not easy to find someone. Ling Xiao, don't worry about this. I have already asked others to pay attention to everything about your friend. Even if he is not in the blue moon space but somewhere else, once there is news, it will come back. Ning Qinggang saw through Ling Xiao's concerns and tried to persuade him. Thank you, Elder Ning. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and thanked him. This old man had indeed taken good care of him, and Ling Xiao engraved all of this in his heart. Don't be so courteous with me. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. Otherwise, when boss comes back, he'll blame me for not taking good care of you, Ning Qinggang said with a smile. Then he asked, I heard that you and Feng Yi's disciple got into some trouble? Do you want me to talk to him? There is no need to trouble you with such a small matter. I have already solved it. Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, Oh right, Elder Ning, do you have any Genesis stones? Good boy, you actually have this idea. Unfortunately, I have been searching for many years and have not found a single Genesis stone. This is something that can only be found in a pure forbidden space. No matter where it is very rare. Ning Qinggang smiled bitterly. Oh, I was just asking. This thing is indeed not easy to find, but I wonder if there is any force in the blue moon space that has it? Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. Ning Qinggang did not answer, but asked instead, What do you want this Genesis stone for? Of course it is very useful. Ling Xiao laughed, trying to keep Ning Qinggang in suspense. You sly little fellow. Ning Qinggang scolded him with a smile. He also knew that Ling Xiao was still on guard against him. After all, they had just met, so it was reasonable. The strongest force in the blue moon space is our Qingfeng Union. If we don't have it, it is even more difficult for others to have it. So, I don't have the Genesis stone that you want, but it doesn't mean that our Qingfeng Union doesn't have it. As far as I know, Union Master Feng has a wind Genesis stone. However, it is not easy to get it from him. Ning Qinggang said. Elder Feng has a Genesis stone? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Ning Qinggang nodded and said, It is good that you know this. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Otherwise, I will be scolded. Thank you so much, Elder Ning. I will definitely not tell anyone. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Yes, no matter who has the Genesis stone, they will not be willing to take it out easily. However, Union Master Feng's strength has reached the peak, so he can't use it anymore. He has been suppressing it in the Union for others to use. Unless he has extra Genesis stones, don't even think about getting it from him. I have told you everything I know. Just wait and see. Ning Qinggang reminded. Yes, I understand. Ling Xiao happily replied. Then he said, Elder Ning treats me like a junior. Then, Ling Xiao will be bold enough to call you Elder Ning in the future. I hope you don't mind. Ling Xiao also knew that this old man really cared about him, and he could feel his sincerity. So, Ling Xiao followed the favor and changed the way he addressed Ning Qinggang. It could be considered that he recognized Ning Qinggang as a family member. Before this, Ning Qinggang could only be considered a friend of the older generation, an acquaintance. He couldn't be considered a close friend, let alone a family member. Ning Qinggang listened to Ling Xiao and smiled with satisfaction. Good. Good boy. Come here, I have a small gift for you. Although it can't be compared to the Genesis stone, it is still something rare. Ning Qinggang took out a spatial ring. It was obviously a gift that he had prepared for Ling Xiao. He only gave it to Ling Xiao after he got Ling Xiao's approval. Ling Xiao respectfully received it and thanked him. Thank you, Elder Ning. We are family, there is no need to be polite. Ning Qinggang laughed happily and then said, I will ask Union Master Feng about the Genesis stone for you. He should give me some face. Okay, then you can ask Senior Feng for me first. If it doesn't work, then let me talk to him. We can discuss any conditions. Ling Xiao was naturally willing to do this. After a few days, Ning Qinggang finally told Feng Qingyang that Ling Xiao needed the Genesis stone. The Genesis stone was a top divine item of any big force. Of course, Feng Qingyang didn't want to give in at first. He had rejected Ning Qingyang's suggestion. However, Lu Piapiao spoke for Ling Xiao, so Feng Qingyang changed his stance. Lu Piapiao was his sister's only disciple. Feng Qingyang loved her so much that he kept her by his side and taught her personally. He also ordered Yu Zhaofeng and the others who wanted to humiliate Lu Piapiao. Therefore, Lu Piapiao's words were quite useful in Qingfeng Alliance and Feng Qingyang. Thus, Ling Xiao was summoned by Feng Qingyang again. "Boy Ling, do you know what the Genesis Stone is? You sure have a big appetite." Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao without beating around the bush. "Of course I know. However, I came to the outer space to look for all kinds of Genesis stones. I met Senior Feng in the Space of Storms and I was also looking for the Genesis Stone. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. If Senior Feng has an extra one, I hope you can exchange it with me. I can pay any price." Ling Xiao said seriously. "Any price? Including letting you stay here?" Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. "Of course, this doesn't include me." Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before replying. Then he thought to himself, "I only sell my skills, not my body." "Then what do you have that can tempt me?" Feng Qingyang asked with interest. Ling Xiao was stunned by the question. Indeed, Feng Qingyang had reached this realm. What else did he lack? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before asking, "Is there a supreme drug deity in Qingfeng Alliance?" "There is no supreme drug deity in our alliance." "Why do you ask?" "Could it be that you want supreme god elixirs? I have a few here. For the sake of Qinggang and Piapiao, I can give you one." Feng Qingyang replied generously. "That's not it. Since there is no supreme drug deity in the alliance, how about I refine dozens or hundreds of supreme god elixirs for you in exchange for the Genesis Stone?" Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Chapter 1566. Inside the main hall of the Qingfeng Alliance. Feng Qingyang, Ning Qingang, and Lu Piapiao were stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. After a while, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang smiled faintly. Ning Qingang said, "Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense. This is not a joke." "I'm not joking. I'm serious. I can refine supreme divinity pills." Ling Xiao replied seriously. The more Ling Xiao said so, the more Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang didn't believe him. They thought that Ling Xiao was bragging. At this time, Lu Piapiao said, "He can refine pills. I can prove it." Piapiao, even if he knows how to refine elixirs, he can only refine some ordinary elixirs. Supreme divinity pellets are not common goods. There are only a few supreme divinity pellets in our blue moon space. This shows how rare supreme divinity pellets are. Every one of them is extremely arrogant. It's not easy to win them over. If this kid is a supreme divinity pellet, it's not impossible for me to give him the Genesis Stone. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a supreme divinity pill, so he made a promise casually. "Senior Feng, are you serious?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. Of course, I will take my words seriously. However, it will depend on whether you have the ability to do so." Feng Qingyang laughed. Ning Qingang shouted at Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, stop fooling around. Don't worry, Venerable Ning. I really am the supreme alchemy god. Take out a supreme alchemy ingredient and I'll refine it for you right now. Action is the most practical thing," Ling Xiao said with confidence. He thought to himself, "Is it because I'm too honest that no one believes me? What a headache." Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang were moved when they heard Ling Xiao's serious words. It didn't seem like he was joking. At this time, Lu Piapiao said, "When I first met him, he was only a king god, but he was already a divine apothecary. Martial Uncle Feng, I'm afraid you will lose the Genesis Stone." Upon hearing Lu Piapiao's words, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang opened their mouths wide and their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, they gave Ling Xiao a portion of the Supreme God Pill's ingredients and finally witnessed Ling Xiao's alchemy level. They finally believed that Ling Xiao did not lie to them and was a genuine Supreme Alchemy God. This kid is too abnormal. Not only does he cultivate multiple attributes, but he is also a Supreme Alchemy God. Look at how old he is. He's not even 200 years old. I really wonder who could have given birth to such a monster. Feng Qingyang lamented. Ning Chengang smiled and said, "Hiya. This kid is worthy of being absolute beginning's descendant. He's a treasure. Kim people are willing to let him go alone to find the Genesis stone." Feng Qingyang sighed softly and said, "This kid is not alone." He had seen Ling Zhao's methods. If anyone thought that Ling Xiao was alone and wanted to bully this kid, they would definitely be in big trouble. Alliance leader, you can't go back on your words. You have to give this kid the Genesis stone. Ning Chengang laughed and said. Feng Qingyang's face twitched. He still had a Wind Genesis stone, but if he were to give it away like this, it would be very painful. Can't he refine some supreme elixirs for us? You and Feng Yi should go and prepare. Ask the others to bring me the supreme celestial materials. We can't give this kid the Genesis stone so easily. Feng Qingyang was bewildered. He could only try his best to extract more value from Ling Xiao. Looking at Feng Qingyang's painful expression, Lu Piapiao couldn't help but smile faintly. It was extremely beautiful. In the next few months, Ling Xiao abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to refine supreme god elixirs for Qingfeng Alliance so that he could obtain the Wind Genesis stone as soon as possible. The day Ling Xiao came out of his closed-door cultivation was also the day he finally saw Lu Piapiao's master. She looked like a dignified and cold, beautiful woman. Her temperament was almost the same as Lu Piapiao's. No wonder Lu Piapiao was trained to be such a cold beauty. However, Feng Lanling knew that Ling Xiao was not only the savior of her disciple, but also the admiration of her elder brother. Therefore, she showed a faint and friendly smile to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao greeted her, he handed over the supreme god elixirs to Feng Qingyang. At this time, the higher-ups of Qingfeng Alliance knew that Ling Xiao was also a supreme god elixir. They all came to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. They finally understood why Ling Xiao was so warmly taken care of by their alliance leader. It turned out that he was a rare supreme god elixir. If they knew that Feng Qingyang had brought back a supreme divine alchemist by accident, what kind of expression would they have? Senior Feng, I have refined all the supreme god elixirs you wanted. Shouldn't you give me the Genesis stone? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and smiled. Kid, why are you in such a hurry? Let me check the goods first. Feng Qingyang shouted. He was undoubtedly very reluctant to take out the Genesis stone. This was a divine item that he had kept for many years. He had never been willing to take it out. Now, he had to accept the reality and take it out to Ling Xiao. Senior Feng, it's a bit unreasonable to exchange these supreme god elixirs for the Genesis stone. Let me give you something else. I believe you won't feel that it's a loss. Ling Xiao said and took out the divine black wind stone. As soon as the divine black wind stone appeared, everyone present stood up in shock. Even Feng Qingyang, who was a peak supreme master, was moved. This is the divine black wind stone. Kid, you actually obtained such a divine item in the space of storms. Feng Qingyang exclaimed. Previously, he had entered the space of storms to search for such a divine item. However, the black storm was too terrifying. Even he did not dare to approach it. That was a kind of world-destroying power. Even he was not sure that he could withstand it. However, Ling Xiao had such a lucky chance to obtain this divine black wind stone. It was simply unbelievable. Good. These supreme god elixirs and this divine black wind stone are worth my Genesis stone. Feng Qingyang laughed happily. Although the divine black wind stone was not as good as the Genesis stone, it was almost the same. Most importantly, it could allow people to condense black wind, which could increase the fighting power of any warrior with wind attribute. Feng Qingyang might not be able to use it, but he still had his sister, his sister's disciple, or his disciple. As for the loss of the Genesis stone, it did not matter. After all, he had made his promise. Moreover, the Qingfeng Alliance still had one, which was enough. Now that he could obtain this divine black wind stone, he did not feel so distressed anymore. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang traded. Both of them got what they wanted, so it was a happy ending. Especially Ling Xiao, who had obtained a wind attribute Genesis stone so smoothly. This was definitely an unexpected gain. As long as he obtained the wood attribute Genesis stone, he would only need to collect 3 types of Genesis stones. Then he would be one step closer to his plan to rescue the forefather. As for the divine black wind stone, it did not matter anymore. Anyway, the innate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness had evolved and possessed the divine power of the black wind. It was temporarily useless, so he might as well exchange it for the Genesis stone. Moreover, he still had a golden dragon wind stone, which was very useful. Thus, he did not exchange it for the Genesis stone. After obtaining the Genesis stone, Ling Xiao asked Ning Qingang about Yuan Zhantian. Unfortunately, there was still no news about him. He could not help but feel anxious. Finally, he guessed that Yuan Zhantian might be the same as him. Perhaps he had entered a dangerous space and could not come out for a while. Ling Xiao did not have time to wait any longer. He decided to bid farewell and go to the 9-colored exquisite tree. However, before that, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qingang advised Ling Xiao to stay in the Qingfeng alliance. With his identity as an alchemy divine master, he could definitely become the most honorable person. However, Ling Xiao directly rejected them. He was not interested in these things. He only wanted to find the other kinds of Genesis stones as soon as possible and rescue his forefather. Then he could plan other things. By the way, Senior Feng, do you know any places with light, dark, or thunder attribute Genesis stones? Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Feng Qingyang was experienced and knowledgeable. He should have gone through many dangerous places. He believed that he knew some special spaces that might have Genesis stones. That way, he would not need to waste a lot of time and effort to find them. Kid, why do you want to find so many Genesis stones? Could it be that you also cultivate light, dark, or thunder attributes? Feng Qingyang asked suspiciously. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, No, I just need them. If Senior knows, please tell me. At this moment, Ning Qingang said, If you want to find the Genesis Source Stone, you have to find it in that pure space. Moreover, it's extremely dangerous inside that space. You shouldn't think about it. It's not worth losing your life for it. Don't worry, Senior Ning. Our lives are the most important. We will not act rashly. Ling Xiao felt Ning Qinggang's concern and immediately looked at him gratefully. As far as I know, the Demon Tiger tribe and the Bird tribe have the primordial stones of dark and light. As for the Thunder primordial stone, I know where to find it, but that place is the primordial thunder space. Even I will die if I go there. I advise you to give up on that idea. Feng Qingyang said seriously. Chaotic thunder space. Ling Xiao took a cold breath and said, This was one of the most terrifying spaces in the world, and anyone who wasn't a top-notch sovereign would definitely die if they entered. No one could endure the violent bombardment of the chaotic heavenly lightning, and even the dragon phoenix divine hoop on his head wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the chaotic heavenly lightning. It was said that only the top-level supreme masters with the heavenly thunder divine body could enter that space freely. Warriors with the thunder attribute were rare, and those with the heavenly thunder divine body were even rarer. How many of them could reach the top-level supreme master realm? The Demon Tiger tribe has always had some conflicts with the Kim people. The Bird tribe is even more arrogant. The foundation of these two tribes is beyond your imagination. It is as difficult as climbing up to the sky to get the Genesis stones in their territories. Feng Qingyang sighed and said, However, for Tai Chu's sake, I will use the connections of the Green Wind Alliance to help you spread the news. Maybe someone wants to trade with you. In that case, many thanks to Senior Wind. Ling Xiao bowed and said. Chapter 1567. With Feng Qingyang's promise and Ning Qinggang's help to keep an eye on Yuan Zhantian's whereabouts, Ling Xiao could continue his journey with peace of mind. However, before they left, Lu Piapiao said that she wanted to travel with Ling Xiao. At first, Feng Lanling strongly opposed it. She felt that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were too weak and Ling Xiao was not strong enough to protect Lu Piapiao. Ling Xiao was also afraid that something would happen to Lu Piapiao. He did not dare to agree to Lu Piapiao's request. Although he wanted this beauty to follow him, it was not a joke now. He might be in danger at any time. If something really happened, he did not want to implicate others. However, Feng Qingyang expressed his support for Lu Piapiao to follow Ling Xiao. This time, not only was Ling Xiao surprised, even Feng Lanling had a puzzled look on her face. Ling Xiao, I know what you are capable of. It is not a problem to protect one person, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and said playfully. Ling Xiao met Feng Qingyang's gaze with a flash of shyness. He felt that he had been seen through by Feng Qingyang and had no secrets left. It is okay to protect one person, but... Ling Xiao hurriedly replied. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Feng Qingyang. That's enough. I trust that you will not let anything happen to Piapiao, right? Just as Ling Xiao was still hesitating, Lu Piapiao replied decisively, Don't worry, I will not be a burden to you. Since she had said so, Ling Xiao had no reason to reject her. That would hurt her feelings. All right, I will bring you along, but you must listen to my instructions. Once there is any danger, I will send someone to escort you back. Ling Xiao replied helplessly. At this time, Lu Piapiao revealed an imperceptible smile. Before leaving, Feng Qingyang called Lu Piapiao over for a chat and gave her some life-saving magical items. Although he believed in Ling Xiao's abilities, he didn't want his sister's only disciple to die on the domain path. After staying in the Cyan Moon space for about half a year, Ling Xiao finally set off on another journey with his beauty. Big brother, why are you so assured to let Piao Piao follow that kid to the domain path? Feng Lanling said with some dissatisfaction. Hee, can't you see that these two kids are in love with each other? Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. So what? Are we going to let Piapiao take the risk with him? Feng Lanling replied. Taking risks is also an opportunity. I also believe that the boy can turn misfortune into fortune and won't let Piapiao take risks. Besides, the things I gave Piapiao are enough for her to protect herself. You can rest assured. Feng Qingyang said. Then, he added, I'll arrange for the people in the alliance to take care of them along the way. Moreover, this kid is the weirdest guy I've ever seen. His tricks can surprise anyone. Don't be stingy with him. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Feng Lanling couldn't say anything more. She only hoped that her disciple would return safely in the near future. Ling Xiao took Lu Piapiao with him on their journey. This made him feel a little more relaxed and happy on this lonely journey. Lu Piapiao was originally cold and taciturn. However, after being with Ling Xiao, she became much more cheerful. She was able to listen to Ling Xiao talk about all kinds of interesting things with great relish. From time to time, she would smile in amazement, which made Ling Xiao fall head over heels for her. He exclaimed that she was beautiful. After being praised by Ling Xiao, Lu Piapiao's face would always turn a little rosy. This really added a lot of color to the endless domain path. Originally, Ling Xiao was worried that he would be chased by the people of the Red Snake Gang or be robbed by other plunderers. However, after walking for a long distance, they were not chased by anyone. Even if they occasionally met some supreme martial artists, they would avoid them in advance. They did not intend to have any entanglement with them. Ling Xiao felt that the people of the Red Snake Gang were afraid of him. No one dared to find trouble with them. This made him feel that it was a pity that he could no longer control the puppets. Without the divine soul to absorb and strengthen his divine soul, his wish to quickly strengthen his divine soul would be dashed. Moreover, he could not simply kill people to snatch and devour their divine souls. This really made Ling Xiao feel conflicted and depressed. If others knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably want to kill him with a piece of tofu. Other people were afraid of being chased by someone, but this guy actually hoped that someone would come after him. He was simply a masochist. The two of them walked for nearly a year. They passed by many land space stations and many dangerous places. The relationship between the two of them progressed by leaps and bounds. They were already a lot more casual. In addition, the various holy beasts that accompanied Ling Xiao had obvious improvements, especially Xiao Jin and the Muscle Man. They were both of the metal and wind attributes. With the help of the Golden Dragon's Wind Stone, they absorbed the essence of the Genesis energy day and night, and swallowed many beast cores. They had reached the upper and peak of the 10th level respectively. They had caught up with the prodigal's current realm. The dragon horse had also advanced a level and reached the upper 10th level. These holy beasts would have to see which of them reached the 11th level first. By then, they would be able to fly freely in the outer realm. However, it would not be easy for them to advance to such a crucial level. Ling Xiao did not want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Hence, he let them wait for a few years before letting them swallow the 11th level beast cores. Otherwise, they would not be able to take it. However, the prodigal was still abnormal. He could already swallow the 11th level beast cores. He was also slowly swallowing the purple-black fire to increase his firepower. However, he still had not broken through to the 11th level. He was a freak. As for Dragon 5th, he had also started to increase his strength. He used to think that he was very strong. However, ever since the battle with the few high-level supreme martial artists, he realized that he had underestimated those humans and the other races in this world. He had absorbed many of the metal attribute powers in the outer realm, but his strength still did not increase. The requirements of a holy beast were incomparable to those of other holy beasts. Even if Dragon 5th wanted to speed up his advancement, he would not be able to do it in such a short period of time. As for Ling Xiao, he had previously received the feedback from the Khanate Sinister Wind Pearl. He had also reached the peak of the low-level Supreme Martial Artist realm. He already had the ability to break through to the middle level at any time. However, he was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to wait for a few more days so that it would be safer and safer for him to break through. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had already walked far away. Ling Xiao realized that he had not reached the place indicated by the exquisite leaf. He could not help but feel anxious. Ling Xiao, where are you going? This direction is close to the Winged Men tribe's light space. Are you going to snatch their light attribute Genesis stone? Lu Piapiao asked. Oh, the Winged Men tribe's light space is in this direction? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He knew that the Winged Men tribe lived in the East Region Road. However, he did not know the specific location. Yes, I have heard from others that it is in this direction, Lu Piapiao replied. After all, she had come to the outer realm more than 10 years earlier than Ling Xiao. It was normal for her to know more than Ling Xiao. The Winged Men tribe? I really want to see it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. When he thought about how his great-grandfather had been killed by the Winged Men clan, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted to rush up and kill all of them immediately. However, Ling Xiao had heard from Feng Qingyang that if he wasn't absolutely sure, he should not provoke those people. Apparently, the Winged Men tribe wasn't a simple existence. Shi Yan would have to wait until he reached the mid-level of the Great Master Realm. Ling Xiao wasn't the impulsive and loyal young man he used to be. He knew how to be patient now. Thus, he wouldn't risk his life like that anymore. He took Lu Piapiao to avoid the Winged Men tribe's territory and head to the next land space. Every time he passed a land space, he would stop for several days to find some supreme divine materials. It was his habit. There were many supreme incipient God realm experts in these land spaces. They had all kinds of divine materials. Sometimes, they would find some divine materials that Ling Xiao liked. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to provoke them. Some things were so coincidental that he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Right when Ling Xiao found some divine materials with light attribute in front of him and wanted to collect them, he coincidentally met two members of the Winged Men tribe. He, lowly human, put down the light stone. That's something that only belongs to our god race. It's not something that lowly insects like you can touch. A winged man with the strength of a mid-level sovereign sneered. The two members of the Winged Men tribe were a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome and the woman was beautiful and alluring. They both had a pair of snow-white wings and a halo above their heads that radiated dazzling light. They looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao with disdain and disdain. After all, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were only at the low level, while they were already at the middle level. It would be easy for them to deal with Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Moreover, this was their territory. Ling Xiao ignored the two birdmen and put away the light stone. These light stones could be used to forge divine weapons of light attribute. They were also useful to light attribute warriors. In this turbulent space basin, they couldn't appear often. Lowlife, do you know what you're doing? You don't listen to me, Sir Geoffrey. Do you want to die? The male winged man shouted at Ling Xiao with an angry face. At the same time, a mid-level aura dashed towards Ling Xiao like a mountain. Lu Piapiao whispered to Ling Xiao, "Let's go." Although she knew that Ling Xiao was strong, they had to be careful in someone else's territory. Ling Xiao ignored the winged man's aura and said to Lu Piapiao, "There's no hurry. I haven't fought in a long time. I'm a little itchy. Let's start with them." As he finished speaking, Ling Xiao looked at the two winged ones. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they were like sharp blades. The two winged ones were so frightened by his stare that they started to tremble. "There's something strange about Geoffrey." The female winged man tugged at the male winged man and said worriedly. The male winged man shouted fearlessly, "He's just a low-level expert. I'll sacrifice him later." After saying that, he attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 1568. The winged tribe had always thought of themselves as the noblest race. They felt that they were born to be gods and called themselves the descendants of gods. Therefore, they had always treated other races as lowly commoners and unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them. Therefore, they treated everyone with disdain and arrogance. This also made it easy for them to offend others and make them very unsociable with people from other races. However, it was true that they were born to be favored by the heavens. Not only did they have enchanting appearances, but they also had a pair of beautiful wings that were comparable to the wind attribute. This made it twice as easy for them to cultivate the light attribute. After being ignored by Ling Xiao, the winged tribe person called Geoffrey finally wanted to kill Ling Xiao. His palm reached out to grab Ling Xiao's neck. A sharp claw radiance that was like an eagle's claw brought with it a powerful aura. Ling Xiao did not dodge. A playful smile appeared on his face as a golden dragon fist collided with a white eagle's claw. Rumble! The first clash immediately caused a huge explosion of energy, causing the surroundings to tremble uncontrollably. In this clash, one of the winged tribe people was sent flying. Even his arm was twisted and deformed. So strong! The one who was sent flying was Geoffrey, who had taken the initiative to attack. He held his arm and looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. "Geoffrey, watch out!" The female winged tribe person cried out in alarm. She suddenly charged toward Geoffrey, who had already caught up to Ling Xiao. A white whip flashed in her hand and she lashed out with it, creating a long snake shadow. The female winged person was also a mid-level winged person. Her strength was not weak, and with a single lash of her whip, the space around them began to crack and crumble. If any low-level supreme being were to be hit by this whip, their divine body would immediately shatter. However, no matter how powerful her attack was, it could not be faster than Ling Xiao's Tempest movement technique. Her whip shadow only landed on Ling Xiao's afterimage. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Jefu in the blink of an eye and blasted a golden fist towards Jefu. Jaffe was still in a daze from the previous attack, but Ling Xiao immediately appeared in front of him and gave him a very direct punch. He didn't even have time to react. Bang! Geoffrey didn't even have the chance to react before his face exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and several of his front teeth flew out. "How dare you keep calling me a lowly commoner? You're nothing more than this, you birdman. Do you really think you're some divine race? Puh! This empress will beat you until you're no better than a lowly commoner." Ling Xiao was furious. As she shouted, she threw punch after punch at Jefu. In just a short moment, Geoffrey was beaten into a daze. He did not understand how this lowly commoner could act so quickly. Furthermore, his strength was actually not inferior to a mid-level honorable like him. He wanted to resist, but his divine body was directly smashed. The female winged person wanted to rescue him, but she was entangled by Lu Piapiao. However, Lu Piapiao could only use her speed to restrain the other party. It was impossible for her to fight against the other party. The female winged person had no intention of paying attention to Lu Piapiao. She forcefully broke through Lu Piapiao's obstruction and charged towards Ling Xiao. Her white whip was like a spiritual snake as it twisted towards Ling Xiao. Do you think you can kill me? Ling Xiao glared at the female winged person and snorted coldly. He did not waste his breath on the female winged person. Instead, he directly used his soul power to attack her consciousness and divine soul. The female winged person felt an unbearable pain in her divine soul. She let go of the white whip in her hand and clutched her head as she screamed in pain. Lu Piapiao hurriedly chased after the female winged person from behind. She attacked the female winged person violently, causing her body to explode again and again. She was on the verge of death. Jefferson was taken down by Ling Xiao in a flash. He did not even have a chance to counterattack before he became a captive in Ling Xiao's hands. Sister Piapiao, let's go. Someone is coming towards us. Ling Xiao controlled Jefferson with one hand and called out to Lu Piapiao. Then they began to flee. The battle just now had probably alerted the people nearby. Whether or not they were from the winged person tribe, Ling Xiao did not want to cause any more trouble. He and Lu Piapiao fled at full speed. Their speed was not inferior to that of a middle-stage supreme martial artist. If it was not for the fact that Ling Xiao had to take care of Lu Piapiao, he would probably have flown even faster. After fleeing for an unknown distance, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao stopped at a suspended rock after he did not sense any other auras. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He kept the two winged person tribe as his puppets. In the future, he would have to deal with the winged person tribe and even the demon tiger tribe. He could not waste these fresh troops. After Ling Xiao controlled the two winged person tribe, he understood how terrifying the winged person tribe was. It turned out that most of the winged person tribe had migrated to the extraterritorial region. Their strength had soared to a terrifying level. Those who remained in the heaven region were only those who had yet to grow up. Their strength was less than 1/5 of the winged person tribe. In addition, there were 1 or 2 terrifying existences at the level of the Pope in the winged person tribe. Those were the real top supreme martial artists. Their strength was not inferior to Ning Qinggang or Ling Fengyi. They might even be as strong as Feng Qingyang. Ling Xiao was glad that he did not take the risk to barge into the winged person tribe's territory. Otherwise, he would not know how to spell the word death. Lu Piapiao was quite surprised by Ling Xiao's method of controlling people. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a strange secret skill. She really did not know how many more secrets he had. She could not help but want to keep digging. Sister Piapiao, what are you looking at? Could it be that I've become more handsome recently? Ling Xiao touched his face and said shamelessly. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "You are the most shameless person I have ever seen." Thank you for the compliment, Sister Piapiao. Actually, I am just telling the truth. Ling Xiao laughed proudly. After resting for a while, the two of them set off again. This time, Ling Xiao knew which space the exquisite leaf was pointing to. This was because they knew from the memories of the two winged people that there was a space called the disaster zone after a while in this direction. That place was originally a very beautiful land space, and there were many human martial artists and many sacred beasts living there. However, one day, the heaven-devouring locust disaster occurred. The locusts covered the sky and devoured all the wild forests in that beautiful space. Many warriors and holy beasts died under the hands of these locusts, and the powerful ones were forced to leave their homes. From then on, it became a space plagued by locust plague, and the nearby spaces that had vitality all suffered calamities, causing that space to become a forbidden zone. It was a land of calamity that many people who walked the domain path didn't dare to step into. That space was still a long distance away from where Ling Xiao was. He needed to travel through a lot of space to reach it. A rough estimate was that he would need to fly at full speed for about a year. If he included the time he had to stop midway, it might take about a year and a half to reach that space. Previously, Ling Xiao relied on the exquisite needle to guide him forward. He did not know when the end was and when the destination was. Now, he finally had some clues. Presumably, the place where the heaven-devouring locust was located was where the 9-colored exquisite tree was located. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao hurried on at full speed and did not make too many stops. The latter part of the journey had already passed the area of influence of the Qingfeng alliance. Many plunderers started to appear and attack Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. However, Ling Xiao could not wait for them to close the door. As long as there were no top-notch supreme martial artists, he was not afraid of any of them. He planned to take them all under his command and turn them into his puppets. Many people thought that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were just two people on the territory road and that they were fat sheep that were left alone. Especially Lu Piapiao, who was an unparalleled beauty, attracted the lustful thoughts of those lustful people. In the end, they all met with tragedy. When they were beaten up miserably, they realized that the other party was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. He was really strong. Originally, there were only 2 people. Suddenly, there were many more supreme martial artists, which caught them off guard. Along the way, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were besieged many times. However, they were able to win with the help of Ling Xiao's strength and his puppets. After killing and breaking through the obstacles along the way, Ling Xiao's godly soul was already infinitely close to the edge of a breakthrough. His puppet army had also been enriched to more than 50 people. There were dozens of people here. Among them, there were 3 high-level supreme martial artists, 12 middle-level supreme martial artists, and the rest were low-level supreme martial artists. Such a force was enough to make many people tremble in fear. Ling Xiao also used the Supreme God Elixir that he had to increase the number of high-level Supreme Martial Artists and 3 middle-level Supreme Martial Artists. His appearance was even more luxurious and powerful. However, Ling Xiao still felt that these forces were not enough. It was not easy to deal with the heaven-devouring locust. Moreover, he would need to use them to deal with other enemies in the future. Almost half a year had passed. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had already traveled more than half of the journey and were getting closer to the disaster zone. However, Ling Xiao's heart was getting more and more uneasy. These heaven-devouring locusts were famous for being terrifying. Even if he came with the purple-black fire, he would not be able to burn all these heaven-devouring locusts. If he was not careful and couldn't get rid of these heaven-devouring locusts, then he would be the one to die. Originally, he thought that these heaven-devouring locusts were in one place, gnawing on the 9-color exquisite tree. Now that he thought about it, it was not so simple. There were many heaven-devouring locusts in the nearby spaces. The number of heaven-devouring locusts was probably in the hundreds of millions. Once he stepped into their territory, he would be entangled by them. That would definitely be a disaster. After thinking about it again and again, Ling Xiao decided to continue to enrich his puppet army. He increased the number of people to about 200 before heading to the disaster zone. After making the decision, Ling Xiao took Lu Piapiao to the spaces where the plunderers often appeared. He would let the plunderers come to him for him to kill and control. Ling Xiao's plan was undoubtedly bold and perverted. He actually welcomed the plunderers to plunder. If the plunderers knew about this, they would want to die. Who was the real predator here? Chapter 1569. Above the endless territory roads, in the boundless space, there was a chaotic astral wind in the outer space. Several supreme incipient God realm experts were running away in panic. Their faces were full of fear, as if they had encountered something that terrified them. However, before they could run far, they were surrounded by the supreme experts who had caught up with them. Waves of 5-colored chaotic energy flows and terrifying attacks attacked them. Shortly after, these experts at different realms were half dead. Their god bodies couldn't recover in a short time. A young man riding a black single-horned ghost beast arrived, accompanied by a stunning beauty. Such a combination seemed to be extremely conspicuous in the outer realm space. The young man, who was sitting on the ghost beast, rushed over excitedly as if he had just harvested his prey. He restrained all the severely injured supreme beings. Ling Xiao, how many pirates do you want to control before you think it's enough? Lu Piapiao couldn't help but open her red lips and ask. Of course, the more the merrier. These people came to me on their own accord. Keeping them alive would only bring harm to the world. Even though I'm not helping the people, I can still reduce the peace in the domain path. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As he spoke, he took out the ghost grass and swallowed it. Every time he controlled a supreme incipient god realm expert, he needed to consume a lot of energy. Did you come to the outer space just to do these things? Didn't you want to find the Genesis Stone? Lu Piapiao asked. Finding the Genesis Stone and doing these things don't conflict. Instead, if I control them, I might know the whereabouts of the other Genesis Stones. Moreover, if I control them, it will be safer for us. Ling Xiao explained with a faint smile. Lu Piapiao nodded with understanding. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of brilliance. Ling Xiao wasn't as impatient as others. He already showed the calm and steady temperament that a mature man should have, which made his charm even higher. Lu Piapiao liked this kind of young, mature, and steady man. To be exact, she liked the person in front of her. It seems that there are no more plunderers in this area. Let's go somewhere else. Ling Xiao said to Lu Piapiao. His puppet army had only reached 130 people. This was the number he had killed from 7 or 8 groups of aliens in the area. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the 200 he wanted. However, just as they were about to leave, many auras were rushing towards Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Among them, there were a few people who were the fastest. The people this time are very strong. Ling Xiao's divine sense swept across how strong they were and immediately sensed the situation. He hesitated, wondering if he should flee immediately. Perhaps the enemy was just passing by and not a bandit. For people, each riding a powerful holy beast, rushed over from a different direction. The 4 of them were clearly brothers, as they all looked somewhat similar in terms of appearance. All of them had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but their strength had already reached the high-level sovereign realm. One of them was even a peak sovereign realm expert. His aura was like a tidal wave, and it was extremely powerful. The leader stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly, I didn't expect to see the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop again after 1,000,000 years. It's really easy to get it. This is because the boss is very lucky. If it weren't for the Eye of Heaven, I wouldn't have noticed that there was such a strange boy here. It seems that he has already received the inheritance of that clan. Fortunately, he isn't very strong. We, the Dark Shadow clan, can take him in. Another person echoed with a smile. Yes, our clan has been declining for many years. We brothers have been wandering in the outer area for many years, looking for many divine items for our clan. I didn't expect to receive such a big gift when we are about to return. Don't talk nonsense. Let me kill both of them. After saying that, one of the 4 people quickly disappeared under the shadow bat he was riding. People from the Dark Shadow clan. Ling Zhao's hair stood on end and he exclaimed. As soon as his voice fell, the person had already crossed the space and landed in front of him. A palm slapped toward him. The speed was so fast that it was invisible and traceless. The Dark Shadow clan's secret skill had been used to the extreme. This person was much stronger than Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao wanted to react, he felt a suffocating pain in his chest. Then, his whole body was sent flying, and his divine body began to crack a little. Ling Xiao spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was immediately seriously injured. Lu Piapiao was shocked. When she drew her sword to deal with that person, he just raised his hand and sent her flying. Lu Piapiao's combat ability was not bad among those at the same level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter the ranks of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Of course, this had a lot to do with her speed. Her physical defense was much weaker than Ling Zhao's. With the strength of a high-level supreme master, one blow was enough to kill her. However, after receiving this blow, she was only sent flying. She wasn't seriously injured like Ling Xiao, whose divine body was cracked. Her whole body was emitting waves of divine light. She was as sacred and inviolable as a moon fairy. You're actually fine? So you're wearing a high-level divine armor. The person was surprised. He ignored Lu Piapiao and continued to attack Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao now took advantage of the breathing space that Lu Piapiao had created for him to recover quickly. When that person from the Dark Shadow clan attacked again, he had already summoned his puppets. A total of 6 high-level supreme martial artists and 10 mid-level supreme martial artists appeared in the blink of an eye. How astonishing was that aura! Kill him! Ling Xiao roared angrily. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the 16 people attacked that high-level supreme master from the Dark Shadow clan with all their strength. When that person from the Dark Shadow clan reacted, he was already sealed by the 16 terrifying auras. It was impossible for him to escape. When his other 3 brothers realized it, the 16 people had already attacked together. 16 supreme masters, several types of spatial turbulence powers, and a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Rumble. The supreme master from the Dark Shadow clan was immediately drowned by these powers. The 3 people at the back and the dozen or so people who arrived later watched this scene helplessly, and all of them became incomparably terrified. They never thought that such a group of people would suddenly appear. Moreover, each of them had such terrifying strength that they could destroy one of their high-level supreme masters together. 4th brother. The Peak Supreme Master roared angrily with his eyes wide open. The other 2 people were also shocked and angry. They never thought that there were more than 2 people in the other party. There was still such a group of people here. Big brother, we must kill them and take revenge for 4th brother. One of them shouted at the person who was guarding. The person who spoke was second in line. His name was Ing Ji. The big brother was Ing Ma. The 3rd brother was Ing Gong. The 4th brother was Ing Cheng. The 4 brothers had quite a unique name. It was a pity that only the first 3 people were left. The last one, Ing Cheng, had already been destroyed by the joint attack of the 16 people. We must take revenge. Moreover, they don't intend to let us go. Ing Ma roared angrily. An ancient divine artifact appeared in his hand. He charged toward Ling Xiao's puppet army. The 2 brothers behind him and the dozen people he had brought with him also dashed over. The 2 groups of people immediately started a fierce battle. This part of the world was directly bombarded. Their energy completely filled the area within 100,000 miles. Countless spaces collapsed. All kinds of turbulent energy constantly attacked. Each flow of energy was full of violent energy. If one didn't have the strength of a supreme master or incipient god realm, he would die without a doubt. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had retreated far away. They didn't get involved in this battle. Lu Piapiao screamed in fear, "Should we retreat now? What are you afraid of? I was just careless. This time, I will make sure that they won't be able to return." Ling Xiao shouted with a ruthless face. He had never thought that he could meet a supreme master or incipient god realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan in outer space. From the memories of the Dark Shadow clan's warriors, he knew that the Dark Shadow clan didn't have many supreme masters. However, in some people's memories, there were 4 ancestors of the Dark Shadow clan who had gone to outer space to collect a batch of divine materials to bring back to the clan to accelerate their cultivation. However, these 4 ancestors had left for tens of thousands of years and hadn't returned. They all suspected that these 4 ancestors had fallen in outer space. As Ling Xiao saw them today, he was sure that they were the 4 in front of him. Otherwise, they would have recognized the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head at first glance. Also, the Dark Shadow secret technique wasn't something that other clans could cultivate. The Dark Shadow clan and the Soul clan were enemies. When they met each other, of course, their eyes reddened. Although the Dark Shadow clan wasn't easy to provoke, Ling Xiao had more than 100 supreme puppets. If he sent all of them out, would he be afraid that he couldn't destroy them? Lu Piapiao knew that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, so she didn't raise any objections. After all, along the way, she had seen too many magical and powerful things that Ling Xiao could rely on. Indeed, they didn't need to be afraid of these people in front of them. However, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were overconfident. The 3 brothers, Ing Ma, Ing De, and Ing Gong, had been wandering in outer space for many years and had encountered all kinds of dangers. Their combat power was definitely not ordinary. The reason why Ying Cheng was unexpectedly killed was because he had underestimated the enemy. Also, Ling Zhao's group had appeared too suddenly. Naturally, they had caught him off guard and killed him in an instant. Now, the three brothers, Ying Ma, Ying De and Ying Gong, had entered their strongest state. They had directly killed many of Ling Zhao's supreme puppets. Ling Xiao was surprised to see how fierce they were. He let the ghosts attack them. However, he found that the ghosts' soul power was like mud entering the sea. They couldn't deal with the three of them. The three of them should have the ability to defend against soul power attacks. These old guys are really hard to deal with. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Chapter 1570. He knew that the Dark Shadow clan had created a secret technique to defend against soul attacks in order to deal with the soul race. This secret technique was quite useful. Soul race members who were not at the same level as the Dark Shadow clan could not easily break through their defense. Little brat, give me my fourth brother's life. The Shadow Horse held the ancient god weapon in its hand and charged toward Ling Xiao. His aura was as terrifying as the sky. Unless there were 3 high-level supremes stopping him, no one would be able to stop such a powerful existence. He used the Dark Shadow secret technique and arrived above Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. He then attacked Ling Xiao to kill him. His strength was extremely terrifying. His oppressive aura made it hard for Ling Xiao to breathe. This aura was not any weaker than what Feng Qingyang had given him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the advantage in numbers. He immediately summoned 30 Supremes and attacked Shadow Horse at the same time. Shadow Horse almost collapsed when he saw the sudden appearance of 30 Supremes. He cursed in his heart, how many people has this little bastard controlled? He even has a divine weapon to hide them. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill this little bastard. I'll take all his divine treasures and make them mine. Shadow Horse's strength exploded to the extreme. He kept disappearing in front of the crowd. The next moment, someone would die. In just a short while, 5 or 6 of Ling Zhao's 30 puppets had died. Ling Xiao knew that the other party was too powerful. He had no choice but to summon all of them. More than 100 Supremes and the 11 sacred beasts suddenly appeared. The Dark Shadow clan members began to despair. The dozen or so Supremes who followed the 4 Dark Shadow clan brothers were directly besieged and killed. The 3 brothers, Ying Ma, Ying De and Ying Gong, were all extremely shocked. Although they were powerful, Ling Xiao had 8 high-level supreme martial artists on his side, as well as so many mid-level and low-level supreme martial artists. How would they have the courage to kill all of them? Moreover, they did not know if the other party had other supremes. Second brother, third brother, you guys leave quickly. I'll meet up with you after I kill this little bastard. Shadow Horse shouted at his brothers. With that, he finally used his final trump card, intending to kill Ling Xiao. No one would be able to accept their own brother being killed on the spot. What's more, the 4 Ma De Gong Cheng brothers had been together through life and death for many years, so their relationship was naturally incomparably strong. The Shadow Horse soared into the sky, and behind it, 8 banner spears appeared. These 8 banner spears emitted a dense elemental energy, and they shot out in 8 different directions. They began to spin rapidly, forming a terrifying aura. Terrifying wind blades continuously shot out, and anyone who got close would immediately be minced into a pool of blood by these 8 banner spears. Swoosh! The 8 spears rotated in 8 different directions, and the power they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Little bastard, give me back my 4th brother's life. Shadow Horse waved his arms unceasingly. The 8 banner spears suddenly gathered from 8 different directions, forming an energy column that was tens of thousands of meters long, shooting towards Ling Xiao. This terrifying energy column directly opened a path. The god bodies of the incipient god realm experts who tried to stop this energy column exploded, and a lot of blood splashed unceasingly. Ling Xiao looked at the light column that suddenly dashed towards him, and his entire body had goosebumps. An unprecedented sense of danger made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice chamber. Even if Ling Zhao's speed was unparalleled, he did not have any time to dodge this formidable attack. That was because the other party had already locked onto his aura, making it impossible for him to escape at this moment. Ling Zhao could only stare at the light column, and he could not do anything. The other incipient God Realm experts who came to help had their god bodies exploded, and the others could not catch up. Watch out! A clear and hurried voice arose in Ling Zhao's ears. Ling Zhao felt his entire body fly away, and an earth-shaking explosion reverberated where he stood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Although Ling Zhao was pushed away, the shockwave still sent him flying far away. His body cracked under the power of the explosion, and the pain was unbearable. Sister? Sister Piao Piao. Ling Zhao immediately remembered who had pushed him away. He couldn't help but scream hoarsely in fear. An indescribable pain attacked his entire body in just a blink of an eye. The pain on his body was nothing compared to this heartache. Shadow Horse hadn't succeeded in his first attack, and his aura had decreased a lot. Of course, it required a lot of god power to urge such a powerful attack. Anyway, he was at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and his fighting competence was still unparalleled. When he wanted to gather his energy to attack Ling Zhao again, dozens of incipient God Realm experts immediately launched their merciless attacks to stop him from attacking again. Ying Ji and Ying Gong were trying their best to break out of the encirclement. When they saw that Shadow Horse's attack had failed, they immediately fell into the encirclement. The two of them wanted to return and help. We're coming to help you. Ying Ji and Ying Gong shouted in fear. You guys go. Don't mind me. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. Shadow Horse continued to wave the 8 flagpoles, shouting in fear. With these 8 flagpoles, all the incipient God Realm experts couldn't approach him. They could only choose to attack from a distance. Fortunately, Ling Zhao had several high-level Supreme Realm experts on his side. Although they couldn't be compared to Shadow Horse, they could still deal a lot of damage to him. Ying Ji and Ying Gong knew their brother's competence. They hesitated for a while and then decided to try their best to break the siege. Otherwise, they would die here. However, how could Ling Zhao let them go? He was already in the most indignant state. Because Lu Piapiao had disappeared. She might have been smashed into pieces by that attack. After all, Lu Piapiao's competence wasn't as good as his, let alone her defensive ability. The power of a peak Supreme Realm expert's pledge of life was so terrifying. Even if he wore a middle-grade ancient god weapon, he would die without a doubt. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay here and die. Ling Zhao's eyes were burning with anger. His energy surged, and an extremely thick murderous aura filled the air. At this moment, his god soul doppelganger rushed out. This god soul doppelganger was already on the verge of breaking through. His combat power had increased by 70 times, which was enough to fight against a high-level Supreme Realm expert. Ling Zhao's god soul didn't chase after Shadow Horse. Instead, he chased after Ying Ji and Ying Gong. The two of them dealt with the attacks of Ling Zhao's Supreme Realm puppets and kept breaking out of the encirclement. They were of the wind attribute, and their speed was extremely fast. When they attacked from the left and right, many terrifying wind blades flew out, forcing the lower-level Supreme Realm experts to retreat. Only the 4 high-level Supreme Realm experts could stop them. However, their shadow secret technique allowed them to hide in the cracks in the space, making it impossible for others to find them. This allowed them to hide further away step by step. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's side had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't immediately get rid of the pursuit. Ling Zhao's god soul was absolutely unpredictable when it was invisible. Moreover, the two of them were at the most tense moment, so it was even more impossible for them to notice Ling Zhao's approach. Ling Zhao's god soul approached first with Ying Gong. He was constantly waving his divine weapon, blocking the attacks that were coming at him. Ying Gong's defense was extremely strong. The energy sword shadows surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Other than high-level Supreme Realm experts, no one could break through his defense. At this moment, Ling Xiao commanded the two high-level Supreme Realm experts to attack Ying Gong crazily, forcing him to block them with all his strength. His defense also started to show flaws. "I'll kill all of you." Ying Gong was extremely annoyed that he was entangled. He let out a cry and wanted to kill the two people in front of him so that he could charge out with all his strength. However, when he used his ultimate technique, Ling Xiao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally made his move. Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's fourth move, Burning Sun Breaking Sun. Ling Xiao blasted out the power of the 9 suns. Dazzling suns descended from the sky and attacked continuously. That power was as terrifying and frightening as the end of the world. The intense 9-colored flames of extreme yang were enough to burn the heavens and evaporate the seas, and break through the sky. Ying Gong was already unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. The terrifying burning sun energy that suddenly appeared behind him made him feel an extremely strong sense of fear. Without thinking, he shook off the two people in front of him, turned around, and slashed at the energy that was already close at hand. However, his counterattack was still half a beat too slow. Previously, he had also expended a lot of god power, so he was not at his peak state. Boom boom boom. The powerful forces collided and released powerful energy waves, causing the people in the surroundings to dodge. Poof. Ying Gong only felt that his divine body had been attacked by the power. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he had already lost control of his body. "Who is it?" Ying Gong cried out in confusion. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's two high-level puppets had already raised their ancient god weapons and attacked him. After this move, Ying Gong started to fall into a disadvantageous position. He was forced into a difficult situation, and it was already impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. He was also like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough, constantly paying attention to the invisible person. He didn't know when the invisible person would attack him again. His mind was in a mess. He was going to have a tragic ending. Right when he wanted to use the space slit to run away, a 2-colored finger light ambushed him from a place he couldn't imagine. This time, it was already too late for him to escape. The side of his body was ruthlessly blasted by the finger radiance. The finger light blended with the two kinds of energy, creating a destructive energy that was too strange and powerful. It burned and melted Ying Gong's god body, making him scream painfully. Ling Xiao's two supreme puppets seized the chance to attack him one more time. They directly smashed Ying Gong's body into pieces. Ying Gong's god soul, which had escaped, was swallowed by Ling Xiao's god soul in just a blink of an eye. The Shadow Horse and Ying Gong could feel that something had happened to their third brother. They couldn't help but scream, "Third brother!" The Shadow Horse wasn't afraid of death. It urged its god power to the highest realm and dashed towards Ying Gong's direction. Many incipient god realm experts who were blocking its way exploded. God blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 1571. Ling Xiao had killed 2 of the 4 brothers of the Dark Shadow clan, Ma Dao and Gong Cheng. Shadow Horse was on the verge of going berserk. However, his last bit of sanity prevented him from fighting to the death. Those were just puppets. Even if he killed them, it would be useless. It was all because of the kid with the Soul Clan's inheritance. However, he had more than 10 incipient God Realm experts to protect him. For the time being, he couldn't do anything to him. He could only try his best to save his second brother. He would definitely remember this grudge. After all, the Shadow Horse was the most powerful one here. The 8 spears followed it like a shadow. They kept attacking in all directions, forcing Ling Xiao's puppets to dodge. Just as Shadow Horse was about to reach Shadow, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger attacked Shadow in advance. "All of you, kill my sister Pia Piao." Ling Xiao commanded the Supreme Puppet Masters to resist the attack of the Shadow Horse without any regard for their own lives, while his divine soul launched the fiercest attack on Ying. Shadow sensed the disappearance of his third brother's aura. His mind was extremely unstable. 5 or 6 people besieged him, preventing him from escaping. Suddenly, he was attacked by Ling Xiao's Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing Technique. He didn't know what to do. Ling Zhao's fists and palms were like the sky. With a terrifying aura, he smashed Shadow's divine body, which was a high-level supreme expert. When Shadow had recovered his god body and wanted to run away, the other puppets attacked him again. It made him more desperate. He wanted to use the same trick to escape into the space crack. However, Ling Zhao blasted him out of the space crack. Ling Zhao understood the Shadow secret technique. They were just hiding at the edge of the space crack. As long as he could find the flaw, they would have nowhere to hide. Ling Zhao was angry because of Lu Piapiao's death. He used all of his power to the extreme. The power of the Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing technique was earth-shaking. Before Shadow could see who the enemy was, he was smashed. His god soul didn't even have a chance to escape. Ling Zhao swallowed him alive. God damn it! You bastard, I will never let you go! Shadow Horse screamed painfully. He glared at Ling Zhao. He wanted to swallow him alive. You won't let me go. I won't let you go either. You killed my sister Piapiao. You have to die with her. Ling Zhao was so angry that his eyes were red. In the past 2 years, he and Lu Piapiao had been together day and night. Their relationship had been developing rapidly. Although they hadn't broken that shackle, it wasn't enough to stop the surging feelings between them. After Ling Zhao had killed Shadow, he summoned all the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts of his to attack the Shadow Horse. The Shadow Horse was indeed very powerful. It swept through the surroundings with its 8 banner spears, and it was wearing a top-grade defensive armor. It was not struck down by so many people in a short period of time. Ling Zhao's spirit was waiting for an opportunity to strike again, but the situation suddenly changed at this moment. The Shadow Horse took out a crystal heart that was shaped like a heart. Rays of divine light flickered dazzlingly in the surroundings, causing everyone to be unable to look at it directly. The heart of the heavenly eye. This was a rare heaven-defying divine object that could emit the light of the heavenly eye. It could make everyone lose their sight for a short period of time, and it could also illuminate all invisible things or some evil things. As expected, Ling Zhao's spirit could no longer hide under the light of the heaven's eye. His eyes were also pierced by the light, causing him great pain. So it's you, you little bastard. I'm going to kill you. Ingma had never thought that someone would secretly attack him. When his 2 younger brothers died inexplicably, he finally realized that someone had ambushed them in the dark. Otherwise, his 2 brothers would not have died so easily. Shadow Horse found Ling Zhao's god soul. Seizing the chance when the others retreated, he attacked Ling Zhao's god soul. The 8 spears merged into one again. A 10,000-meter-long divine light dashed towards Ling Zhao's god soul. The power of this attack was much more formidable than the previous one. Many spaces were torn apart. Many chaotic energy flows flew everywhere. Many supreme incipient god realm experts had their god bodies explode under this attack. In just a blink of an eye, the power of this attack had reached Ling Zhao's god soul. Although Ling Zhao's divine soul couldn't see outside, he had already sensed a terrifying force approaching. He had already practiced the stormy wind movement technique to the extreme, and he quickly retreated. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge this attack. It wasn't easy to dodge the attack of a peak supreme expert to kill someone. Old fool, you think you can deal with me? Blow him up for me. Ling Zhao's real body was far away, so he could see everything. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his god soul, so he immediately ordered his puppets. The few middle-level supreme beings and low-level supreme beings near the Shadow Horse charged towards the Shadow Horse, while the other puppets scattered in all directions. The auras of those few people were already extremely powerful. The Shadow Horse wanted to kill Ling Zhao with one strike. However, when 7 or 8 supreme experts dashed towards him, he had a bad premonition. Not good. They want to explode themselves. The Shadow Horse finally knew what was going on. He changed his face and shouted in fright. He hurried to withdraw his energy to dodge. The self-explosion of a middle-level supreme expert at incipient god realm could threaten a high-level supreme expert. However, there were several middle-level and low-level supreme experts exploding at the same time. The power was enough to make a peak supreme expert like him jump in fright. Rumble! Rumble! When the Shadow Horse withdrew his attack, the 7 or 8 supreme experts at incipient god realm exploded their god bodies at the same time, causing the entire space to explode into a vacuum. All the turbulence was swept away, and all the energy was dispersed by the ripples. This caused the space to reverberate and didn't calm down for a long time. As the energy reverberated, an angry voice viciously said, "Little bastard, this old man will take revenge sooner or later." A ray of crimson light instantly disappeared into the void. The 8 spears followed suit. Their speed was so fast that no one could catch them. In the end, only the Shadow Horse escaped from the 4 brothers. The other 3 were killed, and the dozen people who followed them were also killed. In this battle, Ling Zhao's side lost 30 to 40 people. More than half of them were killed by the Shadow Horse. Many of them were severely injured, and their god bodies couldn't fully recover. If Ling Zhao hadn't collected these puppets, he would have died under the hands of the 4 brothers. Sister Pia Piao. Ling Zhao looked at the Shadow Horse that was running away. He faced the sky and roared unwillingly. A crystal drop of water that hadn't appeared for many years quietly dripped from the corner of his eyes. No matter how many puppets died, Ling Zhao wouldn't feel bad. However, Lu Piapiao's death made his heart ache to the extreme. He now found that Lu Piapiao had a very important place in his heart. "Ling Zhao, what are you shouting for?" A cold and sweet voice came from behind Ling Zhao. He saw a beautiful figure walking in the air. Her aura was much weaker, and her face was pale. However, she was still intact and didn't have many injuries. "Sister Pia Piao." Ling Zhao turned around to look at the beautiful figure and screamed. Then, his figure flashed and he came to Lu Piapiao's side. The next moment, Ling Zhao did something that Lu Piapiao didn't expect. He hugged her tightly in his arms and said affectionately, "Sister Pia Piao, I thought you didn't die. That's great. You can't risk your life for me in the future. Do you understand? If you die, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Lu Piapiao didn't expect Ling Zhao to say such words. She couldn't adapt to it all of a sudden. An unprecedented feeling of sweetness and warmth flowed through her heart. Lu Piapiao's delicate hands hesitated for a moment and hugged Ling Zhao's waist tightly. Her hot cheeks were buried in Ling Zhao's arms. She asked softly, "Do you really care about me so much?" "Of course, even if I die, I don't want you to die." Ling Zhao said resolutely. Ling Zhao couldn't deceive himself. When he thought that Lu Piapiao had died, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Therefore, he no longer suppressed the feelings in his heart and released them all at this moment. A smile immediately appeared on Lu Piapiao's face. Her rosy cheeks had already reached her ears. She hugged Ling Zhao tightly and greedily inhaled Ling Zhao's manly scent. A feeling of happiness came to her heart. She felt that it was not in vain to block the blow for Ling Zhao. Of course, she did not block the blow for Ling Zhao on impulse. It was because she was wearing a top-notch defensive divine garment given to her by Feng Qingyang. Therefore, she was able to block the terrible attack repeatedly without dying. After a long time, Ling Zhao pushed Lu Piapiao away a little. He held her blushing face with both hands and kissed her bright red lips. Lu Piapiao's body trembled slightly. Her closed eyes kept trembling. Ling Zhao breathed in Lu Piapiao's cool clove fragrance. After a long time, his desire rose again. His thick palms kept caressing Lu Piapiao's back. From time to time, his hands would fall under her jade-like buttocks and knead the perky part. Lu Piapiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body became soft. She hugged Ling Zhao's waist tightly and could not help but let out a soft moan. It was the first time that she had been treated like this by a man. That unprecedented feeling made her feel shy and expectant. She faintly felt that it was wonderful and desired to be closer to this man. She slowly began to respond to Ling Zhao's kiss and tried hard to enjoy the feeling of being in contact with him. She did not know when Ling Zhao's hand had suddenly grabbed her chest. Her body trembled and she could not help but let out a moan. She could not help but hold Ling Zhao's hand and whispered, "No, don't." Ling Xiao stared at her and said with a faint smile, "Sister Pia Piao, follow me and be my woman in the future. I will protect you for the rest of your life." Lu Pia Piao looked at Ling Xiao. She could see his sincerity and Ling Xiao's intentions. She shyly buried her head in Ling Xiao's arms and said softly, "In this life, Pia Piao will be your woman." After saying that, her delicate hand that was holding Ling Xiao's thick palm quietly loosened. That thick palm once again pressed against that plump area without any hesitation. Chapter 1572. In the boundless outer space, the 5 elements explosions were everywhere. No king god realm expert could survive in such an environment. A ghost beast was approaching from a distance. Surprisingly, this ghost beast had reached the middle level of level 11. It moved as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. In just a few blinks, it had crossed more than 100,000 meters. A handsome man and a beautiful woman were leaning on this ghost beast. They were passionately in love. They were none other than Ling Xiao and Lu Pia Piao, who had just broken through the last layer of their relationship. Ling Xiao looked so devilishly charming. His smug smile made people want to beat him up. It was as if he was afraid that people didn't know that he had won the heart of another peerless beauty. As for Lu Pia Piao, she was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. She looked even more beautiful and her face was no longer meticulous. Instead, there was a happy smile on her face. Her delicate face was flushed from time to time. No matter who it was, they would be moved by her. When a man and a woman fell in the river of love, no matter what kind of environment they were in, they would always feel comfortable and beautiful. After killing the 3 great masters of the Dark Shadow clan, Ling Xiao and Lu Pia Piao had waited for several more groups of pirates to come to their door. They had replenished the number of his puppet army. However, these numbers couldn't reach the 200 that Ling Xiao had expected. They only had around 150 people. After all, the number of incipient God realm experts was limited and there weren't many pirates. Some of them wanted to capture Lu Pia Piao because they saw a beautiful woman. Thus, they were captured by Ling Xiao and used as his puppets. Thus, Ling Xiao spent almost 1 year to go to the disaster area again. During this time, Ling Xiao had absorbed the high-level god souls of the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan and the god souls of the dead incipient god realm experts. Finally, his god soul had broken through the limit and reached the high-level supreme realm. With Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger's battle prowess increased by 70 times, ordinary high-level supreme martial artists wouldn't be a match for it. Only those supreme martial artists in the late or peak realm would be able to make him feel pressured. It could be said that although Ling Xiao's physical body realm was still at a low level, his physical body and soul were already strong enough to challenge a high-level supreme being. Thus, he wouldn't have to worry about running away from an expert of a higher level than him. Moreover, his puppet army was more than enough to wipe out many forces. Ling Xiao didn't think that his puppets could defeat the heaven-devouring locust, but he didn't want to wait any longer. He had to rescue the colorful tree as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. Along the way, apart from enjoying sex with Lu Pia Piao occasionally, Ling Xiao was working on the 8th move of the Imperial Dragon skill. Since he had seen the power of the Shadow Horse's 8 flags, Ling Xiao had some understanding. He had cultivated 5 elements at the same time. Could he divide these 5 elements to attack at the same time? Could he combine them to attack at the same time? This kind of secret attack was actually similar to the divine technique that his teacher, the evil emperor, had created. His teacher could attack with 5 elements at the same time. Ling Xiao used to communicate with the evil emperor, so he understood the method of combining the 5 elements into one. The divine technique in his body was derived from this method. Therefore, Ling Xiao used more than a year's time to finally create the 8th form. 5 dragons become 1. This was the 8th move of Ling Xiao's Imperial Dragon skill. Golden Dragon, Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, Wood Dragon, and Wind Dragon. The 5 energy forms could be divided to attack, or they could be combined to become a 5-colored dragon. It could roar for millions of miles, sweep through countless spaces, and destroy any stars. Its power was definitely the most powerful among the 8 moves. However, to use this move, with Ling Xiao's strength at the peak of the low level, he was afraid that he could only use it once or twice before his divine power was exhausted. He couldn't use it anymore. However, if he used his blood, flesh, and godly soul, he could use it repeatedly. After all, the level of the blood, flesh, and godly soul was much stronger than the physical body. Ling Xiao became more and more confident. At this stage, only those at the peak level could have the power to fight with him. He had a kind of urgency to meet a supreme martial artist at the peak like the Shadow Horse again. He wanted to have a good fight with him to verify his current combat power. Ling Xiao knew the priorities of the matter. He didn't look around for opponents, but he brought Lu Piapiao closer to the disaster area. Lu Piapiao also knew what Ling Xiao was going to do. She now understood Ling Xiao more and more. She would support whatever he did from the bottom of her heart. "Husband, are we just going to rush in like this?" Lu Piapiao asked while holding Ling Xiao. Now that they were very close to the disaster area, their divine senses could hear a buzzing sound coming from afar. This should be the sound made by the heaven-devouring locust. In the distant space, there must be a sky full of heaven-devouring locust. If they rushed in directly, they would be directly drowned by them. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, "Naturally, we can't rush in like this. This is enough. Let me see which space I should go to first." After saying that, Ling Xiao came down from the ghost's body. He took out the illusionary mirror stone and began to inject energy into it. He could see everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Lu Piapiao was already used to Ling Xiao's divine objects. She swept over and began to look at the things inside the illusionary mirror stone with Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the two of them looked at the scene inside the illusionary mirror stone. They immediately felt their scalps go numb and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They saw many heaven-devouring locusts the size of a human flying above a land space. They kept gnawing on the dead tree trunks that had lost their life essence. There were even more things that had no life to gnaw on and were killing each other. Many of them kept searching outside the space, trying to find their favorite plants to gnaw on. Unfortunately, their levels were not high. Many of them were killed by the impact of the turbulence in the extraterritorial space. However, a small number of them were lucky enough to survive. They could drift to other space lands, reproduce, and destroy all the vitality in that space. The densely packed heaven-devouring locusts were frighteningly large. A large area of space was completely covered by them, forming a surging green mist. The two of them took a deep breath and stabilized their minds. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "These heaven-devouring locusts are too terrifying. The number is really overwhelming. Yes, even if we rush over, I'm afraid we can't kill them all at once. Instead, we may be devoured by them." Lu Piapiao said, feeling like vomiting. Ling Xiao did not answer. He changed a few positions in a row and then held the exquisite leaf in his hand to sense. Finally, there was a strong sense in a place with the most heaven-devouring locust. The exquisite leaf almost wanted to leave his hand. Found it. It turns out that the 9-colored exquisite tree is in the center of the land space. Ling Xiao exclaimed. After going through many dangers and hardships, he finally found the location of the 9-colored exquisite tree. As long as he could rescue it, he could obtain the wood primordial stone. At that time, he only needed the light, dark, and thunder primordial stones to gather all 9 types of primordial stones. However, now he was facing the biggest problem. How to kill all these heaven-devouring locusts? It must be known that the 9-colored exquisite tree was in the center. It was undoubtedly difficult to get close to it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had prepared before coming. In addition to the purple-black fire, he had also collected many ancient trees. He planned to use the essence of the ancient trees to lure the heaven-devouring locust out. Their levels were not high. The low-level ones ranged from rank 3 to 5. The high-level ones ranged from rank 6 to rank 8. There were few that were above rank 9. As long as they were lured out of the original land space and into the boundless extraterritorial space, they could be completely destroyed by the turbulent astral winds. In this way, he could first kill a portion of the heaven-devouring locust, and then disintegrate them step by step. This would probably take up a lot of time. After having a plan, Ling Xiao began to act. They once again moved forward a lot. They were already quite close to the space where the heaven-devouring locust were. If they smelled their blood, they would probably rush over and devour them all. Ling Xiao summoned several fire attribute Supreme Being puppets and let them carry many ancient trees as they advanced for nearly 10,000 miles. Sure enough, when they got close, the heaven-devouring locust beneath the land space sensed them. One by one, like hungry wolves, they charged out from below. Buzz! In an instant, tens of thousands of them turned into a green-black cloud and surged out. The land space was different from the space where humans lived. There was a powerful barrier that isolated them. They could easily rush out and reach the extraterritorial space. It was just that their levels were too low. The moment they reached the extraterritorial space, most of them were immediately swept away by the turbulent energy and died. Only a few rank 9 and rank 10 locust could resist a little, and they rushed towards Ling Xiao's puppets. They had antennae on their heads, and their eyes glowed with a deep green light. They opened their mouths and let out strange cries, and their wings flapped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts were reduced to only a few thousand. Even if they rushed over, they would only die. The fire attribute Supreme Beings immediately sent out waves of fire, completely incinerating them. The death of these tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts was like a drop in the ocean, not even worth mentioning. Many heaven-devouring locusts sensed the abnormality and finally moved out. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of them rushed out from that place. The Supreme Being puppets began to launch powerful attacks. A large sea of fire appeared, and countless fiery meteorites rushed out from all directions. Rumble, rumble! The battle to exterminate the heaven-devouring locust quietly began. Looks like these heaven-devouring locusts don't have much intelligence. They will definitely die if they rush out of that space for food. Ling Xiao looked at the scene inside the illusory eye mirror stone and laughed lightly. No, look, there are finally those heaven-devouring locust kings coming out. I'm afraid they are the truly terrifying existences. Lu Piapiao pointed in a direction and exclaimed. Ling Xiao also began to pay attention to that direction. There were actually more than 10 relatively large heaven-devouring locusts. They had already reached the rank 11 realm. They ignored the attacks of the turbulent energy and pounced towards the puppets. Chapter 1573. The heaven-devouring locust was not a species with a long lifespan, but they had the strongest reproductive ability. Almost every heaven-devouring locust could give birth to tens of thousands of offspring every year. Their level was low, but the speed of their advancement was faster than other beasts. They only needed to keep gnawing on the plants and absorbing energy to continue advancing. Among the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring locusts, it was not unusual for there to be a level 11 heaven-devouring locust. They were much larger than the other heaven-devouring locust, and they directly rushed towards the few sovereign puppets that were carrying the ancient trees. Behind them were thousands of level 10 and level 9 heaven-devouring locusts, and their momentum was quite turbulent. The heaven-devouring locusts' attack power was not very strong, and they mainly bullied the few with numbers. They would always swarm together. Therefore, these thousands of heaven-devouring locusts above the level 9 level, under the protection of the level 11 heaven-devouring locust, had already surrounded Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets. They constantly spat out an extremely sticky green liquid. This liquid was called locust fluid. In addition to its strong stickiness, it also carried a strong toxicity. Ordinary creatures that came into contact with it would soon be poisoned to the point of numbness and ulceration. Ling Xiao ordered the few sovereign puppets to immediately retreat in one direction, luring them out. This strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain was very effective. Many level 9 and level 10 heaven-devouring locusts died under the impact of the turbulent forces, and their numbers immediately decreased by a lot. At this time, Ling Xiao immediately sent another 10 sovereign puppets to help them kill the heaven-devouring locust in front of them first. The heaven-devouring locust that rushed out at the front was not enough to kill Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets. Their combat power was not comparable to the heaven-devouring locust. Moreover, there was a natural barrier here that could be used. The heaven-devouring locust could not form a siege at all, and were destroyed by the astral winds here. The other dozen or so level 11 heaven-devouring locusts were considered strong, and their speed was relatively fast. They all rushed towards the sovereign puppets holding the ancient trees, and their eyes were all on the ancient trees. They had not eaten plants for a long time, and could not wait to devour these ancient trees. However, the strength of these supreme puppets was still quite strong, and their fire attribute was the bane of these heaven-devouring locusts. Before they could give chase, they were trapped and burned by the sea of fire that the supreme puppet had conjured together. Soon after, the 10 supremes who had just joined the battle quickly joined forces to kill them as well. They used the same trick again and attracted a lot of heaven-devouring locusts to their deaths. Ling Xiao summoned the other supreme puppets and spread them out. They all took out ancient trees to lure the heaven-devouring locusts out. This method was quite effective. After a few days, hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts were eliminated. The number of heaven-devouring locusts that had been eliminated seemed to be quite a lot, but compared to the number of heaven-devouring locusts, it was still a drop in the bucket. It seemed like their numbers had not decreased at all. In the distance, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao, who had been watching all this, seemed a little dispirited. "Husband, I don't think it's a good idea to go on like this." Lu Piapiao opened her red lips and said, "What good suggestions do you have?" Ling Xiao held her slender waist and sniffed her hair. "Why don't we destroy those land spaces so that they don't even have a place to stay? By then, most of them will definitely be destroyed by the power of the turbulence here. Wouldn't it be faster to get rid of them?" Lu Piapiao suggested. Ling Xiao patted his forehead and exclaimed, "Yes, why didn't I think of this method? As long as dozens of them work together, it is not a problem to destroy a land space. In the end, only the land space with the 9-colored exquisite tree will be left. Then, everything will be easy." After saying that, Ling Xiao immediately summoned 50 supreme puppets and prepared to start the destruction of the land space in front of them. They did not know that they had finally caused big trouble. Dozens of supreme martial artists worked together. Their divine power was boundless, and their power was boundless. It was enough to destroy any sun, moon, and stars. The colorful power of the turbulence of space fell from the sky like meteors and blasted toward the disaster area in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. The land in front of them was instantly riddled with holes by the dozens of powerful forces. Countless heaven-devouring locusts were immediately blown into smithereens. Many turbulent forces instantly rushed towards the land. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were thrown into chaos, and they were all crushed to death by these violent forces. The number of heaven-devouring locusts was too large. Eventually, many of them were spared. They rushed toward the supreme martial artists, and a lot of green liquid kept splashing out. They intended to counterattack the humans who attacked them. However, Ling Xiao ordered them not to fight with force. Instead, they quickly retreated and fought with them in the extraterritorial area. First, they would consume their numbers, and then they would attack the undead heaven-devouring locusts. The first battle was the first victory. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were destroyed. Many of them flew to other land spaces. There were also many who discovered the existence of Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao and suddenly rushed toward them. However, there were only a few hundred of them. Ling Xiao sent a few more supreme martial artist puppets to destroy them. "Piapiao, your plan succeeded. You are really my good wife. As long as we destroy a few more land spaces, we will reach the 9-colored exquisite tree. Then, we can go back as soon as possible." Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao and kissed her with a smile. "Don't be careless. If there are advanced rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts, then we will still be in trouble. It's better to be careful and take it step by step." Lu Piapiao suggested. Ling Xiao nodded and let all the supreme martial artist puppets return for the time being to recover their divine power before carrying out the next destruction operation. However, at this time, there was some movement in the nearby land space. Many heaven-devouring locusts kept hissing and crouched down toward the most central position. Several heaven-devouring locusts that were bigger than ordinary rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts appeared. They were the most powerful existence among the heaven-devouring locusts. They had already reached advanced rank 11, and there were even one or two that had reached the peak of rank 11. They sent out signals that were difficult for other races to understand. Then, all the heaven-devouring locusts that had reached rank 10 and above gathered together. Each realm that reached the rank of rank 10 was counted in the tens of thousands. It was unknown how many creatures they had devoured to reach this rank. Naturally, the number of rank 11 realms was also very large. With a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 of them. They actually came out from the various land spaces and rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao and the others. Buzz buzz. The sound of the heaven-devouring locusts reverberated endlessly, causing the power of many space turbulence to ripple. The heaven-devouring locusts that rushed out from several large land spaces were the most elite existences. There were a total of hundreds of thousands of them. Oh no, they are gathering to deal with us. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. What should we do? Why don't we withdraw from here first? Lu Piapiao responded. No, we can't go. These should be the most powerful existence of the heaven-devouring locusts. As long as they are destroyed, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao shook his head firmly. But if they come together, we can't stop them. Lu Piapiao said worriedly. Don't worry, we can do it. But we should really retreat a little further. It's best to go to a place where the fire property turbulence is more concentrated. It will be more advantageous for us to fight. Ling Xiao replied. Then, he put away the illusionary mirror stone and retreated with the others to a space not far away where there was a fire property turbulence. They quietly waited for the heaven-devouring locusts to come. These heaven-devouring locusts were led by several heaven-devouring locusts. Before they reached Ling Xiao, they sprayed a powerful green liquid at him. It was almost like a green cloud covering the space, dyeing it into a large area of green ink. Ling Xiao had already summoned many of the supreme puppets. He shouted in shock, "Attack together!" These heaven-devouring locusts were not good at attacking, but they won in large numbers. The power of their attack could be said to be terrifying. It was enough to corrode the impact of many turbulence. Ling Xiao and the others attacked while retreating. They must not be touched by the poisonous green liquid. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was quick-witted and knew how to choose a natural stronghold. The fire property turbulence played a great role and destroyed most of the green liquid. Destroy them with all your strength. Ling Xiao ordered again. About 150 supreme puppets attacked together again. The terrible power of the turbulence of colorful light suddenly appeared, and many cracks in the space were blasted. Meteors of fire, sharp metal energy, hail, meteorites, all these powers exploded at the heaven-devouring locusts. After a wave of attack, thousands of heaven-devouring locusts died in an instant. But no matter how powerful their attack was, there was always a time when they would be broken through. There were already hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts in front of them, biting them. They had all reached level 11, and there were many mid-level and high-level existences. Several low-level supreme martial artists were unable to kill them all at once, and were instead devoured into their stomachs. Dragon 5th Prodigal, kill them. Ling Xiao already knew that there was no way to retreat now. The outcome of this battle depended on whether they could extract the 9-colored ring dragon tree. Dragon 5th and the Prodigal finally made their move. Dragon 5th directly transformed into his true form. His dragon body, which was thousands of meters long, glowed with a golden light. With a wave of his dragon tail, he charged at the heaven-devouring locusts, and in an instant, hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts were smashed into pieces. He spat out another mouthful of golden light, which could destroy hundreds and thousands of heaven-devouring locusts that were below level 11. His domineering power was definitely comparable to a high-level supreme martial artist. As for the prodigal, he had already reached level 11 half a year ago. The dark purple flames on his body were the nemesis of the heaven-devouring locusts. He roared and spat out a mouthful of purple flames, which instantly formed a large sea of fire, burning the heaven-devouring locusts until they screamed in pain. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.